Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the AWC Shadowlands Circuit. I am so excited to see who makes it into the top 4 today and who, unfortunately, will be seeing the end of their story today. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host for this Sunday. I'm here with Zico, Van Ruki, and Super Tease. And Zico, I think some hearts are going to be broken today.
Yep, this is the day. Do or die. There is some Cinderella stories. There is some placings on the line here. As you guys can see, we already have a three-way tie here for second. So these guys are going to be battling it out for the prize money and also for the seeding heading into the next to the finals, and also for the Cross-Region Tournament. So there is a ton at stakes here, and these teams are very, very close. And also, the team to watch today is the team actually in 8th place right there, Delirium. These guys today, from out of all days, they have an upset and they win, they can shake things up massively in Europe. However, if they lose their series, then we're going to see KUNGARNA, Casual Dads, SK Gaming, and LF Org be the teams that advance. So that's basically the main thing to watch out for. Delirium here have a chance to cause three-way ties, and it's going to be some crazy math as well on what can happen if they win. But obviously, they have yet to pick up a win just yet, so a little bit unlikely scenario maybe, but I'm not going to count them out just yet.
No, definitely not. I mean, they've had some pretty good games in the circuit, but just haven't been able to get a win out. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that team. It could really mess things up for a lot of teams. So we're starting off here in the morning, of course, as always, with EU. So we do get to see that Delirium game up first, and then North America is the second half of the day. We can talk about those series when we get to that part of the day, but this first up game that we've got here, looking for Org versus Delirium. I mean, Zico already said it could really shake things up if Delirium were to win that series. So it could be very crazy. Oh, I'm looking at the schedule wrong. Whoa, what was it? MYWAY versus Bugs is first. Delirium versus SK Gaming is up second. But yeah, it still stands. We are starting in the European games up first. So this region has been, interesting to say the least. We know that KUNGARNA, of course, the story is always the same with them. They've had a completely dominating season. But then I feel like just kind of out of the depths of the sort of lower end and points, a lot of teams have kind of risen to the occasion, Supertees.
Yeah, I feel like Bugs in particular was a team that's kind of leveled up a lot, and they've got an opportunity here if Delirium can mix things up and they can also beat MYWAY, the reigning champs. The fact that they were able to adapt to the meta seems to be the biggest struggle for a lot of these teams. Pretty much every team that was running it with a Windwalker main, Windwalker and Arms Warrior in the previous seasons were really powerful, so they've had to switch now over to Outlaw Rogue in this patch. And Brunhilde has been doing an excellent job with that adaptation. I love their incorporation of Jamie, although I think they had to use him the previous week because their mage wasn't here. But when they used him, they were the only team to get one game off of KUNGARNA. Otherwise, KUNGARNA would be perfect win rate throughout this entire circuit. So this is the one team in the region that managed to get a game off of them. Now they have maybe a shot of qualifying here if they can win their series and if Delirium can mix things up here as well. And I'm very excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, that could be a huge moment for them, so definitely excited for that one. But let's talk about this first up series, MYWAY versus Bugs. You know, unfortunately, MYWAY, they haven't quite had the season that I think that they were expecting, just based off some of the players' tweets on, you know, from Tony Farrell saying that if they don't perform well, if they don't make it to that top 4, that they would be breaking up that jungle team that has been together for quite some time. And then on this side of Bugs, you know, they've kind of been stepping up a little bit too and having a pretty good season. So where do they stand in your mind, Ben?
Well, I mean, MYWAY, they're kind of a veteran team at this point. You know, they had a lot of success in the past, but unfortunately, when you are running a 3-player roster and you are running one composition, you're at the mercy of the meta in a lot of ways. I mean, if your composition isn't able to beat, you know, what's the most powerful, then you're in a lot of trouble. But if your composition is super good, then obviously you're going to look fantastic on it. So I feel like for them, you know, if they had a 4th member, they could have maybe mixed up their compositions a little bit, played some different things. You know, maybe they could have found a little bit more success this season, but, you know, it really is hard to say. And then, of course, on the other side, you have Bugs playing a lot of different meta compositions, you know, bringing in the Windwalker mage as well as the Rogue mage, the Enhancement Shaman, or sorry, the Outlaw Rogue, Elemental Shaman. It just seems like they have a more well-rounded roster. And for kind of newcomers, you know, Jamie's leading this team, I would say, at least in terms of experience. And as newcomers, it's been really nice to see because they've had, you know, quite a beautiful performance, I would say. Yesterday, they had a really nice match against SK Gaming, which they actually won. So, I mean, that was a huge upset. I really think this team, at least in this series, probably has an edge over MYWAY.
Yeah, it's I just over the course of AWC, you know, the history throughout the expansions, I feel like we've seen kind of a lot of jungle teams just come and go. They'll have like an explosive season and then they'll just like fizzle out because of the meta, unfortunately. So I would love in the future to be able to see teams like MYWAY to sort of play a wider range of compositions and kind of be able to gravitate towards that ebb and flow that we're seeing a lot of other teams, such as Bugs, take to. So we'll see who is able to win this one. As we said, you know, pretty good series with both of these teams yesterday. So Bugs, what do you think they're looking to play for the blind pick here, Super Tees?
Outlaw Fire Mage Holy Paladin, to my best estimations. On the side of MYWAY, I'm wondering if they're gonna probably not. But for MYWAY, I will actually want to see them try something totally different. I actually want to see them try the disc jungle. See if having a little bit of extra damage can maybe put it over the edge. Maybe even possibly bring in some Resonators, because Resonator has been the only thing we've seen successfully kill an Outlaw Rogue. So maybe a Jungle Cleave with a Disc Priest and a Resonator on the Feral or something like that, and do swaps to the Rogue, the same way that we saw RMPs in North America doing with Palomar. Their team was able to beat Cloud9 with that type of strategy. I just really want to see some experimentation, but it looks like we're going to be getting the Holy Priest on both sides, Kyrian Holy Priests, Survival Hunter from Kasu rather than Beastmaster, so a little bit of an alteration there in the composition. And we'll have to wait and see. Are Bugs going to be able to successfully get into the top 4, or at least have a shot of the top 4? They will still have to win this series.
All right, here we go. Let's see what Cass is going to be able to get done. And it is going to be the jungle versus the RMP. Both teams kind of leading with their most powerful composition at this point. MYWAY has definitely struggled into the Rogue Mage Priest, but it's been pretty close matchups. So definitely get the feeling like they have a shot in this one. And I feel like if Bugs doesn't, you know, perform today, it could definitely be a victory in favor of MYWAY. Brunhilde's going to get knocked out of stealth. Beautiful flare there by Cass. It looks like they're just going to be going after Oscar. He is playing the Dwarf, so he will have that Stormform racial to remove all those very potent feral bleeds. And I really like the racial selection coming in here from Oscar in the early game.
Yep, definitely. And I'm trying to look around here and see if there's anybody using the cross faction here, but it doesn't look like it. Oscar takes a big chunk of damage, catches the spirit, the guardian spirit, and gets stopped off. They go for the blind, but they don't get the sap there. Nice roar by Tony. Caster gets a full trap now to next. Ooh, that was next was popping off there as well. So Really, really nice plays here from Kasu. They do, however, force out the Guardian Spirit. Kasu's taking massive hits, though. Oscar has Combustion ready, and Kasu, of course, has that Sacrifice. And that's the big kind of mind game between the Mage and the Hunter. As soon as that Hunter uses that Sacrifice, or if you crowd control his pet, with, for example, a Ring of Frost, that's when you can really get aggressive as the Mage and catch yourself a nice big wing. Rel's actually getting feared here. Oh, but he's still going in a little bit here. So, doesn't manage to get too much damage out there. And again, it's going to be Oscar a little bit on the back foot here. But so far, I wouldn't say that either team is really ahead. No big cooldowns yet to be forced out.
Main problem for MYWAY is Oscar's playing a Dwarf Mage. So Tony was waiting, got a stun, sent the Berserk, got up the Sickle of the Lion Bleed, but Oscar's removes it with Stone Form, and all of his burst is gone. Now they're turning it around on Kasu, forcing the Roar of Sacrifice, trying to kill him through it with a Polymorph onto Relza. Tony is Flesh Crafting to avoid CC to try and assist, getting an in-cap Roar there, trying to off-heal with Cyclones, as off-heal with Regrowth as well. Has managed to buy time for his team to survive. In the keep up the pressure on Oscar, Kasu is a big liability on that Survival Hunter, probably the most likely target to go down in this matchup, so protecting him is going to be very difficult while still maintaining pressure to try and run next out of mana. They're trying to do their best here in this position. I love these Bear Trap routes on Brunhilde on that Outlaw Rogue. If he's misusing his sprint, or if he's actually not running maneuverability, will actually be stuck in those. Although if he is running it, maneuverability is actually like low key really powerful for Rogue right now because it gets you out of routes, and he actually is running it, and you can reduce the cooldown of your sprint. So you're basically like unCCable as an Outlaw Rogue in that regard, is you can Cloak of Shadows out of crowd control to avoid it and sprint out of it. So it's really tough, especially as a Hunter, to try and get those routes to last. So the fact that Kasu is actually able to get a Bear Trap there onto Brunhilde was pretty impressive. And they've got decent damage. They're actually showing that they may be capable of winning here. They get Cauterize and Ice Block at the 3-minute mark. Vital cooldowns, and so far so good for MYWAY in game one.
Yeah, Kasu going to be taking a little bit of damage though. Next, getting really aggressive here with the Boon of the Ascended. This is a kidney shot onto Kasu. Do they have crowd control on Relza? They do. It's going to be a full blind into not a sap. They deny the sap there, and Relza will get out of crowd control. Likely going to top Kasu, but into a kidney shot. Kasu's in trouble. This could be the aspect of the turtle. Just the feigned death might be enough for Kasu to survive.
Oh!
But that was greedy, Kasu. He almost got punished for that. Down to 5% health. Forced to trade out the aspect of the turtle. Relza still in crowd control. Is Kasu just going to go down? I don't think so. Relza should connect some heals there, but that was a great push by Bugs. Essentially getting every single cooldown that MYWAY has.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful there. A bit of a counter attack coming out from Bugs, and as a result, Bugs now kind of tie themselves up in the terms of defensive. So Kasu going to be an exposed target, and so will Oscar now that he doesn't have a Cauterize or an Ice Book as well. So it could be anybody's game still. They could maybe close it out on the next CC chain if they can connect with the Boon of the Ascended. Relza has it ready. Oscar's in a stun. MYWAY's going for it here potentially. Relza actually getting counterspelled there. They get a blind onto Relza, but the IQD's out of it. Very, very nicely done there by Relza. And Kasu actually sitting through that kidney shot. Going to be able to survive as well. And Brunhilde here taking some damage, but he will be okay there with the feint. And again, Kasu now on the back foot here. Needs to be careful. He's dropping dangerously low. Gets the Guardian Spirit, and he will be able to survive that attack there. So Kasu now turning again a little bit to Brunhilde, and that's what we've seen from MYWAY in the past. They're very good at kind of swapping back and forth between targets, just getting multiple, low, and then when they have somebody low, they go for a trap, and that's when the bleeds can connect. Now Kasu still just running around the pillar here, just trying to get some poke damage. He actually traps Brunhilde really far away from Next. Next gets rooted out of kind of the spell range there from the trap. So really clever usage there of that hook, of that harpoon. Kasu now with the Feign Death camouflage, with the Hunter Vanish right there. We've seen him do this a couple of times, but this is a big... this is very unfortunate for Kasu. He just used his Roar of Sacrifice, so unless they kill Oscar right now, Oscar has Combustion, and I see some fireworks in the near future here, Super Tees.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough ride for them. They got so close to killing Oscar in this position. How are they going to survive this next assault from Bugs? If they can somehow manage to survive, they still have a window of opportunity. And Oscar knows that opportunity. He's baiting Kasu, and Kasu's not falling for the bait. But the longer that Oscar stalls, the more likely his Ice Block comes off cooldown. So it's a win-win for Oscar. If they stall, he'll get block. If they don't stall, he'll combust and kill him. He's blinking in aggressively. Combust has been sent. Kasu breaks out. Feign Death's trying to avoid death here. Will he be able to survive? Guardian Spirit slipped through the cracks of the crowd control here from Relza. and bought time, and now they can get aggressive. This is where they need to overrun Oscar. They need to win the game right now. 10 seconds left on the ice block, 9 seconds left on the ice block, 1 second left on the fear. They need more CC. There's no more CC. Next gets the Guardian Spirit. Oscar should be able to recover with that. Now his ice block is off cooldown. He will be able to immune the next attack. Kasu's aspect of the turtle as well, coming off cooldown in 5 seconds, though. He's very low at the moment. Oscar getting blasted, has to ice block as soon as it comes off cooldown. If only they had that bash a moment later. Perhaps they can kill him through the ice block. Brunhilde kicks the Master Spell, stuns Kasu. Oscar comes out of the block to go for the kill and gets it, I think, on 10%. Kasu survives.
Let's go.
He disengages away. Tony's trying to solo kill Oscar. He just needs to stone form off this Berserk bleed here, and he should not take any more damage. I think he's managed to remove it at this point as Tony is feared away. So close. Such a nail-biter. Mana is zeroed out on both sides, but Relza is stuck in a full blind. Kasu pops the Aegis, his turtle available, and he's got Flare down to stop the sap. They go for a Chastise instead onto Relza, and he should be in combat. Kasu feign death, disengaging away, gets pulled out of stealth. Dangerous point for him. A polymorph onto Relza. Will he fall in just a 2-second polymorph? Desperation in cap roar. They silence Oscar. They're blasting him down, trying to get the kill shot. Procs for the kill. Will he fall? They proc the Wild Seed. Somehow, some way, Tony can't believe it, but can they kill the Wild Seed through Guardian Spirit? They can. MYWAY have managed to deliver victory in game 1.
I mean, Tony seems pretty happy about that one. I mean, what a close game that really was. Kasu barely surviving. And it might not be over. Next, and Brunhilde looking to get super aggressive here, but can they actually take him down? That is going to be the question. I think it's really unlikely at this point, but I mean, this just goes to show you how close this game was. You know, one more polymorph on Relza could have just closed out the game. Very, very back and forth here in game number 1. Looks like Kasu might actually fall. They get the full sap. Is there anything else? Do they have the blind? A kidney shot? No way! Are they actually going to do it? A cyclone. Tony Farrell. Tony Farrell right now. He goes for some of the regrowths. Does manage to keep Kasu alive. The double fear comes in. Kasu so incredibly low. He gets gripped away. There's no mana.
No
Fane does
way.
1% health. Are you kidding me? Brunhilde and Next are going for it. I mean, I didn't think they were going to be able to do it. They take Kasu to 1% health. What a scary moment. That should be it. I mean, Relza has recovered his mana, but what
Don't
a
celebrate
great
too
attempt
soon, Tony.
Baited the trap there.
Tony's like putting his hands up in the air, like waving, like he knows it. Almost lost it. Celebrating a little bit too early for him, I think.
Oh goodness. But yeah, I mean, honestly, MYWAY, they don't have the best record, but it's another one of those teams where it's like all of their series have been so close. You know, like there hasn't been that many like blowouts. And even when it is a blowout, if it's like a 3-0, every single one of the games is like, oh man, they really could have gotten close to winning. So this is the type of high caliber team that MYWAY is. And even if the meta isn't necessarily favorable for them, they're just so good at jungle that they can get these really, really close games.
Yeah, absolutely. And for bugs, I really wonder what happened. At one point, they had combust, they had blind. There was no IQD. I feel like that was a clean KO that they had ready to go because there was no aspect or there was no sacrifice either for Kasu. I think here's very, very greedy call by Kasu, but he does survive there. And this is Oscar's ice block, I believe, and they do get the ice block here. And I mean, MYWAY in general, just like you mentioned, they do find these win conditions. They do find these opportunities as the jungle. And Kasu just being fluent, kind of playing survival, BM, like whatever they need, I think is a big reason to why they can at least diversify a bit within the meta. And then, of course, here is the kill. Tony can't believe it. They got it. And Relza actually human racials right there. Goes for the kill. And then we almost saw them get 2v2'd. Very, very close game number 1. And the stakes here for MYWAY, they can't qualify. They're just playing spoilers. And for bugs, can qualify, but it does rely on Delirium, which is 0-6 right now, to beat SK, which is looking like, well, SK will get second place if they beat Delirium. So, yeah, it's a tall order, but this is the one match that's within at least bugs control. So for them, they just got to win this one no matter what, because imagine that upset happens later and like they lose like 3-2 here or something. And they're like, oh well, we weren't going to qualify anyway. So they just kind of don't take it that serious.
Yeah.
So I feel like for bugs, they just need to take every game super serious and try their absolute hardest, this is the part that they can control.
It's actually really annoying from like as a competitor when you're in the position of Bugs and you're playing against MYWAY, who really has their only job is to just make it so you can't qualify. Like they can't win. All they're trying to do is just stop you from making it, and it can be very frustrating because you have everything on the line, right? Like your tournament hopes and dreams. And for MYWAY, their only hope is to just stop you. So that could be a mental thing too in a matchup like this, because MYWAY really has no stress.
MYWAY's probably got it out for any teams playing RMP right now, so they're not going to hold back. There's going to be no mercy from them throughout this circuit. Bugs are the ones who are going to have to step up here. If they're going to want that spot, they're going to have to earn it. MYWAY are not going to just let them have it, winning that first game in a surprising fashion, because we've not seen a lot of the survival. Kasu more often than not running marksman in these RMP mirrors or running BM, so survival looked really good offensively. It got a lot of pressure that game. But defensively, it can get a bit higher risk because you're getting closer to the combat than as Beastmaster, where you can kind of just run laps around the outside of the map and still do maximum damage. So how is Kasu going to navigate here on the smallest map in the pool, Hook Point, which I think, interestingly enough, is our most locked map. It might be of all of Shadowlands. This is actually one of the most commonly picked maps in the pool, and it's just because it is so great for these rundown strategies, keeping narrow distances compared to the other maps in the pool, provides such a big edge. So Bugs aren't backing off. They're going for more offense here on this small map. They want to be able to close out the game. So in MYWAY, either close out the game faster or survive to the point where they can win is going to be their test here in game 2.
Let's see what they decide to do here in the opening stages of the match. Obviously, we're going to be looking for a sap here from Brunhitty if they can find it. And he's just sitting in stealth. Kasu sitting in stealth. And it's just Relza and Oscar and Next. Basically, at this point, Next and Oscar are just trying to get some poke damage here on Relza. But it's going to be a Door of Shadows into a full trap. Kasu looking to get the game started very early on. Oscar trades out the altar time just to avoid a lot of that incoming damage, but actually gets dispelled off. He's on the run into Soul Shape and does manage to get back to Next. Next is now in a stun. Big kidney shot here onto Kasu. Oscar is going to commit the combustion. He does have that available, but I would say this was a good start for MYWAY in terms of crowd control, but I think Oscar did such a good job in terms of defense that they weren't able to get essentially any cooldowns out of the way.
Yeah, and that was Next. Boon of the Ascendant getting some massive value, and there it is. Panic overlaps coming in. That's the Exil. That is the Turtle as well from Kasu, and literally that was all Next. He got a full boon off. He got the Fear, the Chastise there onto Relza, continued the chase. The chain, while Oscar was just, trying to survive, casting a Ring of Frost around himself. So able to basically solo force that. Now let's see what they can get. They're going after Next. Big swap. Boot of the Ascendant from Relza here. He wants to get something big back here. What can they get? That is the question.
No way.
Next,
no way.
Dead. He's just dead, but I don't know. They tap out. He doesn't have the Res Legendary. And you can see Tony. He's clapping. He's celebrating. Wow. Insane damage coming out right now from MYWAY. Kasu celebrating as well. They absolutely disintegrate Next there. Send him to the next life.
He wasn't even wearing an IQD. He was wearing double. He had the set bonuses. I'm really surprised they were able to drop him in that position. But as soon as the Holy Priest doesn't have a way to get out of a stun, doesn't have a way to use Guardian Spirit, they're a great target to swap to, taking the map and putting it into their own favor. And I'm just wondering what is going on for Bugs, because MYWAY has struggled. I mean, they've had close matchups with RMP, but they really haven't been able to beat any of them. So, and Bugs has been looking so impressive. Like, they beat SK yesterday with their RMP. So, like, what is going on in this series? It looked good at the start. They got everything from MYWAY. Was it maybe overconfidence? Because in this position here, Next uses his Fade to avoid CC. And they're like, well, this Priest has no Guardian Spirit. This Priest also has no Fade. We have no Turtle. We basically have to win the game right now. So, do you guys want to attack the Priest, I guess? Because, like, this is really the only shot we've got right now. So, they catch Next in a stun at low HP. They stun and chastise. Everyone is CC'd. Clean swap with the Boon of the Ascended. And they just drop him. And it was insane. Like, they pulled that out of nothing. Like, they were in the worst spot they could ever be in. And they're just like, this is our only shot. And they took it.
Okay.
Crap.
I mean, that's the quickest game we've really seen, and it's interesting because sometimes you'll see a team, and I don't know if this is necessarily this way for Bugs, but you'll have a team that's really good in a mirror match, right? Like, they know their class mechanics really well, and they can utilize that to do extremely well in mirrors. but into some of the other matchups, they're not as familiarized, and it can be difficult. And I mean, if you're not familiar against a good jungle, you're going to have a rough time against MYWAY. Not going to be able to kind of anticipate some of the swaps that they're able to do, but I think MYWAY is probably pretty happy with the results so far. They're up 2-0, one away from closing the series out, kind of denying the dreams run here from Bugs, which is obviously going to be disappointing for them. So you have to kind of wonder what the headspace is of Bugs right now, because that is obviously, that game is kind of a throwaway from them.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Sorry.
Right now, this is the exact situation I was talking about. Bugs can still reverse sweep. Like, there is a small chance right now. We can all admit it's very small, but there is a chance still that Bugs can reverse sweep and Delirium can win, and then Bugs would qualify. But if they just like give up, mentally, and they just check out because they've had like 2 rough games now, then if Delirium wins later, they're gonna be kicking themselves. So for Bugs, they still gotta just focus up, and the fact that they changed map, I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. Maybe they just didn't like the small map a lot, but it kind of signals it like a bit of a shift in the confidence. It does signal a little bit that, okay, bad map was not good. Let's go to a large map and try to survive. And I feel like if they try to survive, that's when Tony comes in with a big bite.
I feel like they were so far ahead that game. Like, I mean, did they really not have anything? Could Oscar not have trinketed or Brunhilde not have trinketed to do anything? Because like Nex just needed a little bit of help, just a smidgen of help, and he would not die there. So it seems kind of odd. They're gonna flip their gears entirely because the first opener of the game, they got every button from Cassio. They win next go. They just need to not die for 20 seconds, and they're gonna win right there. So this is definitely like a headspace thing. I was talking about it yesterday with Cloud9 as well, with Novus coming in with strategies that nobody else was playing, and now MYWAY is pulling out some weird strats too. Like they've never really committed to the Holy Priest against RMP like that, unless they're playing MM, I think, in previous rounds. So MYWAY might be getting in their heads. The fact that, like you're pointing out, Bugs are probably thinking, well, Delirium's not going to win anyways, and we can't win now or something. Like, what's going on in the headspace for this team? Because they should still be playing for the best odds, which is winning this, and then hope Delirium can deliver. But right now, this is kind of signaling that they're questioning. There's a lot of questioning inside their own team. By going from a small map to a big map, despite it looking so good initially.
Yeah, I really wonder what kind of adaptations they're going to make. And honestly, that swap, I think it's just one of those things you never really see. Because before he even got stunned, he was down to 60% health, so maybe just not prioing, actually topping himself off, keeping renew on himself, what have you. It was a swap out of a mind control. So I think even with just little adaptations from Nex, just being a little bit more careful, a swap like that from MYWAY is going to be a lot more difficult to actually pull off. I don't think we'll see that again, but maybe I'm wrong. I think we're going to kind of revert back to more of a standard game, but I like the fact that MYWAY showing confidence here, mixing up the strategy, going after multiple targets. That's exactly what you want to see, especially against a team that maybe they're not the most prepared against jungle. So just throw them off the script, and things could be looking good. You see Relza just moving in immediately, wanting to knock Oscar out of stealth. He was so close to getting him out, and that would have been a great start there for the side of MYWAY, but inevitably, Oscar will come out of invisibility, and Casu should be able to move in with a Door Shadows trap. Relza just going to be dispelling him up, and they're just patiently waiting for Oscar to kind of reveal himself out of invisibility here.
Yeah, and Oscar is out of Invis now, so potentially going to launch an attack here. Relza's moving up, trying to get some dispels here, trying to remove those shields from Oscar, and he will get those. And now Tony actually gets pulled out by Nova, so that is unfortunate for Tony. He gets caught in a cheap shot. No Ring of Frost to follow it up. Next, actually sitting through a little trap there. So Oscar just prioritizing defense. Now Brunhilde caught up in a stun. Tony looking to Cyclone Brunhilde right there. And now Tony pushing in here onto Oscar. Looking to start getting some bleach rolling before that next trap. Because that's what a lot of these jungles like to do. They like to kind of soften up the target a little bit before the big go with the trap. Now Oscar getting gripped there. And actually, Casu getting gripped there from Oscar's combustion, trading the sacrifice for the combustion. Pretty fair trade so far. And actually, the pet of Casu is dead. That is not ideal. If they can keep Kasu's pet down. If they can stop that res, and no way they get it off. No dispel available there for Brunhilde, and the Kasu will cleverly get it back, because otherwise he might have to use his aspect of the turtle to get the res the pet, to avoid the kick. So really crucial that Kasu gets the pet back, and he trades his sacrifice for the combustion, and now he will have another sacrifice as well for the next combustion. Brunhilde actually forced to use his human racial. Brunhilde, I could see a world where he goes down later on. He's definitely a swappable target, and that's something that we're going to see potentially if Tony decides to bleed up Brunhilde as well as Oscar, and Kasu maybe drags him around the corner, tries to dot him up a little bit, try to poke him a little bit. That's when we can see potentially a swap like that. But for now, MYWAY going to be sticking with the mage race.
Oh, double kidney shot. Big push here from Bugs. They follow up out of the kidney shot. They go for a blind. Chasing down Kasu. Kasu avoiding the fight. Exhilaration heal to full. Tony pre-flesh crafting to avoid crowd control. Gets kicked on it. Relz is still in a polymorph. They're going to swap to Tony, but I feel like he's probably fine with this. With Frenzied Regen, he'll be able to just save himself if he absolutely needs to. Catching out a regrowth and saving it for later, while Reza is now out of crowd control. And I think they do want to swap to Brunhilde here. If they can get a stun combo with Boon of Ascended, but no, they catch Kasu behind the pillar in game 3. Can they manage to stay alive, keep their tournament qualification dreams alive? So much on the line for Bugs here. They are quite close, showing moment after moment that they can pull off wins. They've got Boon of Ascended available from next. The next time they can get a kidney shot here, but Tony's just preemptively running away from crowd control, sitting at the pillar, and waiting for their moment. Where is their moment going to be, though? They're waiting so long before leading an attack here. Maybe it's just MYWAY saying that they want to get into dampening, but Kasu does ultimately get caught in midfield in a kidney shot. Dragon's Breath on Tony, stops the Ring of Frost. Now he can support Kasu, who definitely needs it. Relza has to actually trade out Guardian Spirit. Wasn't even a combustion here. Tony's trying to build up bleeds on Oscar, but we haven't seen any sort of swap back to Brunhilde despite that early aggression onto him. Tony pre-bear forms the kidney shot. Good play. He's not going to be going down to any damage because of that. Getting back into cat form, getting back onto Oscar, just trying to play a standard game here with training down the mage. He's next to next. He can get some crowd control, like a stun into a trap here soon if next isn't careful. And he's just trying to bait the stone form. Tony is really just playing around his berserk because we haven't seen a boon coordinated assaults from Kasu or Relza this entire time. They've just been trying to survive. Will they be able to? Another kidney shot. Roar of Sacrifice before combustion. Big opening now for Oscar in these next couple of seconds. They have a game-winning situation, actually. If they can get any crowd control on Relza, just stun up Kasu, bust, and he might just die before he can turtle. There's the kidney. Are they going to send the bust? Ring of Frost gets disoriented here. Kick onto the polymorph. They get a chastise instead. Just send it. Okay, they send it, but the turtle was already up there. Kasu makes that trade. Relza using his Apotheosis as well to recover throughout this. And MYWAY's offense has just been absolutely nothing at this point. They haven't pressed coordinated assaults or Boon of Ascended for 3 minutes now. They've got Berserk, so they're going to do like a... They're going to press them all at the same time and try and kill the priest. Like, what's going on? Their offense is just non-existent right now. They're just going to fall over. Relza trinkets out. Will it be enough? He's falling on his trinket. Kasu catches a big heal, rocking kill shots and trying to get counter pressure, but just struggling to do anything at the moment on the side of MYWAY. This is an insanely different game.
Yeah, right now, Relza in a kidney shot. Kasu's going to be moving forward, looking to get crowd control, but Nex is just playing such a passive game. He's so far away. Relza going for the chastise into a full fear. Boon of the Ascended here from the side of Relza. They're going after Brunhilde. Can they take him down? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. The preemptive evasion is going to help avoid those stuns, but Brunhilde might just die. He's got no Cloak of Shadows, down to 5% health, catches the Guardian Spirit. That was a close call. MYWAY with calculation, trying to go after Brunhilde when he had no trinket, but that evasion paid dividends, avoiding the stun. Really, really well done. Polymorph onto Relza. Kasu's going to feign death once again, but Kasu, there's no sacrifice. There's no turtle. There's no exhilaration. There's nothing. And Oscar can just send his combustion. Any crowd control onto Relza. That's it. A counterspell. You're done. Big damage coming in from Bugs there at the end of that one. And that just seemed like MYWAY really struggled to find pressure. And I don't know if that's the fault of MYWAY or if Bugs just played a much cleaner game.
Yeah, Bugs showing that they're still in it. Their head is still in the right place, and yeah, they managed to desync those cooldowns, and that's a big win condition if you're the Fire Mage in this matchup. And I completely agree with you guys that going from MYWAY being basically beating Bugs in like a minute to having this game where they can't really find any openings. It's a big kind of difference. And I wonder if it is the map, because I don't know. The game on the ground didn't look that bad, though, for Kasu. I think it's just the fact that Kasu was kind of pressured more in this one. And I think that's made it hard for him to actually get anything going. He had to run so much. Like there, he got kidneyed on his focus assault. Here, he's got it up, but can't really connect too much damage. And he's again just getting absolutely destroyed here by Brunhilde. And he does land a trap onto next, but even with the trap fear, like Oscar is just lining at the pillar with all the time, and then he comes out, sends a combustion, and you don't have that roar of sacrifice for the combustion. You don't have the turtle really. It's basically game over at that point.
I really want to see some resonators from MYWAY. I feel like these rogue swaps could work. If your berserk is going to get the trinket from the rogue,
I agree.
And then you drop a resonator on a stun, and then you do another go, drop another resonator. Maybe like Relza and Tony both play resonators, and you just do these rogue swaps. You pressure the mage to make the mage move around the map, but then you're always jumping back to the rogue, keeping your bleeds on the rogue to swap back. I really think that could work for them, and it might be a surprise strategy that bugs aren't ready for. That seemed to be what they wanted to do here, and they saved all their cooldowns for that one specific window. They tried to all-in Brunhilde, but I don't know if you want to all-in all 3-minute cooldowns, because he'll just evasion cloak. And all your 3-minute cooldowns are gone. Like I feel like if they space those cooldowns out, play with resonate, maybe like send a berserk resonator, get a trinket, send a coordinated assault resonator, get priest trinket, and then send like a boon of ascended resonator, and the rogue is dead. Like if they split up their cooldowns and wear resonators, I feel like they could be able to kill the outlaw rogue with that.
It's really the only thing we've seen. The only time we've ever seen an outlaw rogue go down is when it is off the back of a resonator. So maybe I would have to double check that stat, but
rep paladins or a rep paladin. It's either a rep
like,
paladin or
an 8-second kidney into a 4-second Hodge or whatever, and then you could take them down. But yeah, I do like it because I think at this point, like against the thing that I like about it is sure you lose a little bit of the consistent damage. Like let's see what trinket that he's running right now.
He's running the insignia.
No, Tony Farrell's using Alacrity.
Yeah, he's using the proc.
So they're using like the defensive trinkets, and I think they just send the resonator, do the setups onto the rogue if you can, try to make it not super obvious, but I mean if you should be able to just win in like 2 stun lock combos, maybe 3, kind of thing, because it seems like you really need that overwhelming damage. And if the game goes the way that it should, where they just play it out to the late game going after the mage, it seems like that's kind of a losing recipe for the jungle. So I think at this point they just need to throw a complete curveball, mix up their strategy. Because, yeah, the standard game just isn't working. We've seen it play out over and over and over. And even though they won game number 1, they won game number 2. Game number 2 started looking worse for them. They didn't have that kind of miracle swap onto the priest. I think they might have lost that one. And game number 3 was probably the worst game yet. So I would say MYWAY is kind of on a downward trajectory in this series. And they need to mix it up.
They hit their highest high. Now they're going to hit their lowest low.
That's what I'm seeing. But
you know what I want to see? I want to see Tony with the IQD. I've been saying it a lot. Like when we looked at that replay, Brunhilde was 20% and Kaz was in a stun. You just send a little CD execute there, and all is well. So and also when Kaz is stunned, like a lot of the time he's the healer role. He gets like basically a nature swiftness like type of heal there. So I think it could be good because I don't think he's going to be targeted unless the priest is vent there. So. I think that could be something worth experimenting with, but yeah, if they don't do that, also a resonator. Even on the priest, like I feel like we never see anybody try to kill Relza into the RMP. So I feel like he could also get away with running a resonator, and all of a sudden their chances to actually kill Brunhilde and next, which is how they can close out the game kind of fast, would be a lot higher.
I guess Relza's problem with wearing a resonator is he'd have to lose Relentless or he'd have to lose IQD.
Oh, yeah, true.
Maybe it's really only Tony that can wear it, but I saw even just one resonator because you'll get Rogue Trinket with Berserk and then you can win with resonator. Just save Boon and save coordinated assaults, send Tony's Berserk, bait him to Trinket, and then send everything else on the next one and drop him. You have to worry about life grip too. So like Next has to be covered or he gets pulled out of the resonator. I feel like you could even kill Next if you play Resonator. I actually kind of like the going the Priest strat if he's not Dwarf. Picasso just gets a Door Shadow's Trap straight from stealth. They're going to be going after Oscar initially here as he soul shapes away. Cheap shots onto Tony. Brunhilde gets feared by Rel, so they're getting positioning still aggressive onto Oscar, rooting up next at the pillar, trying to hold him out of line of sight and trying to connect some damage here. But can they? Rel's is in, or Picasso into the kidney. Chastise for follow-up. Next in position. Ring of Frost connects. and he can Psychic Scream. Tony's interrupted on some support. Double Fear. Kasu pops the Aegis on the Combust. With the Roar of Sacrifice, should be enough here with Exhilaration, but Rel's actually still crowd controlled with 2 seconds left in the Kidney. Can they get Aspect of the Turtle here? They're so close to it, but Relza does finally swing in time. Get some heals on the Kasu. Now Next is stunned, and MYWAY are playing a lot more aggressive on the small map. Oscar pre-alter times. Kasu tries to trank shot it off. Did he get it off? He actually may have got the alter time off here on Oscar. We'll have to wait and see. No, he didn't. Oscar alters back. Relza now interrupted. Next, ripping Oscar across the map. Kasu feign deathing, trying to preempt it on the Kidney shot, but still Kidneyed at half. Fear onto Tony. Nice cross CC by Bugs. Playing a lot better in these last 2 games here than the first 2. As Next is spamming out smites, trying to reset that Chastise, trying to get some extra damage out for his team in this position to finish it. They're so close to a turtle. Relza pre-fades, anticipating crowd control, pulls Kasu to the pillar, but he's just dying. Brunhitty is just soloing. Kasu's just gonna die. He has the Aspect of the Turtle to just Brunhitty. I don't know what's going on here for Bugs, but they are not going to be walked on in this series.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for them, but things are definitely heating up, and they are doing incredibly well so far in this game. Oscar still has every single defensive cooldown, but Rose is going to be moving in beautiful Shadow Word Death on that Ring of Frost, putting himself on Diminishing Return and continuing this push here onto Oscar, but Oscar is just going to run. He's going to keep pulling away, keep trying to just avoid the fight and allow Brunhitty to really just set him up, send the combustion when he can. Oscar behind the pillar right now with Tony. Going to be looking to set him up in a Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, potentially, when it is available. Cassie running away. Also, here's a Kidney shot onto Relza. Oscar moving forward. They're swarming Relza right now for crowd control. Can they find it? Here's a combustion. A full blind on Relza, and that will be followed up with a polymorph. There's nobody there to stop it. And Kasu, last few moments, going to be eating this combustion. Can they take him down? He's so incredibly low. Another polymorph gets stunned. Beautifully done, but it doesn't matter. It looks like Kasu will go down, and Bugs tied this series up. They're looking better and better as the series go on. And this is kind of the Bugs we've come to expect in these series. Those first few games definitely weren't looking so good, but it's interesting. I mean, even this newcomer team right now, they're able to kind of shake it off when everything's on the line and come back on the series. It's impressive.
Yeah, you bet Coach Jamie's there in the back, making sure everybody's keeping their cool with his experience. And for Bugs, this game in particular, it all came down to Oscar. He landed a sheep on the IQD of Relza, so I think Relza actually made a rare mistake. And this is actually after. So this is when Brunhitty gets the turtle. This is right after. So the reason why they get this turtle is because Relza is sitting through a blind, and then late in the blind he IQDs, and Oscar gets a sheep on his IQD, which is his PvP trinket, basically. His 3-minute cooldown PvP trinket that he's using. Then they continue the chain, and then they get the turtle. They didn't get the exile, but they do get the turtle. And then here they connect with Boon of the Ascendant, big Kidney shot. They have counter. They have cross CC on Tony, and Oscar's just sitting in the back line, just trying to get as much crowd control as possible. Manages to keep Relza in place for long enough for his teammates to do all the dirty work, and they're able to tie us up now 2-2. And also, really interesting, the curse is broken. The curse of this weekend, we've had 3 O's only. This is the first series this weekend that we get a game 5.
Today could be all game 5s. It could be the opposite of yesterday, right? Saturday 3 O's, Sunday 3 2s.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, definitely make for some exciting matchups. But yeah, MYWAY right now, backs against the wall. It's looking like Bugs is going to get the reverse sweep based off just how these games have been going, but you can never count MYWAY out. I just feel like Bugs has kind of found their footing in this one. Mage, obviously under a lot less pressure than normal, and I kind of wonder what they decide to do in terms of map. Where are they going to go? Probably a large map. It seems like the biggest map. So MYWAY is actually going to be picking Tolvaron Arena. I think they just want a lot of space for Kasu to actually kite around. Maybe he switches, goes Beast Mastery in this game.
I was actually just about to say that. I think we're going to see a Kasu spec swap here. This is looking like a BM Hunter pick coming in, because you had an excellent point, Van, where you said that even the games on Hook Point didn't look that good for MYWAY, and then they had that miracle kill, and then they're up to 0. So if that game played out a little bit more standard, they might have lost there and then, and it would have just been a 3-1 series. So I would say Bugs are looking advantaged, and MYWAY, they are looking like the team that needs to kind of adapt somehow. Yeah.
They are making the change. Beast Mastery Hunter for Kasu, much more standard build for them. It's going to come down to a game 5. Our Bug's going to do everything in their power to have a shot at the spot of the top 4, whereas MYWAY going to completely dash those opportunities away here. It's going to be decided on Tolvaron Arena. Big map. MYWAY likely looking to want to play this one a lot slower paced. They're going to want to just out-stamina their opponents, play for attrition, and survive as long as possible. It would be my best estimation, as that's how they've played this matchup with Beast Mastery in the past. So can Bugs rush down MYWAY before they get to that point in the game where they can no longer heal? It's going to be the question, but they've ended these games pretty fast in these last couple of rounds. So I'm a bit worried for Kasu and his ability to be able to actually extend this game as long as he has others in the past.
Well, at least now he doesn't have to run in to do damage. I think that's the nicest thing for him, is kind of falling into the trap of Oscar, who's just constantly pulling away, constantly running behind the pillar. Fighting against the fire mages, it can be really, really difficult when you are on a class, especially when you have an outlaw rogue just controlling you with kidney shots, and if you run too close in, all of a sudden there's no exit path. It just becomes really awkward. So I think the Beast Mastery Hunter pick makes a lot more sense. The large map makes a lot more sense, and I think it's going to force Oscar to play more kind of aggressive in the match. He's actually going to have to be one of the people to actually push in if he wants to get damage, because I feel like it's a lot harder for the Outlaw Rogue to kind of solo the Beast Mastery Hunter in this matchup, especially since he doesn't really have to push in. He can play at max range the entire game. So I think MYWAY made a really good switch here.
Yeah, I like it. I think we all kind of felt like it was time to swap up the Hunter there. So we'll have to see it. And now it's going to come down to game number 5 here. Bugs. This is, if they lose here, their hopes and dreams are going to be crushed of qualifying to the finals. And there's still a miracle chance that they can get there if they do win this one. MYWAY, they have been gate kept out of the finals, and if you ask them, they're probably going to say it's because of Rogue Mage. So they would love to take down some with on their way down, so MYWAY right now, they're like the Balrog in Lord of the Rings, trying to pull down as many Rogue Mages with them as possible. And it's going to come down to this game here, game number 5. BM Hunter, and I think Kasu is just gonna sit back, like you said. Just if he has, if his team has pressure, he can push in, get a trap. But if Oscar's playing defensive, he can just play defensive as well. And his path is like basically a permanent dot. So it's gonna be nice to see.
Permanent dot.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's how it feels playing into a BM Hunter as a mage. Feels like you have a permanent agony on you.
And every time you Frost Nova, it's just a decurse,
Yeah,
ring of
pretty
frost.
much.
Get pain suppression.
Pretty much.
But yeah, Tony, let's see how they play this one. MYWAY, obviously playing spoiler right now. Bugs, I mean, it's ideal for Bugs right now if they can win this matchup. Doesn't solidify that they qualify, but puts things a lot more in their favor depending on what happens today. If MYWAY wins here, Bugs' dreams are squashed, essentially. No pun intended. And we'll have to see what Tony decides to do moving in. Waiting for the opener once again. But I feel like what has happened almost every game is we've seen the Door of Shadows into a trap. Cassie's going to be going for it once again. Door of Shadows into a trap, exactly as anticipated. But Brunhilde's just going to shut it down this time. Cheap shot on Tony, into a gouge. Then we have a stun on next. But I really like controlling the Feral Druid like that. I think Brunhilde did a good job playing defense.
Yeah, Brunhilde, excellent job playing defense. And now, see if he can get aggressive here. It's going to still be Oscar taking some damage. Actually gets stunned on his combustion. Beautifully done here by Tony. He rake stuns him as well. And there it is. He's going to use that Dark Iron Warfracial to remove all of those bleeds that Tony just worked up. But he's going to be kind of okay still, I think, with those heals coming in from next. Next now pushing in, actually, for crowd control. They're going for the Chastised Sheep. Oscar gets interrupted. They get the Fear. There's the Ring of Frost. There's the Bunadis. And Kasu knows, he is in big, big trouble here. He has no sacrifice, and they just used his Exil as well. And there's the Guardian Spirit as well. So the only line of defense that they're going to have for a really long time now on the side of MYWAY is the next Roar of Sacrifice. After that, if Oscar can hold on to his combustion and they can force that, there's literally a KO situation. Let's see what MYWAY trying to get, though. They get a Fear onto next. Oscar's dropping quite low. Relza's there doing damage. They get a trap out of the Fear. It's DR, but with the Chastise, can they push Oscar over? Can they stun him behind the pillar? Maybe they stun next. Instead, Oscar tries to blink back to his healer's line of sight, and he will survive, not even getting that Guardian Spirit. And yeah, now not looking good here for MYWAY. I think the next 2 goes are going to be absolutely brutal. Brunhilde has a blind. I think they might just kill him through everything with that blind if Relza doesn't have an IQD. Otherwise, IQD is going to be the next cooldown on the checklist there. Relza trying to avoid the blind there, trying to fade it, but Brunhilde just goes for the kidney shot, and I think that might just be it here. Next is there for a fear. They blind Relza and fear him, and they overlap, and he's going to IQD out of both, which means that KAWHI will survive. They also pulled the trigger on the combustion while the Roar of Sacrifice was active. So that will get you an F in RMP, and that will allow KAWHI to stay alive.
Yep, but still, they got some cooldowns there. I think that was Exhilaration again as well. That was Guardian Spirit. And if they cross CC like that again, it's over. Like, Tony got counterspelled into Regrowth, and now they have no way to escape crowd control. So they just need to kind of settle down here, get a couple fireballs, get a shifting power, reset the bust, rebuff, and get ready for a push. They're doing it right now. Kidney shot into Polymorph. Brunhilde just needs to connect here. Is he going to be able to? They chastise Tony, but it's on diminishing return. Dragon's Breath onto Relza now as well. Trying to get double fear, but next gets feared first. Good counterattack here by Relza to flip that around. Now going for the Fey Guardians. Oscar on the back foot. Alter Times gets big value out of that, but Relza's still on top of him to deal some damage as well as he tries to Soul Shape away, but KAWHI's on the other side of the pillar. Doesn't have a lot of good places to go. He's just going to wait here and cast Fireball as next is finally out of crowd control. Here comes the Apotheosis. They got Boon of Ascended. They got Combustion. KAWHI has a Trinket, so he can maybe Trinket Disengage, Feign Death, Camo, something like that here on the next setup, but he's going to be really careful. Next wants to go for it. He's in position, in line of sight, ready. Oscar's blinking forward. Gets punished here by a stunned Berserk. Tony's trying to carry the team here. Is he going to be able to force anything? Doesn't look like Oscar can just stone form off that Berserk, and here comes the kidney shot. Here comes the Boon of Ascended from next. This could be the game here for KAWHI. He's so low, getting blasted, and Bugs take it with the reverse sweep, keeping their dreams alive. They will not be swatted out of the tournament just like that. And now it's in Delirium's hands. Is Delirium going to be able to do it?
I mean,
Is Delirium going to deliver?
nobody laughed at my squashed. You know.
Well, you said it wasn't a pun.
Yeah, nobody
Pointed
laughed
it
at my
out as
squashed.
not a
It's
pun.
okay. It's fine. But yeah,
We'll get a
Bugs-
pity laugh next time. My bad, dog.
Yeah, whatever. All right, I'm not that sad about it. All right, victory to Bugs and reverse sweep there. Beautifully done. And like I said, Bugs, they just look better and better as that series went on. The first game, it was like, whoa, what? Is this really Bugs? I mean, we've been hyping them up so much. That game did not look good. But as the series went on, they just got better and better, and this looked like a pretty one-sided matchup. As we've come to expect, seeing it play out over and over and over, MYWAY has definitely struggled against the RMPs. Difficult matchup with the Outlaw Rogue, just so much crowd control, a lot of durability. Can be super difficult for the jungle to take down. But this is, let's see, this is pretty... Actually, this is not too late in the game. We have a kidney shot on KAWHI right now, and they just start getting cooldowns out of the way at this point. You can see there's no turtle, there's no exhilaration, and he's actually going to be taken down. Relza goes into a polymorph, I believe, out of a counter spell, so nicely set up there. And Bugs gets a clean win. And it's just consistency over the match with their crowd control, with their damage, and eventually KAWHI just does not have an answer.
Yeah. Man, it made me real sad too. MYWAY, you know, Tony Farrell and KAWHI both looking really hyped up during those first 2 victories. But Bugs turning it around, getting that reverse sweep, and like you guys are saying, definitely broke the curse as well. Game 5 after a whole day yesterday of just you know, really quick 3-0s. So Bugs gonna take the first victory of the day, and well done to them. And we're gonna be moving on to a very important matchup. It is SK Gaming versus Delirium. We know that if Delirium is able to pull off a victory here, it's going to mess up a lot of things here, just in terms of the point standings and who could potentially be making it into the top 4. So if that does happen, we can discuss it a little bit further. But one thing's for certain, Delirium is going to really want to get this victory. So I'm excited to see this one play out. And we're going to head to a break. When we come back, Delirium versus SK Gaming up next. Welcome back, everyone. This game is going to determine a lot here in terms of standing. Let's see if Delirium can pull it off. It's Delirium versus SK Gaming.
Yeah, they're going for it. Delirium, they're abandoning. They know what happens. It's like, okay, we know SK Gaming can play Mage Lock, and Mage Lock into our Ret Warrior is not going to be fun. So Delirium is bringing in a composition that we have seen before, and it's going to be the double Outlaw Rogue, and this is a matchup that can absolutely win. The question is, can Queen and Scarlet actually perform on their rogues? Mercy is going to be bringing in the Demonology Warlock, and this version of Mage Lock is terrifying because even when you try to run behind the pillar, you have demons just cleaving you down. You have a Mortal Strike, Tyrant's already out. Big swap here on Punter. He could just get deleted instantly.
He's dead.
Goodbye. I mean, he gets stuck in the middle of the map. I mean, if you're Queener and Scarlet, you have to help. You have to help your poor shaman. He's just stuck in the middle of the map. It's so obvious what's going to happen, but SK Gaming going to be happy to take a 30-second win. And this is like, when you see that, if you're Bugs, you're like, oh no. You just put in such a hard effort in your series, and that was not the result you wanted.
I feel
come
like
on, guys.
I can make it look close at least. At least make it look like it was worth it a little bit. Like,
Can I get
press
a
kidney.
blind
You
on
got
Deathborn?
you got
Yeah.
4 kidney shots. Press one of them, dude. Please. They fear Punter out in the open. Oh man, you just know it's gonna happen when he's out in the middle of the map. He's sheeped, and it's like, guys, you left me behind, guys. I'm still in the map, guys. Where are you guys? Like, I feel like it's an
Look
episode.
at the Tyrant.
Like,
He's getting ready.
his tab target's over. Oh, there's the shaman.
The
Boom goes
Tyrant
the
is a Deathborn
dynamite.
mage.
Just 2 fell guards pumping away at the shaman. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, I was expecting them to lose, but I was not expecting them to lose that badly.
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of expecting them to lose pretty badly. But when I saw the double Outlaw, I did get some hope. You know, for a second there, my hope did go up, but it's okay. It's the first game; they can shake it off. And double Outlaw, it's strong. You just have to press your buttons basically, and it'll go better.
yeah. I mean, we'll have to wait and see if that does happen. But yeah, I feel like as the Outlaw Rogue, it could be very scary. I mean, as a Ret Warrior, you're like, oh no, it's Deathborn, it's everything, gotta run. What?
Why
Look at you
don't they play
Tiffany.
Why don't they play Scooby-Doo Cleave? They have a red, and they have
Mage Lock.
They get into everything. KAWHI blind locks it. What do you mean into Mage Lock?
Yeah, but the team they blind lock, it can't play Mage Lock. What is the team they played that
Yeah,
into?
that's
They
a
can
good
play. They can't. They can't.
I'm
play
trying to
Mage
think.
Lock.
I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. But still, I just want to see more Scooby-Doo Cleave, so I would be down with that.
Yeah.
But and also get rid of the Shaman. Shaman has, like, Hunter, listen, I'm going to tell you some statistics. Shaman has yet to win a game in the AWC, EU or NA this whole season. You're not going to be like, Lone Thirst tried. A lot of people have tried. But, get on the Druid, get on the Priest, whatever you need to do. Just get on something else. And, like, Bugs are
yeah, I
relying
will
on
say-
you guys.
I will say one thing though, like for Delirium, this is like my main comp. I would say what SK Gaming is running is the thing that I play the most, and I would say anytime you queue into a Ret Warrior, you're happy. It's like ooh, free rating, like literally, it's like this is the matchup you want more than anything when you're queuing on the ladder. So I'd say SK Gaming going to be heavily favored in this matchup. Delirium, I don't know what they're going to do. I feel like their best bet, like the only time you ever lose to a Ret Warrior is when they just play as aggressive as possible and just one-shot you, like keep you defensive on your Deathborn. If they can do that, like just run at you, have properly timed Unbound Freedoms, put out maximum damage, make sure you're interrupting Frost to make the game really, really scary. Also, really important things in this matchup are, getting fears on the Tyrant, turn evils on the Tyrant. If Scarlet is not, he should be playing the Conduit, where basically his turn evil is like a 0.1 second cast. It's the fastest cast in the game by far. You can't ever interrupt it. It's impossible, even with mind numbing. If you play that and you fear the Tyrant and the Priest doesn't dispel it, then you can stay alive for a long time going after the Mage, because the Warlock's going to really struggle to kind of generate pressure without his Tyrant. So take the Tyrant out of the game with crowd control, go after the Mage, try to one-shot him. That's my advice to Delirium.
Okay, let's see if they can follow that advice, and let's see what they decide to go after here. Looks like Mercy is going to be the target. Queen already using his trinket, getting aggressive here immediately, and they are trying to keep them defensive here, and Mercy actually will trinket, gateway, teleport. You do whatever you can to get away from Queen here, but Queen with the Necrolord banner still active, trying to get back on target, and he does. Can Squarlet get back though? They do get a shock there on Tomorrow, but Squarlet is just getting absolutely destroyed right now, and he's going for the mage. He's trying to keep him defensive here during that Deathborn, and so far they haven't had to trade out the Divine Shield just yet, but it might happen. That is Commentator Curse right there. They will have to trade out the Divine Shield, and that is a big objective that Delirium was going for. They might even swap to Panther here. Big damage coming in on Queen still. That Felguard is just bleeding everyone there, doing a lot of work with that improved Mortal Strike that they just got. And now Queen trying to get back on his target, trying to get back in the open, but gets a kind of clothesline on his way over. Frozen Orb slowing him down. Panther's there trying to back up his teammate, but they're just forced to retreat. And they did force Mercy's Unending Resolve, but it's up again in 45 seconds because Askerath is a Night Fae Priest. So they have a window of 45 seconds. They don't even have wings at that point. So for them, it's... I mean, they have the Seraphim, but still, I feel like they don't have enough offense to actually push out, be able to stay out, and to be able to get some work done. Plus, Maru is still a Deathborn, still hasn't ran out yet, and they're going for it. The Divine Toll comes in. They're trying to go after Maru, trying to push him over here, but Squirrel is getting absolutely smashed right now. He does catch a big heal, Spirit Link coming out from Panther, and it looks like Maru will survive this attempt, and it looks like Delirium might be able to survive if they can make it all the way back to the pillar. Squirtle is really trying to just waddle over there, but he's taking so much damage on his way over. Now swapping to Queen, he gets stunned up. He's taking some damage. All the imps are all over him. Maru's raining terror with the Frostbolts as well. He does make it back to the pillar, and now once again, Delirium is going to go for a reset. He is playing that fast turn evil right there, by the way.
He's not.
He's not? That's okay. That's a slow turn evil right there.
If he was playing it, you couldn't see it. It's too fast. It's like it's the craziest thing ever. It's actually insanely good into Demonology Warlocks, so you can kind of tell they probably don't have the most experience into Demonology Warlock just based off of that. But yeah, Scarlet right now going to be looking for a Hammer of Justice, but just really struggling to kind of connect with Queener at the same time. There's the Divine Toll. They're going after Mercy, trying to just go for a one shot. Can they do it? It's going to be the Unending Resolve. Mercy does get gripped away to safety. The Earthen Wall Totem will be down, but Scarlet, this is his Avenging Wrath. Is it his Avenging Wrath? It is, and he's having to run away on it. This is not what you want. When your cooldowns are up, you have to pool your defensive to be aggressive during your wings, during your War Banner. And if you don't do that, you're not really going to have a shot in the matchup. And I think at this point, Scarlet is in a lot of trouble. Big Shatter incoming. Punter, in desperation, does manage to keep him alive with a few Riptides. And it looks like Delirium will be able to hold on, but this matchup is not going great for them.
Yeah, definitely. Squirret's still trying to get aggressive, still trying to get something going here, but just struggling. He's got his Divine Shield at least in 15 seconds, so if they can survive that long, they might be able to go and make a nice big push here and push somebody over.
Yeah, let's see if they can here. Queener's actually just in the middle of the map still. Trades out the Enrage regen. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to get back to Squarlet in the room, but look who they left behind. They left their little shaman buddy. Like, I'm out here, guys. I need some help. I'm stunned in midfield. Queener intervenes back. Earthen Wall Totem from Punter is going to allow him to soak some hits here, but he's still just in the midfield. He's trying to get back to the Tombstone. Squarlet's trying to get back to his team, and they've just been split up for so long. Fortunately, they do have Divine Shield again, so they're going to be able to use that with the Avenging Wrath, with the Conqueror's Banner in 30 seconds. They have to survive 30 seconds. Can they? They're pinned at the pillar in a blizzard. Punter's trying to AoE heal with the Healing Tide Totem through the Deathborn, but that they didn't time it with the Tyrant. So Mercy's going to have a Tyrant. There's going to be no Healing Tide Totem. It's going to be really rough for Punter to recover here, and they're actually so close to getting their most powerful cooldowns. Try and push somebody over. Who are they going to go after? Looks like they want to go after Mercy, but he's peeling them away with the Axe Toss. Howl of Terror on the Squarlet, and then a CS on a Punter. Nobody can connect. Queener's just going to go down to poke damage at the pillar. He's trying to make his way back. Squarlet's trying to get to his team. He's getting just Nova proc over and over. Queener intervenes them, but now Queener could go down. He Spell Reflects to make a Divine Shield just as Squarlet is running away, which would be devastating because they finally survived to the point where they have Avenging Wrath. They have Conqueror's Banner. They need to make a push with this. I would almost argue they're pretty close to needing to win with this set of cooldowns. I feel like it's very unlikely they're going to survive to another round. and they're trying to move forward to the right side of the pillar onto Morrow, but Morrow's getting frostbite. They shear Morrow. Queener charges him, and now Queener is stunned. He's going to get blasted down by Mercy and Morrow. Icy Veins is coming up. If they don't take this opportunity now, that Icy Veins is going to force them back for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly will. Right now, Queener getting aggressive. Here they go. They're going for it, but he's stunned. Queener might just get dropped. He goes aggressive for just a moment and instantly needs to retreat back to the pillar, but this is Rock Elemental coming in from Punter, assisting the damage. Immediate Divine Shield. That gets mass dispelled. They have to go for it. It is do or die right now. They need to take down Morrow. Morrow has 2 ice blocks. He cannot get kicked on Frost and throw the game. Scarlet gets feared away. Beautiful peels coming in from Mercy. But now back to the pillar. And this is what I'm talking about. You have to... It's such a delicate game, but as the Ret Warrior, your only shot in this matchup is have all your offensives and defensives up at the same time. Make a push. Go for a miracle. You cannot split them up. If you use your offensives and you have no defensives, you've already lost. And the vice versa is true as well. Like, you don't want to have to use your defensives at all if your offensives aren't available. It's really, really difficult. So those pushes can be scary, but if you don't have the cooldowns to trade, you're going to instantly be forced back to the pillar. And this matchup is going exactly how SK Gaming wants it.
All right, let's see. Can Mercy get offensive here onto Queen? Just going to stun him up, try to slow down his assault. And Mercy will be completely fine with Morrow backing him up, pushing everybody away from the open field. And, I mean, this is kind of what Delirium has to do. They don't have Divine Shield. They don't really have too much to work with. They have the Trinket Spirit Link, but they haven't really forced any major objectives here. So... I feel like for Delirium pushing out right now, definitely not when that Tyrant is active as well. I would definitely wait that out. Triple Shadow Fury coming in from Mercy, though. Doing a lot of damage here. They're taking a lot of poke damage. Mercy on one side, Morrow on the other side. He's getting a lot of frost bolts here onto Queen. Queen proccing a Recklessness, and they do get rid of that Tyrant. Now, trying to chase down Morrow here. Can they do it? Squarlet gets stunned in the middle of the map. He's forced to use his human racial there to break out, I believe. And Squarlet will be making it back to the pillar. And I think for them, the play is just to try to stay alive right now. The Healing Tide Totem gets sniped off, but did do some work at least for Delirium. But still, just such a hard position when you're pinned down like this. The Unbound Freedom coming out now. Squarlet trying to make a big push here. They're trying to go for Ascraft. They've tried every target, but now they do connect with Ascraft. They get a Hammer of Justice, but Squarlet gets feared. But they do reconnect. Ascraft actually forced to use his Trinket. There's an opening, but this is the wings. This is the Seraphim. This is everything for Squarlet. So if they can't connect right now, those cooldowns will line up with Ascraft's Trinket. They get a kick from Ascraft. They're still trying to chase him down, but he's got the Fey Guardians active. Squarlet's getting absolutely blasted right now. Hunter is going to Trinket and use the Spirit Link Totem. Morrow still wants more with that Deathborn active, with the veins rolling. They need to get out of his line of sight very, very soon, or this game will end. But Ascraft caught in a hodge. They're not even going to go for it. They're just trying to get out from Morrow's line of sight. Look at him leaving the entire team full sheep. That is it. Hunter and the rest of Delirium will be going down in this game. And SK Gaming in full control, start to finish. Bugs and Shambles.
Yeah. Bugs are going to be a bit disheartened here by the performance of Delirium. Their opportunity is likely going to be slipping here on thin ice with the Frost Mage of Morrow. It just seems so difficult for Team Delirium to get anything going with the compositions that they've got. The Double Outlaw may have worked, but I think you would need a Priest with that composition. I feel like I've even seen Sidu playing it on the ladder with Shaman, and it's just inferior to the Holy Priest version. So this was just such a rough game to watch, as it was basically just Delirium getting played with like they were just toys, basically. You know, like SK Gaming are just sitting at the dinner table playing with their food, just kind of like fooling around with the Ret Paladin with their fork and just like poking the potatoes and just making a little thing with it, a little diorama with their dinner. Like they were really never even close to going down against Delirium, and it just ultimately got overwhelmed. This is when they tried to make a big push. This is when they called in the Earth Elemental and they got nothing. Just they have to use Link, they're burning mana, everything is just dwindling for them in terms of resources, cowering in the corner, trying to make something happen here. They should get a hammer on Ascraft, but they have to run away on their Hammer of Justice. You already know you're in a bad spot when you're running away during your stun on a healer that has no trinket. So this just looks really rough for them. If they're going to win this matchup, it's going to be off the back of some mistakes, I think, from SK Gaming. It's not trading on block during the cooldown windows, or the Priest not trading during the cooldown windows. If they decide to run this Ret Warrior again, I feel like SK Gaming is just way too experienced of players for this matchup to be something that they can outdo. And unless they've got a Holy Priest for the double outlaw, I'd say Delirium are out, and I'm leaning towards Bugs being out as well at this point.
Yeah,
one game away from.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying they're one game away from being out. I think you're right in that assessment, Sid.
Yeah, and we are going to be going what?
Asa.
Outlaw assassination. Okay, Delirium. They realized the Ret Warrior, it lasted a little bit longer than the double outlaw rogue. I actually swear they should just play double outlaw again and just like play a little bit better than they did in the first game. I think it probably is their best chance to actually win this matchup. But SK Gaming confidently locking in the mage lock once again. There's no real reason to switch. And Delirium going to go for I don't know. This matchup, I'm not sure how much I'm convinced about the Assassination Rogue. I'd say the one good thing about Double Outlaw is you have two really durable targets. Now with the Assassination Rogue, you don't really have that. I mean, the Assassination Rogue can get bullied in this matchup quite a bit. You don't have the same type of mobility, and you can basically just be tunneled down. So I think it's going to be really difficult for Delirium.
Yeah, I mean, they have at least a small map to work with, but I have a feeling that Delirium, they're going to be getting crowd control in the open, they're going to be making it back to the pillar, and then they're going to get poked. And especially, like you said, the Assassination Rogue, he's going to have a tough game. Now, I wonder why Squarlet did go Assassination. Maybe he's just not comfortable on Outlaw, because Outlaw is very different. Assassination is pretty. I would say it's the easiest rogue spec to play. I would say Sub's probably the hardest. Outlaw in the middle. Maybe he's just not comfortable on the Outlaw, and because he wasn't really doing that much damage and he wasn't really getting anything done in game number one. And again, it was a very short game, but still.
maybe. Not getting much damage, so he didn't even get in melee range of a target.
Yeah, but we saw them play Double Outlaw as well earlier in the circuit. They were the first.
They haven't got a real game though. Every game they've played has been over in a minute. It feels like, unless these Ret Warrior games are the last 8 minutes and they lose. I don't think we've got real data on their Double Outlaw. Like what?
That's true.
If they're proficient or not, because they just lose the game in a spot where they shouldn't. So this is just Hail Mary out of nowhere. What, you're gonna kidney 2 people, send Vendetta Sepsis, and then cross your fingers? Like, Maro, don't ice block. Like, Maro, don't ice block, because if you do, we're gonna lose. Like, this is desperation. This is just like, I mean, Ret Warrior is miserable in the matchup. I can't blame them for not wanting to play it, but the Assassination seems really strange.
I think the Shaman is more strange than the Assassination. Am I the only one?
I mean, it's obvious he can't play Priest, right? I feel like he's only played Druid and Shaman.
Does Shaman actually have a 0% win rate this season?
Hasn't he played Holy Priest? Yeah, he does.
He has played Holy Priest. He's played Druid and Holy Priest and Shaman, 100%.
Holy Priest would be
Why
fantastic.
is he not a Priest?
Maybe he's like, against casters, it's really good to have Grounding Totem and Shear. And in the past, I feel like that's been true, but now it seems like it's better just to have healing.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Also, you get Greater Fade, you get Holy Ward. Like,
you also get Chastise. Like, something
Chastise.
that's really underrated about the Holy Priest is you can just take someone out of the game. Just Chastise Fear them when you're doing a setup. Throw a blind on the healer, Chastise Fear the mage, go after the Warlock, or Chastise Fear the Warlock while you go after the mage. It's just instant crowd control, which is obviously really effective right now. And it just doesn't seem like the Shaman really outvalues that. The only thing annoying that Shamans can do, but we're not seeing Puncher do it at all, is go for like Aura Mastery Hexes on Maro. That's like it. Use your Aura Mastery. Since you don't, all your healing is kind of instant, you don't really use your Aura Mastery to get off healing. You just use it for Hex exclusively on Maro. And if he does that, then you actually get some value out of it, but we haven't seen that whatsoever so far.
Yeah, I think Shaman needs to go, but it's too late for that. Maybe Delirium can pick up a win here.
Conversation's over.
Yeah, I just don't like seeing Shamans. I feel bad for them. Like, what are you doing here? Go home. We need a Holy Priest here. This is SK Gaming, man. But yeah, I think that I believe in Squarlet's assassination. You know what? I believe in it. I think he gets some work done. I think it's gonna be easier for him to just press a little Shadow Step, Kidney, little Vendetta, and then go back to the pillar and just like chill, throw some daggers. Compared to being an outlaw rogue, you have to be out in the open.
This is your best attempt to be positive for this situation right now.
I think we're actually wrong, by the way.
I'm not
been
I'm
wrong
counting
about what?
Delirium out. Yeah.
I've been corrected also. AppSearch has let me know that he has been getting no credit for his Shaman. He's actually won 1 game against NOVUS this season on Shaman.
Stand corrected.
There you
Won
go.
1 game. It's better.
Yep. It's better than 0, that's for sure.
Is that in the whole season or in the circuit? Is that during the
Uh,
cups?
I'll wait for confirmation on that.
We're gonna need confirmation on that.
I feel like Delirium are going into this
Deli-
game like Bubble Wrap, and SK Gaming are just gonna sit there just popping all the bubbles until they're gone. They're not gonna be able to do anything to fight back. They're just gonna get popped. I feel like this is a triple kill for SK Gaming. They're actually just gonna AoE them all. They're all gonna die.
This is a triple.
This is gonna be the, like,
I just hope they don't leave Punter in the open. Like if Punter gets sheep in the open again, and they just all abandon, like every man for himself, bye.
Good luck.
But it's just like I need help. They have 2 stuns and coil. I'm snared. What can I do? Poor guy.
I think Queen is gonna keep him alive, guys. We can't count Delirium out. Okay, they haven't won yet, but this could be it. So I think Queen can pull it through. I think Scarlet he can deliver the damage. Queen can deliver the CC. Hunter, hopefully he'll stay alive, and yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
I'm kind of smiling because this is gonna be like the most dominant performance we have ever seen. Like I feel like we're not gonna see a team get crushed harder than Delirium in this specific game.
Wait, really? We started game number 1 already, though. Like, how can
Yeah,
they
even more. Like it's leveling up. Like it's gonna get better. From the
No, I don't think
game
so.
one.
I think
No
they
way.
got it. Let's talk about their win condition, okay? They got 2 blind saps they can send. All right, so not 1, but 2 blind saps. And the Sepsis Vendetta is going to be deadly. So I think what they're going to be, the kind of line of play they're going to be going for is go after Mercy, try to just take him down through literally every cooldown, and hope Asgrath doesn't respond. What Mercy needs to do is just use that unending resolve at 100% health. As soon as you see the blind and you see Vendetta, unending resolve, 100% health, try to avoid maximum amounts of damage. Morrow, if they peel that, I feel like if they can live the Sepsis Vendetta, they automatically win, basically, for SK Gaming.
Yeah, let's see. Double sap, good start so far. But the Queen gets pulled out from stealth, but it's okay. It doesn't matter too much. Squad goes for the resap. They might be setting up here a little split situation. Squad might open on Asgrath. No, he's gonna blind him out of stealth. Asgrath
Okay.
through that. Okay, and who's the target? Where's the damage? They're going after Mercy. There's a shiv. There's some damage coming up here. They're getting some bleeds, but Mercy is going to be
Stone form.
completely top. Oh yeah, he's stone form as well, and also. They didn't commit the Vendetta there, so they didn't actually get anything for that blind. So
Fell
first
Lord.
attempt. Oh, the Fell Lord. We haven't seen this oh my goodness. Mercy is bringing back some bangers. Look at that, the Fell Lord. Because when was the last time we saw a Fell Lord? Like Legion, right? That's insane. And it got
Father's
a lot
Day.
of value. It literally cleaved the whole team down.
It's Father's Day. Got to bring the big daddy out on Father's Day here. On the side of SK Gaming is just AoE down Delirium. I mean, they've survived a minute, so I will give that to them. I thought this would already be over at this point, so the fact that they are still alive right now is already impressing me beyond my expectations for this game. But yet
Really?
they've yet to send any sort of offense that has been scary whatsoever. And now Frozen Orb pinning Squarlet. He's AoE down. Punter is stunned. Queener is howled. Punter is sheeped. Squarlet's alone, trying to get back to the pillar. Soul shaping to the corner, trying to kill one of the Fel guards, but he's stuck between a Blizzard and a Fel guard, just dying to AoE and dots behind the pillar right now. Punter's finally out of crack. No, he's Frost Nova'd. He's going to drop an Earthen Wall Totem at the corner of the pillar, start riptiding Squarlet as he advances towards Morrow. They're both running Dwarf, so finding a good Sepsis target is like, is it basically only Asgrath? Is he Dwarf as well, though? No, he's not. They're going after Mercy. Are they going to send it? Are they going to ship the Vendetta? They got him down at half, but Ray of Hope denies it. Mercy ports away and is kiting. Surprisingly, though, this is actually looking better than Ret Warrior at this point.
Is it that surprising, though? I mean, on this map, it's definitely looking a little bit better, but I'd say the difficult thing is the fact that both Mercy and Morrow went Dwarf. So that kind of is difficult for the... Oh, here it is. Big damage. Can they take down Asgraf? They're actually just going for it. Trying to take him down in stuns. This is the Vendetta. This is the all-in play, but I think Scarlet has overstayed his welcome and will get exploded. Scarlet trinkets, cloaks as well. Punter trinket links just a little bit too late. SK Gaming, they managed to shrug off the all-in coming in from Delirium. It was a little bit scary, but I mean, Asgraf just had so many cooldowns to work with. That's going to be an easy 3-0 for SK Gaming. Unfortunately for Bugs, I think that ruins their chances, so they're not going to be able to make it, and that's going to be the last time we see Delirium as well.
Yeah, claps for Delirium, claps for all of these teams that won't be making it, because they have been putting on a show, and you know, it looked better. This was, I would say, actually, this was Delirium's best game, right? Into SK, at least in this series. Or was the Red Warrior the best game, maybe?
I think the Red Warrior,
better than game number 1.
Definitely better than game number 1.
So, you know, it is what it is. And that's the thing, right? Delirium, they're kind of a newer squad. They showed up here, you know, maybe didn't even expect necessarily to qualify for the circuit. It just wasn't their meta. But they still, you know, they still came and they still did their thing. So you got to respect that at least. Here in the final moments, Scarlet trying hard to survive on that assassination rogue, but does get taken down. And I mean, this was an interesting thing. Look at Mercy's damage. This Mercy, I wonder how much of that is his Fel Lord, because we never really see the Fel Lord.
It's not that
much. It was a. You think? It was getting some 3-man hits, man, at the start there. I feel like they probably did it.
The damage is very minimal. It's kind of, the Fel Lord honestly is kind of standard tech in NA on Demonology right now, because it empowers your Tyrant as well. So when you have it out, it counts towards another minion. But yeah, it's the stuns, which is nice. The damage it's okay, but it's like on the level of like a Blizzard and Frozen Orb combined type damage. You know, it's like it's not that crazy.
Bad damage.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. You know, it's not gonna take anyone down or anything like that. But I would say the disruption from the stuns is nice.
All right, I was confirming that I wasn't muted. Hello, everyone. No, I heard production chimed to me. You're like, make sure you're not muted. I'm like, yes, good call. But yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 therefore. And it's kind of ironic as well, SK Gaming, because they won that game, they, you know, ruined Bugs' chance of getting into the top 4. And Bugs actually beat SK Gaming yesterday. So it's interesting how kind of goes like this at the end of you know, a round robin circuit. So that's going to be the last of those 2 teams that we're going to be seeing here in the AWC Shadowlands circuit. But you know, I always love to see teams that are, sorry, well, not SK Gaming, but Delirium. So well, hopefully they can get a 4th and kind of round out their roster a little bit, and we'll see them return for next season, next open bracket. What do you guys think in your mind, Fen? Like, what would be a good 4th class to pick up, or even like an individual player to sort of round out that roster in your mind?
It's really hard to say. Like for Ret Warrior, what would be the best thing that they could have? Like if they could have a player that plays Outlaw, so they could play Ret Rogue, like we saw, and maybe a player that plays like Death Knight, so you could do Warrior Death Knight, something like that is probably going to be their best option if they want to continue to cleave. Maybe like a BM Hunter, so they could play Ret BM Hunter, also an option, but it just kind of depends. I mean, for this season, that would probably would have been good. Who knows for the future, though? You know, it all just depends on what's going to be the strongest.
Yeah, very true. Well, we'll keep an eye on them and see if they return another time. But SK Gaming going to be living on as a roster for now. And LF Org versus Casual Dads, they're up next. Casual Dads, they had a pretty quick loss yesterday against Kungana. It was a 0-3. And then LF Org, we actually saw them play against No Money Just Funny, and they had success with that series. So they're going to be the 2 teams that are coming up next. Both of these guys have had a, you know, pretty successful season here in the circuit so far. So we're going to see if they can continue on with that streak coming up next. We're going to head to a break, and it's LF Org versus Casual Dads coming up next. everybody, welcome back. It's the last European series of the entire circuit here, starting off very shortly. It is Looking for Org versus Casual Dads. What is your take here on these two teams, Super Tees? What do you want to see from either side?
My expectation here is Casual Dad's going to play Outlaw RMP, and Elf Org are going to play Turbo, because Elf Org's Turbo was so successful yesterday. Will it work against Casual Dads? I feel like Casual Dads are a step above that of No Money Just Funny, at least with the Outlaw version of the comp. So if Elf Org can win here, it's definitely good signs for their potential to be able to win the European Finals, which is a lot more money on the line. Also, it's important for Elf Org to win here to avoid having to fight KUNGARNA in the first round of the finals. You don't want to just start immediately in the lower bracket. You probably don't want to be in fourth in the top four because you'll be going against them. So there's a lot on the line here, and Casual Dads got swamped by KUNGARNA as well. So like both these teams want to win to avoid that, so they can at least try to get one extra round to get more money if KUNGARNA ends up being that unstoppable behemoth. And there's a little bit of time between now and the finals to practice, so maybe they can pick something up. But this series is a good signal as to whether or not Elf Org can play their own game in the RMP meta and still pull off wins.
And also speaking of KUNGARNA and the finals for this region, we know that if you look at just the numbers, the fact that they haven't lost a single one, you could make the inference that they're gonna win the entire region here, Super Tees. In your mind, like what needs to be done in this region for them to potentially lose, besides everything, the things that you just highlighted? Like what would you like to see?
Well, right now with the teams that have qualified, Casual Dads need to work on their mirror. Seems like this is going to be their best bet. They're going to have to just get RMP mirrors all day long for these next 3 weeks. Elf Org should invest heavily into this Turbo, especially if it's successful here. If they beat Casual Dads convincingly, then that needs to be their investment, is Turbo from now on. And then for SK Gaming, I actually think they should invest in a Demonology comp or an Ellie Shaman comp. Something like that fits more for like what their mains are, rather than trying to outlaw mirror, because I feel like they're going to be too far behind to try and catch up at this point. But 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks is enough. But that's what I would like strategically. Like if I was the strategist for these teams, trying to like plan what they should be practicing and preparing for the finals, that's what I would be keeping my eyes on.
Well, they've got a couple weeks to do that after this weekend, so we'll see what they do when we come back to the finals. But for now, it's Looking for Org facing off against Casual Dads in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Super T said it best. At this point for LF Org, this is a test. If they can actually win this matchup against this team, things aren't going to be looking too bad for them. I mean, their Turbo looked really solid yesterday. And if they could win against another RMP, especially a team like Casual Dads, it's been, doing extremely well. It normally does well into these cleave setups as well. I think that would speak volumes for their confidence. Swapsy playing the Necro Lord Enhancement Shaman, something you almost never see. It's been basically an automatic pick to be Venthyr for the entirety of Shadowlands, but Swapsy mixing it up, going Necro Lord. The build looked good yesterday. Let's see how it performs today.
Yeah, let's see it. Lizzo already getting super mega aggressive right now to Alec. He's got the Conqueror's banner and everything. Ray of Hope onto Alec. Can they push it over? He cannot. Swapsy's still there, getting aggressive though. And we're going to take a look at Swapsy's build yesterday. He was running a very different build. Actually, he's probably running the same build as yesterday, considering he is a Necrolord Shaman. So he's not going to have that Chain Harvest. Instead, he is going to be playing with the Legendary that gives him Feral Spirits faster. And he's going to be a little bit more tanky with that Necrolord shield. Now Swapsy dropping to about 50% HP, and Lontar with the Fey Guardians. They're going to be relying on resetting that Astral Shift a lot, and then trying to take down Nixie in a hammer or in a stun combo. So a Chastise and a Stormbolt, for example, on Nixie and Askerath at the same, or Nixie and Clyde, sorry, at the same time. That could be a way for them to close it out. And we've also seen Blizzo just completely go berserk on one of these mages, get enough uptime, build up his stacks, and send them home with the banner. So those are really the win conditions that you need to look at from the Turbo. Right now, Alec getting aggressive with the Combustion, and Swapsy will trade the Fleshcraft, and he will also trade his Trinket as well as the Astral Shift. So now Lontar is going to try to reset that, but he doesn't have his Fey Guardians just yet. So the next go could be deadly, and the next go looks like it's happening onto Blizzo actually right now. They get a Fear onto Swapsy out of the Sheep. They get a blind Sheep onto Lontar. This is very clean coming in from the Casual Dads right now. They disarm Blizzo as well to deny his self-healing. Beautiful combo here coming in, and kind of a surprise attack onto Blizzo. I would have liked to see that onto Swapsy, since he had no CDs anymore out of that Sheep, but still, that was a beautiful cross CC, and it keeps Lontar guessing.
Let's see if they can keep up the pressure here. Swapsy stunned up, no trinket. Lontar pre-fades and grips Swapsy back to the pillar, recovering through the kidney shot. Scary moment as the Enhancer Shaman with no trinket if you're locked in a full stun. Alec is trying to find a Ring of Frost, gets shut down, goes for a Polymorph, gets denied, goes for a Dragon's Breath. Will he finally get it? He gets the Polymorph. Looks like Lontar was able to actually break free. Now Polymorph for another second, but Swapsy is A-okay. It's Alec on the back foot from playing aggressive here. They're going to have to grip Alec away from the Conqueror's banner. Really love this dismantle from Nixie on the Conqueror's banner. He's going to want to chain that into a stun. They're going to chain it into a kidney shot. Totally shut down the Conqueror's banner. This is what I wanted to see from Acro yesterday against a Fury Warrior. When that green icon starts glowing on Blizzo's frame, you know he's doing a lot of damage. You need to save your stuns and save your disarms for that moment. And if you can, you're going to get away without having to use your Ice Block. Now blind into Ring of Frost onto Lontar. Swapsy is isolated here. He's going to trade out Astral Shift as well as Aegis. They're just combusting into it. They don't care. I feel like that's kind of a mistake. They got some pretty big cooldowns for nothing there if Alec was just a bit more patient.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get those cooldowns as a result. Helaforg still looking solid, though, rock solid in terms of mana. I would say Casual Dad's behind on mana significantly, and that could be a win condition here for Helaforg. Just surviving, putting out the consistent damage, but Blizzo in some trouble. Big heal coming in from Swapsy. It's going to be helping him out, keeping him alive. Alex is going to try to slow down the pressure, going for Polymorphs onto Blizzo, so kidney shot a target, go after it, make it scared, and then just try to get control of the game with Polymorph. Seems to be the strategy we're seeing here from the Casual Dads. And interrupt now on Clyde. Explosive damage coming in from both teams. Blizzo just chopping up Nixie right now, forcing him to play a little bit defensive. Swapsy's going to be completely fine from that setup. Clyde actually going for a drink. This is massive. Blizzo leaps over to stop it, shut it down. But also, when Blizzo does that, he becomes a target himself. So if he gets kidneyed behind a pillar like that, that might be an opportunity for Casual Dads in the future. For now, though, kidney shot comes in a little bit too late, and Blizzo and Swapsy going to be completely fine as they kind of continue this pain train here onto Nixie.
Oh, Nixie trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Is it going to be enough? He doesn't have the evasion. He also uses the feint. There's Swapsy trying to fake cast the counterspell, trying to go for a hex. They're actually going after Blizzo, fearing up Swapsy here, but now comes Stormbolt onto Clyde. Nixie's in a stun. This is the combo we were talking about a little bit earlier with the double stuns, and if they can rinse and repeat those, eventually they will have massive damage, overwhelming damage to take down Nixie. And Blizzo right now does have his Conqueror's banner, so Blizzo could get aggressive onto somebody, but right now he's actually hitting Clyde a little bit, getting some stacks, now making his way over to Alec. Alec with that Rune of Power, looking to try to get aggressive. They got the Static Field Totem, keeping Alec in place, and he's doing a lot of work there. I think he actually got him on the blink there. He soul shapes. He is in absolute dire situation right now. Can they make that rain negative? It barely does nothing, and it is still keeping up the pressure. Swaps is all over him, trying to push for an Ice Block, but that Guardian Spirit makes a big heal. And with that Ray of Hope Guardian Spirit combo, they will survive the swap into Nixie. He gets gripped. Clyde still spamming out the heals here with the Apotheosis. And Blizzo and Swapsy not really letting go here. They're keeping up the uptime onto Alec. They're connecting. Blizzo gets shut down for a second here with the kidney shot. Swapsy in that Ring of Fire. Now Swapsy getting kidney shot here. Nixie even using his Vanish to send this one. And they don't have any CC right now onto Lontar, but Lontar still just is struggling to keep Swapsy alive. Finally catches him back up to full HP. Doesn't want to waste too much mana. Doesn't want to waste too much cooldowns either. But he is going to be able to hold on for now. Clyde with the symbols as well, using resetting some of his mana cooldowns. Clyde stuck in a Stormbolt. Nixie getting absolutely blasted, but Blizzo in a disarm with the feint as well. Should be enough defense to kill up that static for him immediately. And Alec will be recovering here, most likely with his healer. He's actually getting a sheep onto Lontar, turning it around onto Blizzo. And Blizzo not taking too much damage. Alec doesn't want to use his combustion in this chain. Maybe wants to keep it for Swapsy later. And actually he will send it now after the CC is over on Lontar. And they're not really going to get too much value out of that one. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there between Alec and his teammates. But regardless, it's going to be another combust. And it's going to be Blizzo again. This is very scary again for Alec. They're leaping over. They're interrupting his shifting power. And they keep up the pressure. Ray of Hope will be fully positive. Swapsy will take some damage, come out of the sun as well, and recover. And both teams look to recover here. Lontar with the mana lead.
All right, it's Father's Day. The Casual Dads have a buff here, a hidden buff in this game to try and be able to win here against Elf Org. They're going to need it because right now Elf Org are looking really durable, and I feel like they're going to be grinded out here pretty soon. Blizzo is stunned up at half health. and has survived it. Now Swapsy looking for hexes, getting interrupts out of the way for his team as Clyde looks like he's trying to drink. Can they stop that drink behind the pillar? Swapsy is stunned. He can't. Blizzo's trying to go over there and stop the drink, but Clyde's already getting mana back from it. Managed to. Lone Tar blinks across the map as well here, but with that drink, Clyde puts his team in a good position. 7.5 minutes in, 15% dampening. I do wonder where the Casual Dads are going to commit their damage, because Swapsy is once again running that Necro Lord Enhancement Shaman, the first one to pioneer this Covenant. Really untested waters in terms of that, and it seems like Casual Dads have given up on Swapsy. They're trying to go after Blizzo instead, but that might be a blessing in disguise for LF Org, because it will open Swapsy to be way more disruptive and get way more damage. Alec down below half here. They're going to proc cauterize. Ray of Hope activates once again.
Negative.
Negative. It's bouncing between negative and positivity at the moment. Looks even. Dead even Ray. This is trouble for Alec. He's in a line of sight. Shifting power resets some blazing barriers. Try and shield up before the next hit. Lone Tar's in a blind. Alex launching the combustion, but Blizzo has already answered it with the enraged regen. Spell reflect on a pyroblast. And he should stabilize here as Lone Tar is finally out of crowd control. Now charging down Alec. Combustion's out of the way. It's time to get aggressive. Try and push through the pain despite Blizzo still being at half. Apotheosis is up. Big heals coming out from Lone Tar. Recovering the team. Now Sheer onto Clyde. Alec is down below half. Can they get a cauterize here? Defensive Dragon's Breath trying to slow down the assault. Is it going to be enough? Blinks back to the pillar. Drops a Ring of Fire almost defensively to try and bait Swapsy and Blizzo to not run into it to hit him. A nice Ring of Fire placement. Now they're swapping onto Swapsy as they lock him out. He's going to go for a Fleshcraft, get a bit of a shield. Blizzo's going to Fleshcraft as well, trying to abuse those absorption effects in the matchup. Nixie evasions. He's not going to be a target. They stun Swapsy, and this is going to come down to who can overwhelm who deep into dampening and who can ride that momentum to a kill.
Yeah, and we'll have to see who can get it done later on in the game. Right now, Casual Dads not looking so good. Alec in a lot of trouble. This Ray of Hope should hopefully top him off, but they make a swap on Nixie. Not many tools left here for Clyde. A beautiful wind shear there by Swapsy as they continue to ride the momentum. LF Org getting really, really aggressive here. Swapsy trades out the Astral Shift on the Kidney Shot preemptively. Extremely well done. That's a full blind on the Lone Tar. And that pre-Astral Shift was just so nicely done. Swapsy's going to be able to hold on to his trinket as a result. Now, big swap here on Nixie. He's forced to get gripped away. Tries to the evasion. Now, it's an ice block. I mean, LF Org is just getting everything right now with this War Banner, and Blizzo's going to continue the assault. As soon as this dismantle fades, Nixie's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Nixie still in trouble here. Big damage coming in from Blizzo right now. And he take him down. He gets the Guardian Spirit. And Blizzo's actually the one taking big hits here. Alec with the combustion here. Absolutely tearing in there. Both teams having a bit of a showdown there with damage. Swapsy forced to trinket here. Doesn't have his Astral Shift. He's taking huge hits as well. Blizzo's there with the intervene to back him up though. Nontar's there with the Symbols of Hope. Completely dry on mana. Alec going for the Blink CS. He gets it. Swapsy's still in trouble. Blizzo though. Also taking damage here from Nixie. They're going to go after Blizzo, I believe. Swapsy trying to build up some stacks of Maelstrom here, trying to get some heals going and trying to get some counter pressure going. Blizzo finally does recover, gets disarmed, charging over to Alex, trying to make sure that he's there to interrupt him if he does go for a polymorph there. But Lontar's mana not looking great. These drinks that Clyde has been getting have been absolutely fantastic here for the Casual Dads, and their Father's Day buff seems to be coming in here. But Alec right now in huge trouble. This could be his cauterized. He does get the Guardian Spirit, and he should be completely fine here in that situation. Alec still ducking around the corner for cover. Clyde's going for the kill right now with Nixie. Full kidney shot, and there is the boon of the Ascendant. Can they finish him off though? Blizzo super low, 35% dampening. Defiantly holding on to Lontar, getting counterspelled in the back line there, but they're just swapping over to Swapsy. He uses his Shrink and he uses his Astral Shift. Now swapping to Nixie, and this is just a meat blender of damage right now on both of these teams. Alec's going to get Mind Control just to slow him down on the combustion, but I think Blizzo might just go down here. Alec, his combustion gets purged on the very last second, but Blizzo is the one who gets purged out of the game. Casual Dads will take game number 1 here, but it was a close one. Definitely a close one.
Doing it for all the fathers out there, pulling off game number 1. But this might spell trouble for LF Org moving into the future if this can't be a composition. This is just the first game. Maybe the map, if you get a smaller map, that drink that Clyde got, I think might have been the difference here. Because he got maybe 20 to 30% mana advantage over Lone Tar earlier in the match with that drink. If he didn't have that mana, he can't heal Nixie towards the end here, he can't heal Alec. Maybe they're actually dead in that position. So if we see maps picked from LF Org that are better for them to stop drinks and keep their blender ball going, they might be able to take this series to a game 5. We might be realizing that prediction of a game 5, but we'll have to wait and see. We just saw pressure back and forth between these teams, and you see the mana. Like Clyde is totally tapped here. He would have been tapped like a minute and a half ago. Is this before or after the drink, though? I think it was after. They get Master Spell on block. They're showing signs of life, but eventually Blizzo just gets isolated, and the Boon of Ascended and Dampening when 35% healing reduction. Boon of Ascended is so tough to heal through. Lunter does everything in his power here, activating the Fey Guardians, trying to allocate his healing to 2 targets when he has 0 mana, and they're 40% Dampening is a really tough call. Blizzo Spell Reflex doing what he can, but Bust ultimately overwhelming him. Holy Fire from Clyde actually closing the game. Maybe even just a Holy Fire on the a shear on the Holy Fire might have actually been better in the last second of that game. But if you're getting out grinded by as RMP into you as Turbo, like that's going to be really big trouble for trying to win a series against this composition.
I mean, it literally could have just came down to one decision where Lontar uses Guardian Spirit on Swapsy instead of Blizzo. I mean, Blizzo didn't have any defense. Swapsy had not only his Astral Shift, but I believe his Aegis up as well. So kind of a triple overlap to bolster Swapsy's defense. And I think Alec and Nixie were super happy that Blizzo just had nothing available. But if Lontar had just made the decision, put the Guardian Spirit on Blizzo, I think that matchup could have gone the opposite direction because both teams had nothing left to work with, right? I mean, it just comes down to those split-second decisions where everyone's out of mana, there's 0 defensive cooldowns, and Dampening is ramped up so high. So for LF4, I think they just need to play a little bit cleaner of a game. Can't give them too much. I mean, they played extremely well, but the thing is, in Dampening is when the decisions matter most, right? It's like that's when things can unravel. If you overlap in Dampening, that's when you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So they got the Dampening. They just need to execute maybe a little bit better in Dampening, but still LF this is what we were talking about, you know. No Money, Just Funny. Their Turbo looks fantastic into it. The Casual Dads, I think we all agree they're a little bit better, I think, compared to No Money, Just Funny. Maybe a little bit of a level above them. And so far, it's been a tough beast to take down. Clyde, I think, just being able to sneak away, get those drinks early on before he's completely tapped, before his team is under too much pressure. I think that's what they're going to need to do if they want to get those wins, because the Turbo, it seems to be very, very tanky, and with Swapsy's build, he seems to actually be kind of free to do whatever he wants. So I'm even wondering if Casual Dads maybe swap up their strategy a little bit, especially on hook point. Maybe they go after Lontar, maybe they go after Blizzo. Most likely I would see them just tunneling Blizzo, honestly, the entire game. Because I think that's one of the effective ways to actually deal with his damage. Anytime, like, in fact, Swapsy has a lot of, like, pad damage, but the guy who kills you is Blizzo. So if they can make sure that he never gets to really ramp up and have a banner and get aggressive and just sit on the same targets with those cooldowns up, I think that could be how Casual Dads actually win it. Swapsy, he seems just immortal.
Yeah, it's one of the things we don't talk about very often for Outlaw Rogue. You know, they have a lot of strengths, but one of their biggest strengths is how much cleave damage they get for free. They just play Blade Flurry, and basically they're set up to do the most damage in the game against these cleaves, and we saw it on the scoreboard in the last game. Nixie did the most damage, and I think that's one of the things that really contributes to Lontar burning through so much mana is Blizzo and Swaps are constantly being pressured. They're constantly being cleaved down. Alec can kind of just pick whoever he wants to go after, dropping Ring of Fires. They're kind of just playing RMP in this manner where they're just surviving and attacking. They're not actually going for like big setups or anything like that. And I think that's the difficult thing for LF Org is it's not just about denying setups against RMP like it used to be. Now you have to actually kind of like out attrition them, out dampen them, which is not an easy thing to do. So can't have the defensive cooldown overlaps, and yeah, hopefully the smaller map for LF Org helps them out a little bit more, make it more difficult for Alec to actually pull away. But it also it's always tricky because when you go to these small maps, if Lontar actually escaped for a drink, then Nixie's going to be really close to just get like a Vanish Sap potentially, or shut that down. Always in range to get blinds, off kidneys, stuff like that. So it's difficult, and ultimately I think the small map will favor the cleave, but there are things that the RMP can do to kind of put the match back in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll just see if they can make those adaptations as we're looking to get ready for the next game. And yeah, I think we've pretty much analyzed everything that there is to it. LF Org, Casual Dads here, hook point. Going to be tough for Alec to stay alive on this map. Blizzo will be able to get a lot of uptime. Healer swaps are on the table. We see it frequently on small maps like this. And it really is anybody's game so far. Casual Dads leading 1-0 in the matchup, but LF Org did pick down some other RMPs with this Turbo Cleave. And for the finals, I think this is the comp that they need to invest in. If they can figure out a way to make it bulletproof and really polish it up for the finals, I think this is what I can see beating KUNGARNA, if they can figure out, ways to win late and early. I'm going to see what this has to do here in opener. Swapsy gets sapped. Nixie looking to poke off the Fleshcraft here of Blizzo, and looking to cleave the Fleshcraft of Swapsy as well. So right now the RMP, they just want to get going, roll the bones, build up some damage, poke off the shields, and immediately on the opposite end, Blizzo's already popping his conch banner. He's already getting aggressive here onto Alec. Blade storming around the pillar, catches him after his blink. Lonto tries to def the blind, but does get put into a full blind right there. Alec now still taking a lot of damage, gets the Ray of Hope in the back line, and it looks like he will be able to survive with that Ray of Hope, blinking back in the middle of the field with the Guardian Spirit as well. And now, once again, it's going to be Casual Dads here looking to get offensive.
So Blizzo's main objective in this matchup is to make sure that his Conqueror's banner doesn't get crowd controlled. He did it this time around using Blade Storm to immune a crowd control and then trinketing the follow-up. So if he can always have a trinket to get out of the kidney or get out of the dismantle, he wants to use that always during Conqueror's banner. There should be never a time where his defensive trinket will matter. He's got enrage regen he can use while in a stun, and it should buy time for his teammates to save him. So I like what he's doing here. He's adapting more aggressively with those options to make sure that he's getting uptime, because he's the closer for the team, and that is the ability that can close the game. So every time it's up, he needs to make sure he either pre-blade storms the disarm, trinkets the kidney, and gets uptime. And then outside of that, it's going to be about his team keeping Blizzo alive and matching cooldowns for the combustion. So the best trade they can make for combustion is Guardian Spirit, if they can get away with only using that, because the 1 minute cooldown. But Enraged Regen is also the fallback, which they can reset with Symbols of Hope. So now they're just getting pressure out without the Conqueror's Banner, which is great. If they can force a Ray of Hope here, it would be key to winning with the Conqueror's Banner in just a moment. They're going to Spell Reflect, Flymark, get uptime, but they haven't forced the Ray just yet. Going for kidney shots onto Swapsy, which means Blizzo will have uptime to get Slaughterhouse. He's going to be proccing his Recklessness. So he's splitting his cooldowns. He's using his Recklessness before the Conqueror's Banner. He's going to get crowd controlled on his Recklessness. He's going to have to hope that he procs a Recklessness for his Conch Banner, but actually baits the Kidney Disarm. So this is actually very good for Blizzo. He's going to get the Kidney Disarm out of the way, and his Conch Banner is coming off in 5 seconds. So if he can proc Recklessness on a Raging Blow here, he's going to do a lot of damage. He's trying to proc one right now, Raging Blow after Raging Blow, trying to cleave with Whirlwind as well. He's still holding on to it, maybe waiting for the diminishing return, wants to get kidneyed one more time. Yeah, there's the kidney shot. After this kidney shot, I want to see Blizzo just ship his damage. It could be risky. He's going to be pushing into combustion. There it is. They stun Alec with Chastise, Conqueror's Banner. He procs Recklessness. This is exactly what Blizzo needs. He needs to Trinket Dismantle here and get uptime, but he's choosing not to Trinket it. He's trying to sit through Dismantle, and he's not getting any pressure with the Conch Banner. Now he's Chastised on it. This is a problem. If you're crowd controlled on it, that win condition is just going to get taken away from you. Frost Nova looks like it got removed onto Blizzo at this point, but his Conqueror's Banner is already faded. He got crowd controlled on it. And that is the main objective for Casual Dads, is keep Blizzo contained, keep their mana high, and then grind them down as the game goes on.
I mean, you mentioned during that Blizzo baited out the Dismantle, he baited out the Kidney Shot, waiting for his cooldowns, and as soon as he popped them, Nixie just vanished and dismantled him again, Kidney Shot him again, and was able to shut it down. I mean, that is really the trick here for LF4. They can't really play on script. It's kind of just send the damage as soon as you can, and try to get Nixie to use those kidney shots and those dismantles in unopportune moments. Right now you can see LF4 has a favorable mana lead. Dismantle on Blizzo once again. And that's unfortunately going to stop all of his incoming damage. Alex going to drop a Ring of Fire, trying to get that cleave damage out. We've got a blind on Blizzo, Kitty Shot on Swapsy. Where's the crowd control on Lone Tar? Doesn't look like they have it whatsoever. Really curious blind there on Blizzo. I'm not sure exactly what they were going for, but it looks like Clyde actually is sitting down for a drink, able to recover a ton of mana. So maybe that's what they wanted. Just take the DPS out of the game, get Clyde out of combat, and allow him to recover his mana. But pressure has now mounted here for LF Org. Alec is low. Swapsy trying to get there, but he's getting polymorphed up, and Blizzo he's just out of a kidney shot, low on health, trying to survive. Now he's dismantled, still just really struggling here to find pressure in this game. And I get the feeling that Casual Dads is playing this matchup better and better. We're going to have to see some pressure come in here from LF Org if they want to stay in this series.
Yeah, Casual Dads is starting to slowly run away with it. looking a lot more dominant than they did in game number 1. Lontar gets counterspelled again. Blizzo in a chastise here. Alec ripping in with the combustion. Swapsy immediately trades out his trinket, as well as his astral shift, as well as his other trinket, the Eternal Aegis there. So Swapsy with no cooldowns left, really. Alec, though, getting chopped up here. Big damage, almost proccing him right there. They might actually have procced his Guardian there. We'll have to wait and see there if that Guardian provided is 3-minute cooldowns. But now Swapsy into a kidney shot as well, taking a lot of damage here. Both teams heating up now as we get into dampening. And Alec looking to get some work done. Actually, Alec looking to avoid getting worked on because Lizzo is all over him right now. That Ray of Hope barely gonna do anything right now. They get some heals into it. Alex still super low right now, and they do push for the ice block. So Blizzo manages to close it out here with the Conqueror's Banner, getting that big cooldown. And they're continuing the chain here. Clyde still with nothing left right now, trying to keep Alec from proccing that Cauterize. He catches a few big flash heals there in the back line, and it looks like Alec will stabilize, but he did have to pay a hefty price with that ice block. Blizzo gets counterspelled on his Fleshcraft. Alec fake casts Shadow Word Death there, goes for a Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, and this is fantastic solo plays coming out from Alec. He goes for a Reshape, goes for the Ring of Fire, and he's doing a lot of pressure here. Kidney shot onto Lontar. Lizzo super low right now. Can he get anything else? He gets the Eternal Aegis to survive. The Enraged Region gets popped as well. You get a Stormbolt here onto Alec, but Alec basically forces out every single defensive of Lizzo there on his own with a solo play like that. You don't usually see tank mages kind of go for those offensive plays, but the map is kind of forcing his hand here, and he gets rewarded for it. Nicely done.
Oh, they might proc Cauterize. Guardian Spirit out for Clyde. A lot better of a game for LF Org here. Conqueror's Banner coming up in 20 seconds. How is Blizzo going to play this? He just got dismantled, so he could Recklessness here. He gets polymorphed. Lontar doesn't look like he's able to remove it. He Fey Guardian Spirit, Swapsy during Bust. Good matching of cooldowns there from Lontar in this position. Now Blizzo needs to be the one that can close the game here. He could force Cauterize. There's no Guardian Spirit. He's got to connect with these cooldowns in the next second, but they're pressuring him to try and scare him away from going for that push. Catching him in Frost Novas. The Feral Spirits are out. Swapsy's ramped up. Lontar's in a kidney. Alec is getting blasted even without the cooldowns. See Blizzo trying to reconnect here. They get Ray of Hope. Conqueror's Banner into it. They're going to try and make Ray of Hope negative, but Blizzo gets dismantled on his trinket. He can't connect damage. He's going to fear Clyde and fears Nixie. Nice fear onto 2 targets. Big opportunity. Where's the wreck? Just pop the wreck. I'm really surprised. There's the wreck. Big damage onto Alec. He's 1%. He gets chastised with him at 1%. Blizzo intervenes to reconnect, trying to take Alec out here. I can't believe they're not going to get the Cauterize on this push. They were so close to it, but the defensive Chastise, which is an adaptation Clyde is making, he's using Chastise on Conqueror's Banner once the dismantle, once the kidney shot's out of the way, to add an extra CC to prevent it from getting to critical mass to overwhelm Alec. But now he's dying even without it. Clyde having to use Guardian Spirit, and on this map, it will be much harder for Clyde to drink, and this is where LF Org fell short in the game prior.
Yeah, and it's not looking too bad right now. 17% dampening, things starting to get unstable for both of these teams. Swapsy incredibly low, and this is all that cleave damage coming in from Nixie. A full blind lands onto Lontar. Swapsy gets interrupted, but that Fleshcraft paying dividends. That Necrolord enhancement shaman going to be able to stabilize for the time being. Blizzo in a Ring of Frost right now. Alec in trouble. Cauterize could easily proc. Nice wind shear there by Swapsy, setting up his team. The Ray of Hope does land. Can they get the healing? Cauterize procs. Alec is burning down. The pressure from LF Org is great, but at the same time, they are just a setup away from potentially losing the game themselves. Very back and forth here. Blizzo gets interrupted on his Fleshcraft, trying to reconnect here onto Alec. Now Alex just has 10 seconds left on Ice Block. He just has to hold on 10 more seconds. LF Org in desperation. They just want to get there. They want to take him down before that immunity rotates back off cooldown. But in the meantime, Lontar has actually recovered a ton of his mana and put his team back in the game.
Yeah, Lontar looking good on mana, and I mean, that's the one saving grace here. And Alec has his Ice Block as well, so that's one saving grace for them. And they're going to be able to keep the game rolling here. Clyde's still really low on mana, and there's still pressure coming out from LF Org. There's still cooldowns to respond with. Blizzo has his Conqueror's Banner. He's just looking for the opening here. They might go after Nixie. Blizzo gets kidney shot before the Conqueror's Banner, so it's going to give him a free pass later, but he needs to recover right now. Lontar is with him in the back line, and here it comes. Conqueror's Banner after the kidney. Full uptime with Alec. He's just going to Ice Block immediately. Shattering Throw coming out, though, from Blizzo. And they do connect with more damage here as well. The Sundering coming in from Swapsy. Big hits coming in. And Alex spell stealing that Power Infusion off of Blizzo. Recklessness is still active for just a moment. and they won't get anything more. But getting that Ice Block is huge, and now Alec here turning it around. Full Ring of Frost on the Lontar. Do they have any CC? He almost just went down there in one Ring of Frost. Swapsy, the hero, spamming out healing on the side there, as well as Lontar being able to get that Guardian Spirit. Swapsy still dangerously low though, in a kidney, no trinket, and he will activate the Astral Shift. He will use the Eternal Aegis. Clyde is there with the Boon of the Ascendant, and it's doing so much work for them. But now it is going to be Alec in huge trouble here. Ray of Hope not doing too much work right now. Alec linking to safety, trying to stay alive, and he's not able to. Maybe Blizzo's connecting with him. He's disarmed. Damage is low right now, but Swapsy with the Feral Spirit. Blizzo is here with the Recklessness. There's the double Sundering. There's Blizzo with the Reconnect with the Charge. Soul Shape comes out from Alec. They Stormbolt him, but Blizzo stops the chase here for us just a second. Not able to reconnect. Reflect the poly onto Alec, and it's going to be Swapsy in a kidney shot slowing him down. And it looks like Alec will survive, but Clyde's mana bar not looking too good right now.
Next Conk banner, I think, wins the game for Blizzo. He has to live to it, though. Blind on Swapsy into Ring of Frost. Trying to control the Enhancement Shaman heals here. But Blizzo now dismantled, has Enrage Regen, doesn't want to line of sight Lone Tar at this point. Combustion's coming off cooldown. This could be dangerous for Blizzo. He's already low HP. Is he just going to fall over? Is Alec going to pull the trigger here? They're so close to killing Alec. The Boon of Ascendant is out for Clyde. They could shove a ton of damage at Blizzo right now. They're swapping to Swapsy.
Combustion.
Blizzo's going for the kill at the same time, but Swapsy could go down. He has to intervene back on the Combustion, try and stabilize Swapsy. There's no wall. They're swapping back to Blizzo with the next kidney shot. He's going to pop Enraged Regen. They're trying to stay aggressive. They know they can kill Alec. They need 2 more seconds for the Conk banner. Can they stay on target? They're popping wreck. They're going for it. He gets dismantled. Now Swapsy and Blizzo are getting cleaved. This could be a double kill for the Casual Dads. They were so close to killing Alec, but they're getting overwhelmed. Swapsy's chastised. He can't off-heal. Lone Tar is pulling off a miracle to heal his team with 0 mana, but Swapsy's into the kidney shot. He goes for his Symbols of Hope. A YOLO Symbols of Hope to reset that Astral Shift on Swapsy. Now Blizzo is Bladestorming with Conk Banner. Needs to be on Alec, though. Nixie with Evasion is not going to be a good target. Trying to make his way back to Alec. He's got Enraged Regen again, popping that thanks to that Symbols of Hope. Lone Tar decided to not heal when his team was at 10% and reset their defensives instead. The reason that they're still alive at this moment in time. They're trying to grind down Nixie a bit here. Can they finish him? Swapsy could fall first. Lone Tar can't heal. He's and Swapsy goes down. Casual Dads now moving to match point.
Yeah, and Casual Dads just showing a lot of experience in this matchup. You don't have to go for fancy crowd control chains. What it is about is just getting out effective damage and shutting down their damage, and that's something Rogue Mage is also extremely good at right now. And this is not looking good because for LF Org, I thought this might be an answer for them. It was looking so good for them yesterday, but unfortunately, Casual Dads, it seems like they're a lot more experienced in this matchup than what we saw yesterday. And despite it being a really, really close game, I just get the feeling that if this keeps playing out, it just seems really difficult for Blizzo and Swapsy to actually, maintain the momentum that they generate. They did get the Ice Block at this point in the game, so, still relatively low dampening where they're actually generating pressure, but Alec actually gets a second Ice Block off of cooldown, and this is a great push where they do get the Cauterize through the Ray of Hope. So the Ray of Hope is actually negative, and it ends up proccing Cauterize, and this is where it's a little bit of a scary moment for Alec, but we just have a kitty shot on Blizzo, Dragon's Breath on Swapsy. They can't finish the deal, and then at this point, Alec still has that immunity of that Ice Block, and he's willing to just trade it out on these cooldowns. Shattering Throw comes in, but Alec has already topped off. And at this point, this is where Lone Tar is just struggling so much to heal. I mean, we're at 40% dampening. You have a kidney shot on Blizzo. They don't even go for crowd control on Lone Tar. It's just about shutting down damage and do damage. Just survive, stop them from attacking you, and put out as much pressure as you possibly can. The swaps on Nixie were actually really, really kind of scary, but with the evasion and the feint, it's just a matter of time before the damage overwhelms Swapsy and Casual Dads is able to pull out a win.
It's crazy. It's crazy to see, like, Clyde out-healed Lone Tar, and Swapsy did the most damage. Blizzo did way more damage than Alex. Well, I guess the thing that you don't see on the scoreboard is actually Alex's real healing with the altar time added in, but I don't think he gets 2 big altars because of the purges that Swapsy has, and he was targeted, so maybe pretty accurate actually on the healing department because of the matchup. But it's still crazy to me that the guy who wins on mana in the end is actually Clyde. The guy who wins, like the war of attrition is Clyde, even though Lone Tar is, he's playing a Night Fae, Clyde's playing a Kyrian, and Lone Tar, has all this extra damage on his team as well, compared to Alec's damage on that mage. So It's crazy to see, but I think it just comes down to the fact that LF Org's win condition is the conk banner. It doesn't look like they can win in dampening. Even with Lontar drinking, recovering so much of his mana, it just still looks like Casual Dads win in dampening. Like they have so much lockdown, they have so much CC, and in dampening, you're not going to have an answer for one of the combusts. Somebody's going to go down.
It's Clyde's adaptation. I feel like they need to CC Clyde during the Kong banner because Clyde is chastising Blizzo. So like that is when Lontar should move in and he should chastise Clyde so he can't CC Blizzo. Blizzo can trinket a kidney during Kong banner and get uptime. I feel like it's Lontar that needs to find a moment to get aggressive and CC Clyde. Like that is their moment to win. That's when they should be pushing forward. That's when chastise should be used. And try and win the game during that moment. The only problem with trying to win the game during that moment is that Clyde's trinket lines up perfectly with banner. So if you literally are only planning on winning during banner, as long as Clyde trinkets every time, like it's going to be really tough. The evasion's going to be up for it every time. The only thing you can get is the mage in a situation like we saw at the end where caught and block are longer than 2 minutes. So if you can get both those out of the way, you have a kill condition on the mage. But then if the mage knows he's the only target, he goes in defense mode, which means you're just getting Frost Nova, he's blinking 80 yards away and he's not going to play. He's going to be like, I can lose right now? Well, guess what? You're not going to touch me for the next minute. Like, I'm not going to play offensive until I have one of those back. And then you're going to lose. My rogue is just going to kill you, and he's going to evasion if you try and look at him. So it seems really tough for LF Org to be able to end the game if Alec goes into that mode where he's just pulling 80 yards away. LF Org need to swap targets, I think, if that happens. It might be like they need to go after Clyde, maybe, if Alec goes 80 yards away. But they're going to have to win on big maps now. And they just lost on their best map. So it's going to be rough for LF Org, I think, to be able to pull this off.
I think that's fair to say. Definitely not, the best matchup for them. It's just weird because it seems like if the RMP knows how to play correct and just play to live and just avoid damage and don't even go for crowd control on the healer, you actually are in the late game. You have so many tools to survive, right? You have the Polymorph, you have the Dragon's Wrath, you have the Ring of Frost. In the early stages of the game, that's when the scoreboard, it doesn't really make sense, right? Because at the early stages of the game, it's like, okay, well, they're doing more healing and more damage. How on earth are they not winning, or at least winning and dampening? But what ends up happening is as the game goes on and healing gets less and less effective, it's better to be the team that has the cooldowns that just slow down damage and crowd control you than be the team that can just heal through the damage, because the healing gets worse, but the crowd control doesn't get worse. So Casual Dads just fully, like, they start pulling ahead in just every kind of way as the game gets late. And that damage, that effective damage, is going to what ultimately wins them and burn Lontar through so much of his mana, where it's, okay, it's 30% dampening, swaps these in a kitty shot, panic, like, we got to keep him alive. But in the meantime, Blizzo's just getting melted too. He's in a Ring of Fire and he's getting Blade Flurry down, and now they just decide to go after Blizzo with a Vanished Kidney Shot on him, and I got to burn through more mana. Meanwhile, Clyde, he has all that control on his side of the map, or on his side of the matchup, and can sustain a lot longer. So it really is, it's a difficult balance for LF Org, because in the past it used to be a strategy where if you just lived as long as possible, eventually you'd be able to run down the RMP, but it doesn't seem that way anymore. You actually have to survive, and not only do you have to survive, you have to also figure out a strategy to kind of run the RMP over, because if you don't, you're just going to inevitably lose the long game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've talked, about some of the answers for RMP. Now, LF Org, before we dig into that, we got to say, first of all, this is match point, guys. And the loser of this series, there is a special prize waiting for them. They have to face off KUNGARNA in round 1 in the finals, and potentially as well, depending on what happens in the Cross-Region Tournament, they might go up against KAWHI as well in the first round of that. And I mean, the finals will have a 300,000 prize pool across both regions. So there's a big chunk of change that you can miss out on if you get KUNGARNA first round and they end up kind of, dominating. They went 7-0 in the circuit. So if they do the same, during the finals, they beat everybody. Well, you probably don't want to be the team that has to go up against them first. And that is what's going to happen to LF Org here if they lose this next match. So, and not only that, there's also going to be, a prize money differential, getting fourth versus getting third. So there's a lot on the line right now for both of these teams. Ben, you look like good.
How does the seeding work for the cross-region tournament? Is the seeding just...
Fourth versus first.
Yeah, but is the
Is
seeding
it based off the
of
EU finals?
Is it based off the EU finals or the circuit finals or the circuit standings?
I think it's the finals because that's the most recent seeding. It's like if you get
I guess-
fourth in the EU finals, that's your seed for the cross region.
No, because we've heard that the seeding here is going to be the same seeding in the cross region. I'm pretty sure it's whatever seeding you get here will be your seeding in the cross region.
Okay, I wasn't 100% sure. Maybe we'll get confirmation on that, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we might need confirmation on that. But
If that is true, like that's massive. Yeah, in the European finals, round one, KUNGARNA, and then the cross region, round one, you're going up against KAWHI. So definitely not the prize you want. 100%. There's a lot on the line for this one.
I feel like it's surprising that like we're worried about a team like LF Org in that situation. Like with the names that are on that team, you wouldn't think that we would be worried. Like you'd think they'd be the team that everybody else wants to avoid, but right now it just seems like they're trying to make their turbo work. Like this is a comp they've been playing as a staple for so many years, but even RMP can out turbo the turbo. They can grind them harder, live longer, and survive more as RMP. So if you can't out turbo them with turbo, like what can you really do here? They're gonna have to mix something up. I think that they tunneled the mage too hard. I think maybe even going after Clyde at certain points in this game could be good for them. And just having Blizzo's trinket during Conk Banner, I feel like it got desynced towards the end of the game, and he didn't have a trinket for it, because that's all that matters for them. Blizzo getting uptime during Conk Banner. Damage outside of that is important for Umi and Clyde, but it's not going to win the game. So if they want to win the game, Blizzo needs to have Medallion. They need to have Lone Tar play aggressive and chastise Clyde during the Conk Banner. And if they can have that happen, they might be able to pull off a win. I do like that they're just splitting their damage. I feel like they got kills on Acro yesterday when we saw No Money Just Funny. They didn't just only tunnel the mage. So just more cleave, more target swapping from them overall, and just mixing it up. I like right now what they're doing, going after Alec and Nixie, just cleaving lightning bolts onto both of them, keeping up the pressure on multiple targets. Oh no, now they're even allocating the blind. They're going full dampen RMP. If they commit blind to Blizzo's trinket during the banner, I don't know if they can win.
Yeah,
I actually don't know if
too.
Elafor can win, because if he's getting kidneyed, disarmed, and blinded, it doesn't matter if he trinkets. This Conk Banner's out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the best thing to do, honestly, for casual dads. If that's the only moment of the game that they can actually lose. Definitely, I like that adaptation. L4 is not going to like that adaptation, as it kind of limits their offense quite a bit in the match, but let's see what they can get done. We got a Stormbolt here on a Clyde, and Alec is going to be taking a little bit of damage. Alec actually getting bursted down, but the Ray of Hope will land from Clyde, and that will ultimately top him off. Big combustion here from Alec, just trying to get up maximum pressure. And ultimately, these setups sometimes look threatening on Blizzo and Swapsy, but what this team is ultimately going for is to burn down the blue bar of Lone Tar. That's the most valuable resource in this match. It's going to be really difficult for them to win pre-dampening with the kind of off-healing that Swapsy and Lone Tar have available to them, but as dampening goes up, if Lone Tar doesn't have mana and Swapsy can't sustain himself, that's exactly what casual dads are playing for.
Yep, 100%. And, we saw it in the last game. Alec, you got forced into his ice block, very early on before dampening. So if they're the only team that can really, be forced to use defensives before, you get into dampening, I would say LF Org 100%. Use every single blind on Blizzard, slow him down, make his life as miserable as possible here. We know what's at stake. You don't want what's at stake right now. You don't want to be the loser of this matchup. So Blizzo going to be trying to make some work happen there onto Alec, but forced to duck back there and intervene Swapsy. And they're going to be swapping over to Nixie right now, using his Cloak of Shadows, using his feint. And he's going to use another feint there potentially. Blinding Blizzo. Blizzo trinkets out of that blind. And Nixie does get stunned. He gets stopped up, but here's a full kidney shot. Here's the boon of the Ascendant. They're immediately going to turn onto Blizzo here. And he's going to have to think twice about trinketing offensively like that. But Blizzo, again, just getting completely shut down in the match. And that's 100% the lineup play that you want to see from casual dads. Just grind them out. You're winning the game late. So just keep Blizzo as defensive as possible. And whenever he's running, hit Swapsy, which is basically what they're doing right now. Swapsy, though, taking a big chunk of damage. Doesn't want to greet it, but he might have to use that Astral Shift. Catches a big heal. Alec back, trying to drag them a little bit away from that pillar. Nixie with a kidney shot onto Swapsy. Chastise onto Blizzo. And Alec going to go for a Ring of Frost there as well. They do get the disarm onto Blizzo. And, Blizzo, on his recklessness, he's getting disarmed. He's getting chastised. He's getting blinded on his Conqueror's banner. It just looks like a nightmare right now for him to get any kind of damage out to be effective in the match. And again, he gets met with a kidney shot, mind control into Swapsy, and they're just going to keep up the pressure, keep up swapping between Swapsy and Blizzo. And Casual Dads, so far, looking bulletproof.
Yeah, if they keep up this defense, they're going to get into dampening, and we've seen what happens. Swapsy and Blizzo just kind of floundering around to try and stay alive or even connect to a target. So Casual Dads definitely knowing the matchup, knowing their win condition. It reminds me similarly to when Alec and Nixie won BlizzCon with their Windwalker Arcane Mage, with Alec running laps away from all of the cleaves and Nixie just completely preventing them from connecting. It's very similar now with the Outlaw and Fire Mage here in this tournament, and they're looking to try and force LF Oregon to 4th place, which then means they're just going to be food for KUNGARNA at that point if they can't figure out the matchup. Blizzo stunned up, trades Enraged Regen, which makes sense here for the combustion of Alec, although it's overlapped with the Guardian Spirit, and now is trying to connect. It seems like they're focused a bit more on the Nixie. They're going to blast at the Conk banner. They Dragon's Breath Blizzo. That's a mistake. He's on blind DR right now. I feel like that was... I guess Nixie doesn't have blind, actually. It's fine that they did that. He's getting uptime, though. Where's the dismantle? Where's the kidney shot, Nixie? What is going on? There's dismantle. Oh, but they got the cauterize already. The dismantle was too late. They're kind of getting sloppy here with shutting down the Conqueror's banner. Unfortunately, though, for Blizzo is that if he does get CC'd on the next banner, it's probably unlikely that they get blocked and his caught will come off cooldown. So, like, Blizzo has to kind of hope that Nixie just, like, flubs up big again, like 2 Conk banners in a row, and then Blizzo can possibly win the game with his Conk banner. Otherwise, if Nixie's on point, I don't know if they can do it.
We'll have to wait and see. Dampening is just kicked in. Stun now on Nixie's and make a swap on him. He will be getting gripped away. Alec with his shifting power, resetting a lot of his cooldowns there. He does have the combustion, rotating back up as a full blind on Blizzo, but not really getting too much done. Maybe just looking for a drink on Clyde, but Clyde actually not even really going for that. So kind of curious as to why they decided to shut down damage there. It didn't seem like it was really a scary moment of the match whatsoever, but they felt the need to slow down Blizzo, and now Blizzo's going to be happy to get nice and aggressive here. Gets a Recklessness proc. Kitty shot on Blizzo now. Alec doing big damage here with the combustion and the Ring of Fire. Massive pressure onto Blizzo. Can they take him down? It's very unlikely at this point. That would have been a really nice moment to have a blind on Lone Tar. Maybe could start getting some of those defensive cooldowns out of the way, but I think Casual Dads kind of knows their win condition. They don't need to get overly aggressive. Just try to survive as long as possible, get the damage out, and play to the same win condition we saw in game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, and we're at 8% dampening here, so let's see if they can do it. And we're going to see Blizzo right now getting disarmed, still popping off. Some big damage here onto Nixie. Nixie responds with the kidney shot. Blizzo actually going to go after Swapsy a little bit in that kidney shot. It looks like Nixie wants to go after Blizzo and Alec wants to go after Swapsy. So that means Blizzo and Swapsy are going to go on to Alec. Blizzo gets blinded on his Conk banner into a chastise. He doesn't have a kidney, but Nixie can't disarm Blizzo right now because of that counter chastise, actually. So beautifully done. Blizzo will get a little bit of uptime, but it's not going to be too much here. I mean, yeah, that's rough. That was his Conqueror's banner. Now he's putting a kidney shot. Here comes the damage. Big hits coming in here from the boot of the Ascended from Clyde, and it looks like Blizzo will get topped off with a Guardian Spirit from Lontar. Lontar doing really, really well in terms of mana. Really been doing a great job managing his mana so far, but I begin to wonder if Clyde won't sneak away here potentially for a drink soon, stabilize his mana, and then we might see more of what we've been seeing in the other 2 games. Swapsy gets the Fey Guardians, gets the Intervene to survive that one, gets the Stormbolt onto Nixie now. Blizzo popping off once again. Getting offensive here, but Blizzo in dangerous time. Full counterspell secured. He might just go down in here. Alec with enough damage to take him out. And LF Org will be walking away from this one 0-3. Casual Dads showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. And they are going to be taking the clean sweep here.
Definitely experts in matchups like this. Outside of that one dismantle, but like I said, you'd have to make that mistake like 3 times, and you have 2 minutes to remember not to make it, right? Like, the chances that you make that mistake 3 times in a row and you lose the game, I feel like is really low here. Casual Dads have found like a bulletproof strategy to stop LF Org from having any opportunities to end the game, and that means that if they can get deeper into dampening, eventually the Outlaw Rogue and Fire Mage damage overwhelms them. So Casual Dads now with a strategy that I'm sure KUNGARNA also watched as well. And even SK Gaming, if they want to utilize this composition in this matchup, means that LF Org might have to change comp now. Like this, after watching this, it's like there's no way I can't see Turbo winning this matchup. If they're losing on their best maps, getting out-maned, getting out-pressured, and with this new strategy of just CC the Conk banner, prevent Blizzo from connecting during it. It's the only time. I guess that's the downside of Swapsy playing Necro. Maybe there would be another kill window if he's Venthyr. So maybe they need to try going back to Venthyr with that. But I mean, maybe they wouldn't live as long if he wasn't Necro as well. So it's a really tough call. But having only your damage in Conqueror's banner, it's just too easy for casual dads to shut you down. And eventually you get overwhelmed. Like right here, I love the fear on Swapsy, Counterspell, and Lone Tar. They immediately shifted gears from defense. LF Org weren't ready for it and just got knocked out in game 3. And that's the thing, is like casual dads don't have to only play defense. They can just flip the switch and play offense, and suddenly the game is over for you too. So this is a very scary composition right now in the meta. LF Org looked like they had promise yesterday, but now with casual dads and their performance, seeing their strategy with the matchup, I'm starting to think this isn't going to work for them. They're going to have to go back and theory craft something else, practice something else for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that. Watching this matchup play out, if they have to go up against casual dads as well as Kungana, I feel like Kungana is going to be able to do this strategy as well, especially after seeing it kind of implemented here. So LF Org, I think it's back to the drawing board for them, because if they want to have any shot of winning the finals, they're definitely going to need to come up with something else besides this. And I mean, casual dads, to their credit, this is the strategy that they're best at. It's kind of the strategy they used when they won BlizzCon as well. Like you mentioned, Sid, this kind of defensive rogue mage where it's just all about living, making good, effective trades. You don't need to get crazy counter spells, or sorry, you don't need to get crazy crowd control chains. It's just all about living, shutting down their damage, good positioning in terms of defense, and then when you can flip the switch, get aggressive, land a counter spell, win the game. So just after watching the series, it seems like this style of RMP has a chance to win in the early game with just a counterspell like we just saw, and also as the game gets later and later, it seems to go even more in their favor. So definitely LF Org, they got to figure something else out.
Yeah, casual dads, just too good. And yeah, gonna see them claim 3rd place. LF Org, they're still gonna be qualifying, so this is in a great spot. And yeah, gonna be good.
They're gonna have to hope that I mean, they've got 3 other teams that can run this comp that have 3 weeks to get even better at it, right? Like, I mean, LF Org could keep trying to run this matchup, but I feel like the way that it's shifting is that RMPs are just going to get better into them, whereas, like, they're not going to really, like, what can they change? Blizzo trinkets kidney so he gets disarm blind, or he trinkets blind so he can get disarm kidney, or he trinkets kidney so he gets disarm blinded. Like, I can't see, like, maybe he plays Holy Ward, but I feel like you lose way too much healing on the Holy Priest to try to, like, pre-Holy Ward the Warrior. Where do you improve there to try and make sure the Conk banner, he has to Bladestorm and hope that they put a CC into Bladestorm? Like, that's the only way they can win.
They don't have Outlaw either. They don't have Outlaw.
Yeah, their team
Ret.
is... I was actually wanting them to run Demo Unholy, but Swapsy is both the Demo lock and the Unholy DK. I was actually thinking that could be a different shift for them in terms of direction, but they can't run it. So it's like Mage Lock. I mean, maybe Mage Lock would be better with Tessia and Demo, and Swapsy on Demo and Tessia on Mage. Warrior Mage I don't see working for them. Ellie Demo, they could try Ellie Demo into non-sub ones, like into teams like Casual Dads. They could run Ellie Demo, and then Kungana, I don't know what you're going to do, but SK Gaming and Casual Dads, I feel like they could do Demo Ellie. Maybe try and win with a damp strategy there with the range damage. Like, we saw Ellie comps. That was the only class that beat Kungana was in a game was an Ellie. So, like, bringing an Ellie Shaman comp with a Demo lock into these outlaw RMPs, not the sub ones, might be their only shot.
We got confirmation, by the way. The seeding for the Cross-Regional Tournament will be based on the Grand Finals. So
okay,
at least LF Org won't be going up against KAWHI round 1. So that does make sense. It's most recent play.
Potentially. So. You never know.
Yeah.
Given the current stance.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. At least it's not solidified right now.
They could just go into Kungana and then into Casual Dads just back to back, depending on how the bracket works out. So, yeah, their road is definitely uncertain, but that is good to know about the standings. Then I guess we'll have to wait and see what that is going to happen, or how that is exactly going to work moving into the Cross-Regional Tournament a little bit later on. We can see here the final standings for Europe. The KUNGARNA absolutely dominant, 7-0, game record 21-1. They have the exact opposite record of Delirium, who kind of struggled, honestly, with their Red Warrior. It was just, it's actually really interesting to see, though, like how evenly kind of matched, like SK Gaming, Casual Dads, LF Org, Bugs. I mean, Bugs had a pretty solid match record as well. I mean, if you look at LF Org, they went 14-12, and then for the side of Bugs, they went 16-13. So very comparable there. It was a lot of close competition. I think one of the, I don't want to say super disappointing performance, but for MYWAY, obviously didn't have the performance that they necessarily wanted. Their jungle cleave just wasn't able to kind of contend with all of these rogue mage priests that kind of came out of Europe. A lot of the teams kind of adapting to the meta, picking up that composition. It was just a big struggle for MYWAY.
Yeah, definitely. MYWAY. I mean, they were the team to beat last year. They were the team that won the whole thing, and now gonna be rough for them. They didn't make it, but who knows what the future holds? And for them, unfortunate meta, unfortunate to be a 3-man roster for Bugs, 4-3, but also barely didn't qualify. And for Bugs as a new team, I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic performance, I would say. Like Bugs really, keeping up with the other rosters here. I mean, if you look at the other rosters, what do we have here? We have SK Gaming. I mean, they don't need an introduction. It's a, Ascarath, BlizzCon winner, Maru runner-up, Deepai runner-up, KUNGARNA, BlizzCon winners, Casual Dads, BlizzCon winners, LF Org, 3-time BlizzCon winners. So, I mean, if you look at Europe, I mean, this is the top 4 is definitely heavy. But speaking of the top 4, we are going straight to the top 1 here. KUNGARNA is going to be here ready.
Oh no, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you. Can we hear each other? There we go. Hi guys. How are you guys doing?
I cannot hear her.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it good?
I can hear you at least.
Yeah. No, I
Okay,
hear you. I
cool.
hear you. I'm just asking if you hear us.
Okay, good. Yeah, I can hear you guys. All right. Well, first of all, how's it going? You guys had an amazing season. You guys didn't, drop a single series. That's gotta feel pretty awesome.
Yeah, it feels great. We put in a lot of work this year, so
I don't know. I can't
played
hear
almost every
anyone.
night.
Can't hear Chaz. Can't hear Raikou. Can't hear Aya.
We hear you though.
We can hear y'all. I just see you guys laughing. This is cringe.
I will whisper you. I'll DM you.
Yeah, someone transcribe what I'm saying, but yeah, Chaz or Raikou, you guys can answer the question. I'll tell Meth that we can hear him. We're gonna get the tech issues sorted out, but yeah. So it sounds like you guys had. You did okay, good. So you guys had a lot of practice behind the scenes. Obviously, a tremendous amount of work went through being able to get through an entire circuit completely undefeated. Talk to me a little bit about your guys' work regime.
We played every single night, all from like 6 p.m. to like 3 a.m. almost. We tried to get as many wargames as we could, and if we usually how it works is you don't wargame the teams you're facing like that weekend. So if we needed practice elsewhere, we would ask the American teams to play us, for example, to get the extra games in.
Yeah,
for
nice.
specific matchups that we didn't know what to do against.
Gotcha. So Chaz, this question comes directly from Zico. He wants to know what it feels like to be the only undefeated player in AWC.
Well, this year it was very special because I haven't been able to play yet because I feel like Druid needs some more love. But it feels great. I'm very proud of my team performing this well without me.
Yeah, must be nice being able to watch them succeed so well. So we know that the Cross-Region Tournament is going to be coming up after the finals. I'm curious about your guys' take on KAWHI, how you feel about them as a team, and if you think that you'd be able to beat them basically.
I mean, KAWHI obviously looks really, really strong. And we have wargamed US teams now in the past, especially the last couple of weeks. The biggest hurdle we have been experiencing is the West Coast tournament realm. Having almost 200 latency is not super playable, I would say.
and it would be much more like fair, I think, for the competitors if it was played on East Coast tournament realm, where the ping is more evenly matched. So that's a big problem so far. But I think KAWHI is a great team, and it will be hard no matter what region we play in.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that, you know, the casters on the desk and a lot of the audience is really looking forward to being able to see that, because, I mean, you guys have been kind of reigning supreme over here in EU, and they've been reigning supreme over there in NA, so it'll be super exciting. So lastly, I want to know, you know, the future of this team. You've got finals coming up, but beyond that, are you guys looking forward for anything in particular with the new expansion coming up in Dragonflight?
Well, it's gonna be fun to see the new healer. Personally playing healer, finally getting a new healer. I think the last one was Mist Fever. So I'm excited for the Invoker, I believe it's called.
Yeah. Raikou, anything from you?
I'm excited for new talent trees. It looks like you can do many like cool things. Maybe get some deep freeze back. I mean, I'll try to play the new class as well as a caster. I play Demon Hunter, so I would like to play like all the new classes coming out. So that's cool, and I don't know, I'm just excited. Rated solo queue and stuff. Like, that's really cool as well. So there's a lot of cool things. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, the next time we'll see you guys will be in the finals. So any final thoughts on that? You guys prepared? You ready to go? Gonna go practice a bunch more?
Yeah, for sure. We're taking like a week break, I think. Like, was a dream hack, and people kind of want to relax a bit. We've been working kind of hard this season, so we're taking a little bit of a break, and yeah, then we're gonna play every single day, I think, again.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you guys for stopping to interview with us. Unfortunately, Meh is here in spirit, but can't hear anything we're saying. So maybe say hi to him for me. But thank you guys so much. And we're going to head to a break.
All right, here we go. Hey, we're going to have Powerman versus NOVUS. NOVUS has been looking really good in the mirror so far. Besting Cloud9, inning 3-0. They picked up a lot of momentum, a lot of steam. Potentially go on a dream run here. Let's see if they can take down the Powerman. That's going to be step number 1. At the same time, though, Powerman, no easy opponent here. Super T's, this team has been looking really solid also.
Yeah, I feel like Aang in particular, his ability to survive throughout miracle after miracle, every moment of the games that he is in has been very impressive. So will Novus be trying to race down Aang, one of the most difficult mages to kill, or will we see those resonator swaps onto Daze? Novus is the only team to implement that tech for their rogue mage, and it caught Cloud9 completely off guard, got in their heads, and allowed them to beat Cloud9, giving them an opportunity to potentially have a Cinderella story and qualify into the top 4 in North America if they can manage to pull off a win here against Powermen, and then some other things also go their way. So let's see if they can do it. They immediately start on Daze, and they're going to get him life grip to safety, but he's still polymorph onto Tuna. Daze is going to faint, get right onto Dopamine. Looks like Powermen are not going to waste any time. They're going to go with the standard strategy of the mage race. Palomar as well, going after Aang a little bit in this position, as the surprise kill onto Daze did not work out for them. And the thing is Novus, if these surprises don't work, if Powermen are unfazed and can just maintain in the mage race, I do think that that is going to be a safer line to victory.
No, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see exactly how it does play out. Palmer actually getting swapped in here. Resonator get a drop. Dave's taking that tech and using it for himself. So both these rogues going to be in trouble due to that Resonator trinket. Potential lethal damage coming in. Palmer now looking to shut down Tuna. Can he get any crowd control on him? He's just stuck at the pillar right now. Dazed actually trades out his Cloak of Shadows. Aggressive to stay on Dopamine. Powermen really want to get aggressive here. Can they get the cauterize? It's a huge hit of damage. Dopamine gets gripped away. Whaler going to just split up. I love that, what Whaler just did. He grips Dopamine and then immediately soul shapes away to create space, making it much more difficult for the side of Daze to actually land crowd control on both players. You want to have space against the Outlaw Rogue, otherwise it's too easy for him to crowd control multiple targets.
Yeah, and now we're going to see, and start on to Daze, he's forced to trinket, he's forced to use Vanish, Sprint, using a lot of cooldowns there. He doesn't have a Cloak of Shadows, so Daze is going to be very exposed here. They didn't commit the Resonator, I believe, so I'm pretty sure that they're going to have that for that big KO swap that we saw on Chun-Li and the rest of Cloud9. Now Palomar in a kidney. Not too much damage to back that one up. And Palomar's going to get disarmed as well. And it's interesting because in Europe, it's been all about the mage race. It's been all about rushing the mage down. Most of the kidneys are going on the healers. But in North America, every single kidney is going on the rogues. Busts are going on the rogues, and they're really trying to set up around killing those rogues when they don't have that 3-minute CD trinket. So a bit of a different style, I would say, in North America, but right now it's going to be Dopamine. He's taking some damage there. He does catch a big heal in the backline from Whaler, and we've talked about it a little bit, but Novus, what a Cinderella story for this team. If Novus beats the Powerman, which I would say is an upset, and Cloud9 loses, Novus will be the last team to qualify. They're going for it right now. Daze has no trinket.
No way.
No out. And they are just absolutely gunning for it. This Novus team, I don't know what they've done during this last week, but they are absolutely on fire, making Powerman look like C9 did yesterday here in game number 1.
I was going to say, I have a sneaking suspicion that Novus has been wargaming a lot against 3.5 Men. I feel like they're like kind of practice partners. Because 3.5 Men is another team, like Calvish, for example, is another one of these RMP teams that does implement, a lot of rogue swaps, and I feel like they've kind of maybe just evolved the matchup between themselves. I could be dead wrong about that, but I know they are friends and they talk a lot, so yeah, I feel like if you have a practice partner and you can just practice these rogue swaps and make it look as clean as we're seeing from Novos, I mean, at this point, the last 2 days, they're 4-0 in these mirrors, and I'm pretty sure they've killed a rogue every single game.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And to your point about practice partners, I mean, based on how they're playing, I do feel like the only other RMP that kind of plays a similar style would be 3.5 Men. So there could very much be some truth into that. And also, the fact is that they just look way better. Like, we usually don't see it. Like, I mean, look at that. Dragon's Breath into Kidney, full blind onto Tuna, no IQD, offensive cloak so he doesn't get Dragon's Breath, Resonators down. It's just a perfect go twice. it's a damp matchup if you're going off to the mage, and both teams are playing very well defensively. But you get two clean setups like that on the rogue or on the priest. First time they're gonna trinket, they're gonna survive, but the second time they got nothing. So it's nice to see Novus here putting on a show for their last showing potentially of the year. I mean, if Cloud9 loses, if Novus, all Novus can do is win here. But I would say, I don't know about you guys, but if we go by my RMP tier list, Novus was at the bottom. Powerman, they were sitting towards the middle, I think, and Cloud9 actually was sitting towards the top. So the fact that they beat Cloud9 doesn't look like an anomaly, you know? It actually looks like Novus has just leveled up.
I feel like what's interesting about this is most teams, when they're struggling, like when they're trying to think of what they need to do better, it's almost always defense. How can we dampen harder? I'm going to wear 2 tank trinkets, says Wealthy Man. I'm not even going to wear a trinket. Like, I'm just going to... How much more defensive can I go? Can I get more versatility? Can I run a talent that gives me more shields? Like, that seems to be the default for players in tournament setting. But Novus are doing like the opposite. It's like, how can I get more damage? Can I run a resonator? Can I go after the rogue? And it's like that because offense is usually not paid off. It's more often than not the defensive strategies, building yourself to be as tanky as possible, that has historically won world championships and attritioning your opponents. So this would be kind of the first time potentially if Novus can pull this off, somehow qualify into the top 4. Say they have a good performance there. We go cross-region, like they take some games off KUNGARNA with offense. Like it might be maybe a shifting point potentially if they can manage to do that. It's a tall order. It's a tall order for a team like Novus.
Let's just focus on qualifying first.
You know,
yeah.
coming from the ladder, like just a bunch of ladder grinders coming out here into the tournaments and trying to make it work with their own playstyle.
It's like
and not falling into the thought process that all the competitive players have at this point. I think like I can't think of a single competitive team that doesn't think we need more defense when they lose rather than we need more offense.
What's really interesting that I've noticed is teams like Novus and 3.5 Men, these RMPs that are kind of RMP mains, and they have that kind of subtlety rogue mindset. Like the subtlety rogue RMP mindset is, how do we make it so nobody can move their character and then we one-shot them? Like that's the strategy for RMP. And Novus is actually doing that now as Outlaw with these resonators. Like we saw that at the end, Polymore, he goes for a cheap shot on the priest, into a gouge, into a blind. What can you do? You just instant CC into CC into CC. And in the meantime, you have Dazed, who is just getting polymorphed into Dragon's Breath, into polymorph, into kidney shot, into dead. And you figure out a way to isolate a target, keep them out of the game, make it so they can't really do anything. At that point, all you're working against is their trinket, right? So instead of going after the mage who has a blink set of stun and his ice block and you trinket out, you just get the trinket from the rogue, trinket from the priest, and you have the overwhelming damage. You just win the game early.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fantastic to see, even on the final day, on the final circuit day here, we're still seeing people being innovative, figuring out new ways to kind of close out the match, finding new win conditions. And it's nice to see here. Let's see if Novus can rinse and repeat that, because I would say Powerman's biggest strength in the RMP mirrors has been Aang. Aang has been just a live lord, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter if Aang is a live lord if they're going after Dazed, and Dazed gets chastised into a Dragon's Breath, and Polymore does connect with the kidney. I can't believe he didn't pre-feint that. I feel like that was an easy feint for sure, but Dazed, either way, will recover. He got the Fey Guardians on his side, and now looking to get aggressive onto Dopamine. So Mage Race versus Rogue Race. The Rogue Race got nothing. Let's see if the Mage Race nets them anything here. You're going to see Whaler actually in the backline right now, using the Fey Guardians as well, trying to reduce some of that damage, and he's using some Serenity Charges there as well. Goes for a Flash Heal, and he picks up Dopamine. So both teams actually using nothing. Tuna in a full blind. Now, what are they going to do here? Are they going to go after Tuna here? Maybe they're going to try to go after Dazed. Actually, they do get him out. Cheap shot into... actually, it looks like they might go after Tuna here. I'm thinking this CC chain is pretty long, but it's actually going to be Aang that will be the target, and no big stun go that you would kind of expect when you're seeing Novus. Usually when they set up with the blind like that, it means that they're going to go after the guy who got blinded or the rogue. But in this case, they do mix it up, get the mage low. They get the Guardian Spirit, and likewise, Whaler does use his Guardian Spirit, but Dopamine in some trouble. Whaler using his IQD right there. So Whaler with no cooldowns left right now. And I mean, honestly, in this situation, this is a perfect situation. Rogue has every defensive, Mage has every defensive. If they can connect on Wailor before he has a Guardian Spirit, or if he uses his next Guardian Spirit on somebody else, and you have Combustion on Aang, I think they should just go after the Priest and take him down. But we'll see what they do right now. Both Mages default into a Mage race. It looks like Aang is going to be on the receiving end of that one. More following up with a Gouge into a Sheep here onto the Tuna. And Aang is going to Aang on here, and he will be essentially fine here. Going for a Sheep onto Wailor, gets kicked on it. And that means that Tuna can free cast in the back line. Aang is going to be completely fine.
Yeah, as we see both teams, a slight lead, I would say, to Novus in terms of mana at this point, with Fey Guardians out. That may shift, depending on who can regenerate more mana during this time. And Palomar just committed to Aang, still trying to work their way through the IQD of Tuna before maybe swapping to Dazed. They've actually got Dazed at half health here for a swap. Dopamine's getting blasted, though. Trying to blink away with Mirror Mage's Altar. Altar's back here and recovers alongside Wailor. But Wailor's caught in a Chastise. Tuna blinks onto him for a Fear. They go for a Blind instead. Might have been a waste of the Fear. They're actually swapping to Palomar. The Resonator got dropped there, and I'm not sure, is that Dazed Resonator? Is he actually trying to run that now as well? He is. Dazed is trying to Resonator, and this is the thing, like, maybe they're in their heads. Maybe Novus are going to get into the other RMP's heads. Like, they're the only ones running Resonator swap Rogue. And yesterday we saw Cloud9, like, they just got messed up. Not sure what to do with that strategy that was being thrown at them, and now potentially that's happening to Powermen, and copying your homework on a day's notice might not be the best move here. Aang with a nice Altar, getting back into midfield. Palomar stunned up here, has evasion up after it. He shouldn't be. I'm actually mind controlled back into the rooms, trying to move the Rogue as much as possible and limit their damage. Definitely an important component if this game gets into dampening, or for any extended duration, is limiting the Rogue's damage. Aang recovers here with Tuna's healing in the back. Wailor playing far away at the moment, still trying to just work on resetting Dopamine's Combustion in the meantime. They're polymorphing Dazed. They're setting up on Aang. Ring of Fire is down onto him. He's going to drop a Ring of Fire onto Dopamine, but Aang is losing in this exchange right now, as both teams appear to be comfortable just chasing. Oh, that instant purge on Aang's Combustion. He is super salty about that. He's going to get no value out of his Combustion whatsoever. And now Dopamine with Combustion available, and no Fey Guardians on Tuna has a big opportunity. Dopamine's going to shove it here. Is he going to get it? No, he gets kidneyed. Both mages just getting shut down on their combustions. Aang is forced to retreat, though, nonetheless. Getting back to the pillar as Daze continues to build up momentum on Dopamine. Palomar looking like he wants to figure out what target he wants to go after, whether it's Daze or Aang. He does decide to grappling hook towards Aang, walks into a Dragon's Breath, and I think Tuna is drinking. Dopamine's going to flame strike him towards the left. Now Wailor is likely drinking, as both these teams are anticipating this one to go into dampening. We see another swap to Dazed on a Kidney. Not enough damage to finish, but they get the sap out of the blind. Fear on Aang. Nice cross CC by Novus here. Can they cut down Dazed? It looks like they don't even want to keep going after him. It's just Dopamine blasting him, but having two targets on one rather than splitting your damage here seems a little bit risky. Mana is even, and we're 15 seconds away from dampening.
Yep, dampening going to be kicking in relatively soon here. Combustion available for Aang. Who are they going to be able to go after? Everyone really has defensive cooldowns right now. Big setup here onto Dazed once again, and I would actually like to see the Powerman go after Palomar a little bit more in this match. I feel like he's trading a lot of his defensives offensively in the match. A Fear now onto Wailor. They're just going for Dopamine. Just all-out mage race. And let's see if they can do it. I mean, that's kind of the standard play right now in Europe. Go after the mage, clean crowd control on the priest, and try to just get out the most pressure possible. But teams like NOVUS really mixing it up, going after the rogue, trying to punish when Daze is using his Cloak of Shadows and his Vanish to get anything going, and that way doesn't really have too many more survivability buttons. You can see Daze actually switch over to Cheat Death, so he's going to have Cheat Death now, which could absolutely make the difference. If they decide to go after Daze and actually take him down, like in game number 1, I can't help but feel like he would have actually survived. So I think it's a great adaptation here from the side of Powermen, and it makes Palomar actually a little bit more vulnerable on the rogue in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see if that Cheat Death pays off, and it should. I mean, potentially. And in the mage race right now, both teams are somewhat even, but Wailor is definitely falling behind heavily in terms of mana. That is the one thing where Tuna has a clear advantage. Aang right now ripping in with the combustion. He procs him. He gets the he gets the cauterize and the block. Wailor's in a full sap. Can they master spell it as well? They're trying to go for the kill here. Tuna's there with the mind control. Tuna, can he get it? Wailor comes out, and he will connect Guardian Spirit. Dopamine, though, had to use literally every cooldown in the game there, and that is the Powerman. making a big power play there, getting all of the mage cooldowns out of the way. Now on the next blind, which is up for Dazed in about 40 seconds, it's going to be a tough situation for Dopamine to survive. He's going to have to have a really nice alter time and just kite with his blink, but he gets caught up in a kidney. He might not even make it to that point right now. Dazed all over him, doing so much work. And it really is up to Palomore. This moment here between now and when Dopamine potentially gets KO'd, this is all Palomore. He needs to either set something up. He's going for a kidney shot. They're going for the combustion here. They're going for Dazed, but again, it doesn't look like Dazed is even going to be touched by that damage. That combustion, I mean, Dopamine is running with his combustion, so really not able to get any work done. And now he's caught up in a kidney shot. Ring of Fire coming out from Aang. He has counterspell on his shifting power. Kidney shot onto Palomore. They're going for a rogue swap. Here's the Resonator. It's down. Whaler going to be ripping Palomore to safety there, so that Resonator really not getting the most amount of value, but still Dopamine taking some good pressure here from the combustion of Aang. Aang actually didn't even pop combustion there. He still has it in his back pocket, so Aang really going to be able to do a lot of work here if they set that up. Dazed has blind. I think they're setting up for the KO. Can they find it? That is the question now. They sheep up Dazed here. They're looking to set up on the opposite side here, potentially onto Dazed, but Aang's going to pop his combustion. They got CC onto Tuna. Tuna not able to find it onto Whaler, though. Aang is going to be dropping quite low. Dopamine is going to drop quite low. They both got Guardian Spirit right now, and it looks like both teams will survive, but Whaler's mana bar, I mean, he can't do anything with that mana. He needs to go and drink right now, and it looks like he will be making his way over to that pillar to look for a drink, but look at Tuna. Tuna is swimming right after him, making sure that he cannot get any mana whatsoever. He gets chastised. Tuna gets gouged, though, so Whaler actually will get the first fear, and that might be enough to set him up for a drink. For now, though, both teams hang on.
Yeah, let's see if Novus can stay alive. Another swap onto Dazed here. Can they drop him? 1 second left on the kidney shot. As he survives it, he activates Feint and should be able to stay on target here. Dopamine in so much trouble. They're going to need a Palomore miracle here if they want to win here. I think trying to race the mage at this point is lost. Killing Dazed is their only option, but if Powermen are prepared for that, they could field for him. So the worst thing you could do as an RMP is have your options be predictable. You see blind on Whaler, kidney on Dopamine, sheep on Palomore, sap for follow-up. Dopamine's in a lot of trouble right now as Tuna comes out of this blind. If they can't get follow-up, you can connect a Holy Fire and just close the game. Here comes the Holy Fire onto Dopamine into a Shadow or Death. Smite spam, that's it. Wild Seed has been procced. Is it going to get popped, though, as Whaler rolls over? Is he going to be able to save it? He's got Guardian Spirit. He will not. The Powermen rush out with standard play, not letting Novus get to them in game one.
Yeah, I think it was really smart. I mean, even if they did manage to take down Dazed, like I called out, he would have the cheat death. And it's like a very fine, like a little margin for error for actually taking down a rogue. You barely do it. Like every time we see an outlaw rogue go down, it's very narrowly where, you know, it's the last like half a second of the stun and then they get dropped. If you have the cheat death, you get out of the stun, you can cloak, you can vanish, you can do, you know, many things to survive. I think it's going to be different. So I think that's a really intelligent adaptation. I think it takes away a little bit of the value as well in the Resonator trinket because you're not going to be able to have those kind of fantastical all-ins. And this one, the Powermen, I think in terms of the mage race, they were just ahead, right? They just played out kind of a standard game. They weren't caught off guard by anything that Novus was doing. And ultimately, they were able to take down Dopamine. You can see at this point, Cauterize is down, Ice Block is down. It's a couple minutes later after getting that Ice Block. Pressure's high. I mean, dampening is really high as well. Dopamine gets caught into a full stun. Whaler gets caught into a blind, into a full sap. And there's a lot of pressure here. And Palomore is trying to do what he can. Throws a blind on Tuna, but ultimately Dazed shuts him down with a kidney shot. There's still a Ring of Frost on Whaler, and Dopamine and Whaler are just way too far away. Whaler does what he can with the Guardian Spirit, but if he was just in line of sight, Whaler actually has quite a bit of cooldowns to keep him alive. So maybe a small positional error there by Dopamine ended up costing them that game, but still, I mean, the game was not exactly going in their favor, even if they did survive there.
Yeah, you saw it on the last kind of moment of that replay as well. When Dazed got kidney shot, he just trinketed out of it. So he still had his human ratio. He still had basically every cooldown to work with there. And for the gang here on the side of Novus, game number one looked very dominating. But game number two, that's the thing. Powerman, they've adapted. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. Most teams, when they adapt, they increase their defense. And that's exactly what Dazed has done. Trading out his feint, getting the cheat death. And really, I don't think we've seen Novus. I mean, I might be wrong on this, but I don't think we've seen Novus actually win the mage race. I think most of their RMP wins are them taking down a rogue. They might have won some games on the mage race, but it's definitely more of their wins are them killing rogues. So I wonder what Novus can do now, because now maybe they, you know, if they know about the sheet dev, then what are they going to do? Are they going to just turn it into a standard mage race and try to play that game? I feel like that's where Power Men, that's where they really like to shine. So I feel like that's where Ang can get a lot of work done. So it's interesting. One adaptation from Days, and now all of a sudden, Rogue strategy doesn't seem nearly as deadly, and it's going to be up to Novus to adapt here. And we'll see what Whaler decides to do as well. Maybe if he can sneak away, get some earlier drinks. Or something like that could be good for them.
I kind of wonder. We are going to be going to a large map, so that is selected by Novus. So potentially just wanting to pull Dazed out of position a little bit more, but it's not going to be too much better than what we saw in Ashelmane's Fall. Kind of curious to see what they're going to do. Like, how are they going to have cleaner setups on the Rogue, if that's going to be their game plan, or if they're just going to switch their attention and switch their focus to just going on an all-out kind of mage race and try to just beat the Power Men at their own game. Definitely curious, because I think it is interesting that you mentioned that. Normally when Novus is winning these RMP mirrors, it's not after kind of like the standard mage race. It's by getting a little bit fancy in the matchup, going after the rogue, and it's worked out decently for them so far. They've won 4 out of the last 5 games they've played this weekend, so definitely not out of it yet. But Powerman looking really good in that last game.
Yeah, let's see it. Dazed in stealth here. And he's got the shark buff right now. He's like a shark in the water, backed up by Tuna. And Ang and Invis going to come out of Invis now. So Dazed potentially looking to make his move. He gets a little bit close there to Dopamine. Ang pushing in as well. And I think they're just going to want to wait, because Dazed, he doesn't want to open up here onto Dopamine and then get stunned by Palomar and potentially be in a situation where he's just going to immediately get combusted. So Dazed wants to start. He wants to wait for Palomar potentially to get out. Look at that Dragon's Breath onto Dazed. Full blind onto Tuna. Here comes the cheap shot. Here comes the kidney. And here comes the Resonator. And that's going to be Tuna. I think he used the IQD there late in the blind, but I'm not entirely sure. However, Tuna does respond with Guardian Spirit. And it will be Dazed surviving. And that was kind of a pretty decent opener so far, I would say, for Novus, especially if they did get that IQD there. Just going to have to see a little bit later. Dazed again in a kidney shot. Big damage coming in here. We get something on Tuna, though. Tuna is just healing through it. No problems whatsoever right now. And then now finally, Powermen going to be making their way onto Dopamine and look to start up the mage race.
All right, I think they're going to have to, with Dazed playing Sheet Death. Maybe they can get some cleave damage on Dazed, because he's not going to have the added bonus of elusiveness for his feint, and maybe win on mana. But like committing for that all in, I'm not sure if it's going to work. The Kidney and Dazed again going after him, trying to finish him, but Tuna's in a great spot to heal him in line of sight. Palomar's going to gouge him for a moment. It looks like he was dotted with Ignite. That gouge is going to break. Dazed is now charging towards Dopamine, trying to set up for Ang's combustion here, as Dopamine is getting blasted out right now. Insane pressure onto Dopamine here in game number 3. They get cauterized. They come close to getting ice blocked. Palomar still cleaving Dazed and Ang, trying to keep that spread pressure, and the spread pressure is doing a decent job of taxing Tuna's mana. He's about 30% behind, but Novus need to do a better job of protecting their vital cooldowns here. That cauterize out of the way, a 5-minute cooldown is going to give opportunities for the Power Men here moving forward. Ang has got Palomar on his back. Offensive Cloak of Shadows, trying to sap the drink on Tuna, I think, here. He's going to gouge him. Ang is still at half with Alter Time up. Palomar's rolling over to Dazed. Gets a grappling hook kidney shot on his evasion. These kidney shots from Palomar have been really good. Twice now Dazed is stunned during his evasion, which is typically dodging a stun, so getting behind his target, trying to add some extra damage onto the scoreboard to win on pressure. We see Ring of Fire down here, trying to get even more pressure. Dopamine blinks away from it, trying to escape. Whaler activating the Fey Guardians right on the kidney shot. Going to reduce a lot of damage there. Whaler in position, fears Ang. They're swapping to Tuna, mixing it up here. I actually like this swap to Tuna. They might just kill him outright if he doesn't have IQD. He's going to break out with the Human Ray Shell and survive with the Guardian Spirit. But if the Rogue is running Cheat Death, Fire Mage is up a cauterize, up a block, swap into the healer could definitely be a good option. It's showing potential for the future, but now Dopamine needs to survive to that future. Beautiful alter time, but they still reconnect. He's trying to escape, blinking away, getting those blazing barriers. Whaler finally out of crowd control, playing 40 yards away to avoid CC and trying to heal up Dopamine. Has managed to recover him. And now Novus, though, they're kind of showing their cards like they're doing a rogue priest game. So the Power Men are likely to get more and more comfortable with those options having been shown early on.
Yeah, let's Aang get relatively aggressive in the matchup as well. Can look for crowd control, but Aang's actually on the back foot, taking a ton of damage in the middle of the map. A blind on Tuna. Can they get the cauterize? No, Tuna will trade his IQD. Breaks out of the crowd control. Massive heal onto Aang. And Aang will be totally fine. But that was a good push there on the side of Nova, showing that they can, in fact, go after the mage, cause some pressure as well. Dopamine right now is surrounded by a ring of fire. Needs to be careful to make a swap on Daze, but Aang is there with the defensive Dragon's Breath. Good positioning by Polymore. Actually manages to dodge it and completely avoid it. Now big pressure here on Dopamine. A massive turnaround with the combustion of Aang. Getting lots of pressure out. Dopamine's going to get gripped away. Beautiful positioning there by Whaler, but Tuna is chasing him. He gets chastised into a diminishing return sphere, so that's going to be short. Now a big setup here on Tuna. Once again, big combustion. Can they take him down? Gouge on the combustion was game saving for Daze. Extremely well done. If Dopamine was able to free cast there, that would have been the end of the game. Very, very important play there by Daze as he continues his push here onto Dopamine.
Yeah, I really wanted to see that from Novus, but they still had the Guardian Spirit. They have no human racial on Tuna. They have no IQD, so he has no way to break out. And they had a kidney shot with the combustion. I would have just liked to wait to see when they have no Guardian Spirit to make it really, really unpredictable. But still, it's going to be the Power Men surviving that dangerous situation. But now Tuna put in a full blind here. What are they going to get here? They go for a sheep. Dopamine gets kicked on the sheep. They drop the resonator there onto Aang, I believe. And it doesn't look like they are going to be able to get anything out of that. And now it's going to be Dopamine on the run. He's running away from max range from Whaler here. And it's not looking too good in terms of mana for Whaler. Tuna again with the lead. Whaler having to heal so much here. His teammates appear to be losing on pressure. But here we go. Tuna ducking in, grips the kidney shot. That's going to be the combustion. But Whaler's there with a quick chastise to get a full fear as well by Whaler. Can they find any more re-CC? Doesn't look like it. Palomore actually going after Aang here in the backline. Daze is going to feel confident to push in. And it looks like Daze will survive without using anything. Aang will survive without using anything. Tuna had to use his Guardian Spirit. So at least they got that. But that is really the minimal trade that you would get typically for combustion. Now, again, it's going to be Novus here. They need to find something because Aang will have this Ice Blow coming up in about 3 minutes. So if they want to commit to the mage race, now is the time to really start doing that because you don't want to wait too long.
Well, let's see if they can get settled in here. 6.5 minutes in. They have decent pressure still on Aang and Dazed. I will say, like, the cleave damage of Novus has been higher than that of Power Men. Power Men are dedicated to this target of Dopamine, but Cauterize is coming off cooldown despite forcing it earlier on. Dazed is at half health with Tuna and a kidney shot. Now into a full blind. Dazed is going to Cloak of Shadows, but Palomore doesn't care about Cloak of Shadows, still cutting him down, holding him at 50%, but no follow-up after the blind means that Tuna should be able to save his team. Dopamine staying on the outskirts of the map as Dazed is in stealth, trying to find a target for this combustion, shifting power to reset some of his damage for that combustion as well. He's got 2 targets here that are pretty juicy. Who's he going to go after? They fear Dazed into a kidney shot, and he will break out with Will to Survive. And now he's going to go on the offense here, popping Vanish, trying to swap to Palomar, catching him in a kidney shot on his evasion. But Aang is still just getting destroyed. Tuna with big heals coming in off that Apotheosis, managing to recover his team. Slight mana advantage to Whaler, although will mana really be the deciding factor? I'm kind of doubting in this matchup. Seems like whoever can catch whoever else out in a kidney shot, and that might just be this right now into Daze. Tuna's trying to blink in to save him. Will he be able to? He blinks into the resonator, but now he's polymorphed. Is he going to survive? Daze is getting crushed. Sheep Death is proc. Tuna is still Sheep. He's dying to dots. He's cheap shot by Palomar. Palomar going for the kill. How is he still alive? 1 HP. Palomar polymorphed. Whaler needs to get Palomar out as soon as possible. He's in a kidney shot now. Pyros are flying in, and he is overwhelmed by Novus in game 3, moving to match point.
Wow, what a push there. Honestly, Dazed. I thought he might actually get away with that one. Gets cheap shot at 2% health and still somehow manages to hold on. Really, really close call, but Novus, beautiful. I like this. Once again, Novus playing their own kind of style here. mixing it up, going after the priest. They actually did at a lot of time in the match have pressure on the mage as well, going after the rogue, just really mixing it up, keeping their opponents guessing, and eventually kind of nailing that final setup for a win.
Really, really beautiful stuff. And that's the thing. I mean, sure, this game they did get the rogue kill, but they were ahead on the mage race as well. And you can see it here. Tuna almost getting blasted here using his human racial. And then later on, they're swapping to Tuna as well here. And this is a really, really nice gouge there. They could have procced that Guardian Spirit. Now, the one thing I didn't like about this swap is that if they did it, like they just try to get the Guardian Spirit out of the way with a bait go before this, that would have been a clean KO. I know it's a lot of things to go through, but the two hardest things to get really is the IQD and the trinket. But either way, here in the end, Tuna running in, trying to sit down for a drink at a bad time when he doesn't have Guardian Spirit. He actually walks into the Ring of Fire to break out of that sheep. Dazed, taking the hook, running back, Palomar following him. And then this is the moment where he drops to literally 1 HP. He catches a small little heal there. And it looks like, okay, maybe Dazed will survive. He kidney shots Palomar. He's trying to stabilize here a little bit, but then they do connect with enough damage, take him down. And Novus 2-1 right now against the Power Man. They've already beaten C9, which nobody thought was going to happen. And right now, they got Power Man on match point. I mean, the Cinderella story is alive right now, gentlemen. It could happen. It could happen.
Just so everybody knows, and just so I'm clear myself also, so what has to happen is Novus needs to win this series, and then later on today, when Golden Guardians plays against Cloud9, Golden Guardians has to beat Cloud9. And that would make it a tied score between Novus and Cloud9. But because Novus's performance yesterday, they have the head-to-head against Cloud9. So that's kind of the dream run. I think that's probably the most exciting thing that could happen today. So we'll see. I mean, they're one away from kind of the first chapter of that story.
Palomar's probably going into Absurge's DMs like, you guys better win. If they win this series here, like trying to give him as much RMP practice as possible in the next 2 series. Like, we'll war game you 30 times before you play at the last series of the day. Like, we need you to win.
Please, man.
This is going to be an interesting day if Novus can pull this up. Oh my god, I'm trying to imagine if they get into the top 4. Because they were struggling for so long, but now they seem to have found their own playstyle that just keeps working despite Dazed changing his build. Like, he's running Cheat Death to try and not get one-tapped by the Resonator, and he just ended up dying a little bit later rather than during the burst. I almost wonder if Tuna maybe through the game trying to blink in to tank the Resonator, like just let the Cheat Death proc, stay away from CC, and then heal him would have been a better option at the end of the game, because he kind of just was like jump on the grenade moment, like trying to get in there on top of it to take the grenade for his partner, and it just didn't work. It was not the move at that period in time. So Novus here, we're going to Hook Point, small map. So I do wonder how Novus are going to navigate this, because they poked Tuna a little bit. They were showing that they were ready to go after him as well. So on this map, swapping to the Priest could definitely be an option as well if they get their IQD earlier on.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that on the side of Powerman, they want the small maps. Like, they want the small maps, so it's much easier to stay on top of dopamine. I mean, you kind of mentioned it, Zico. I think one of the main strengths of Powerman, well, they're a really solid roster overall, but I think in the mirrors, their main strength is Aang is extremely good under pressure. When he's the target of the match, he does a really phenomenal job surviving and also getting out crowd control and just... Yeah, if they can force that kind of matchup, then I think things are going to be good. And I think that's kind of the idea behind going to the small map, is they just want to kind of force the mage race, make it a little bit more difficult for Novus to kind of isolate a target that overextends. So Dazed, no matter where he goes on the map, he'll be near Tuna at the very least. He won't have to run too far away in order to chase dopamine. So I think that's why this map makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, the thing is, though, you know, Powerman, they're banking on the mage race and banking on Aang to survive, but at the same time, they were behind in the mage race on the last game. And also, I mean, Tuna was looking juicy last game. They almost took him down there in that one swap. Like, it just came down to, you know, like nice peels from Daze. But if he was crossed as well, or if he was too far away, just for, you know, 1 or 2 seconds, they could have potentially canned Tuna there. So we'll see. You know, on Hook Point, that would be an excellent map to go after Tuna. But at the same time, you know, there could be bigger fish to fry as well.
Okay. Let's see if Tuna ends up getting skewered here in game number 4. It's match point on hook point. Novus with the surprise strategies going after the rogue. No other RMP really committing to this so heavily as Novus is. Could possibly get them into the top 4 for North America if Cloud9 goes down in their series to Golden Guardians later today as well. They're just one win away from setting themselves up as the best that they can to have that future actually be realized. Can they do it here? Palomar using Vanish very early on. He's not going to have that to reset any cooldowns. I wonder if he'll regret that, but a kidney onto Daze, sending the Combust just immediately into Daze. But he's able to just use Feint, start to recover. Daze now swapping back, getting onto Dopamine, trying to get ready to ramp up, but Palomar's ramped up a lot more onto Aang with him at half health at this point. Combustion going to get shoved out here. Looks like he got removed. Tuna now into the blind. This is where we want to see Palomar get a sap or a poly from Dopamine, but he can't. He gets shut down with Kidney Shot. Dopamine gets shut down by Kick. Dazed with really good defensive maneuvers there to stop that chain crowd control on his healer.
Yep, Dopamine right now under fire, though, and I'd say Powerman definitely getting better end of this mage race. There's a blind right now on Whaler. Dopamine on the run. He's going to blink away as well as use that soul shape, but Dazed is in hot pursuit. Is he going to be able to blink out? Nope. The will to survive will trade another soul shape. I think Dazed just kind of ran out of mobility. Potentially big setup here on Dazed. Big kidney shot. Dopamine does a really good job kind of baiting out all the mobility of Dazed, chasing him, and then immediately it's Palomar running in with the kidney shot, trying to set the team up. Luckily, Tuna was there and able to kind of bring Dazed to safety with that life grip. But I really like these setups from Novus. It makes the game super uneasy on the side of Dazed. And a big setup here from Aang. Combustion. Gonna get ripped out. Can they take down Dopamine? Can they get the Cauterize? Can they get the Ice Block? This is Alter Time. It gets dispelled off, and Dopamine is forced into that block. And so far, this map is working out beautifully for Powerman. What is Novus going to do?
Yeah, that is the question right now. They're going to blind Tuna, and they are going to go after Aang here. Can they find any crowd control? They're looking for the Ring of Frost. They don't get it, but they do get the Sap Palomar all over Aang here. Can they connect? Can they finish him? They do potentially get him. 1% HP there. Beautiful Alter Time. I mean, this is what we're talking about when we talk about Aang survivability. That is exactly it right there. The Alter Time on 10% HP just to buy him 1 extra global worth of time, and they don't even proc the Guardian Spirit there. That looks like a proc Guardian at least, but Aang with just excellent survivability time and time again, really making them work for that Ice Block, really making them work for those Cauterizes, and they're going to be rewarded in a big way. Now they're ahead on the Mage race with the biggest cooldown that a Mage has with that Ice Block, and now it is going to be back to the drawing board here. They're swapping over to Tuna, or to Daze, sorry. Tuna grips him. Palomar gets chastised. He's going to be shut down on that swap. Tuna getting cheap shot here, but Palomar not really going to be able to get any follow-up on that. Whaler in a blind. They're trying to set up for the kill onto Dopamine right now. He gets caught up in the kidney, and he doesn't have Alter Time. He gets purged on it. He does actually, I guess they didn't get the Alter Time after all those purges, because he does manage to get back here. Dopamine looking like he's going to be able to survive yet another setup line onto Tuna. Palomar looking for the sheep, fishing for it, but not finding it. And it is going to be both teams stabilizing right now. Both healers with roughly the same amount of cooldowns, actually exactly mirroring each other here. And it is going to be Aang with that Ice Block advantage. They're dropping the Resonator onto Daze. Oh, did Daze just proc a stun right there with Tyrion? I think he went the Forge Light Tyrion AoE stun. So Daze just building up even more defense, but he has dropped actually no, he's still playing that cheat death too, so Dazed trying to make himself as tanky as possible here in the matchup.
Yeah, that's just what the teams do when they're losing or struggling. It's like, how much more tanky can I get, and will it work here against Novus? They grip him away from midfield. Dopamine replaces the Ring of Fire towards the pillar now, getting some cleave damage onto Daze. Mana is even between the teams. Daze is just getting destroyed. Is he just gonna die off of nothing right now? Tuna struggling to heal him during this attack. The damage is just not stopping for Novus here. Constantly keeping pressure onto the playfield as Whaler is trying to drink. He's sneaking in a drink. Aang blinks over to stop it, but he already got like 20% mana back from that. And that could be the advantage that pushes his team over the edge. Really good awareness. Tuna gets stopped on his drink, caught into a gadge by Palomar. Are they going to swap to Tuna, maybe kidney him? Doesn't look like it. Tuna tried to pre-death the blind. Nice try there, but Palomar's not going to go for it. Dazed is stunned. Double DB, just trying to keep pressure going onto Daze, trying to overwhelm him. Blind now onto Tuna's Apotheosis. Oh my goodness, Tuna has to IQD. Now with IQD out of the way, there is a clear win condition to kill Dazed in the near future. maybe the soon near future with the pressure they're putting out. But Apotheosis from Tuna is finally getting value. His team has recovered. They're getting aggressive. Here comes Combustion onto Dopamine. Can they clock him out here? No block for 42 seconds. So close, but no cigar here. As Dopamine has survived the crowd control chain, and Whaler should heal him up in a moment. Dopamine blinking back into midfield, trying to get into a better position. Frostnova and Daze, he's going to maneuverability out of that with Sprint. Really tough to keep these rogues off yourself as a mage. Palomar cheap-shotting Tuna around the corner. Dragon's Breath for the kidney on Daze. They're not going to go for it just yet. They activate the tricks of the trade, but not committing to the damage here. They're trying to maybe stop the CC on Whaler, but Daze is in position. They get the polymorph. Whaler deciding to break out, it looks like, with the IQD. Wants value on his Apotheosis, trying to stall for the ice block, so I think it's a fair trade. IQD here to get to the next ice block, and they should be able to with that exchange. But despite Whaler's drink, he's actually behind on mana at this point. Altar time from Dopamine behind the pillar. Can they purge off the altar on the kidney? Altar is still up for one more second. Altar's back. Blazing Barrier up. Whaler's trying to drink. He gets his mana evened out with Tuna here at 5% dampening.
Yeah, I mean, mana relatively even. Dampening is getting
The
higher and
swap.
higher. Big setup here on Tuna. Can they take him down? He's in desperation. The Guardian Spirit, I believe, actually proc. That was so close. What a nice setup there by Novus. They seen a little bit more damage, but now Dazed is getting swapped too. He's got no cloak. He's got no evasion. Vanish coming up relatively soon, but that was a lot of the healing that Tuna had available. He's going to fear Polymorph off. The Whaler's going to instantly dispel it. Now set up here on Polymorph as the side of Powerman realizing, hey, maybe we need to go this rogue also, but maybe just a small little setup. Now going back to Dopamine, kind of focusing on their main strategy, but a great push there by Novos.
Great stuff here from Novos, and this is exactly what you need to see. Swaps between Tuna, swaps between him and Daze, and now they have no Guardian for 3 minutes. Tuna sitting down there, but not able to recover anything, whereas Whaler actually did recover some mana there, and forced to grip his rogue back. And that next combustion is going to be very scary for Dopamine in about 40 seconds. They're pushing in now for Whaler to get a full chastised spear on him. They're going after Palomar. Do they have the damage? The kidney shot is endless, but it looks like Whaler will connect there with the heals. Here comes the Vanish from Palomar. Crimson Vial looking to get aggressive right now with all these heals rolling onto Daze. Potentially, Tuna's in crowd control. They might just go after Tuna here because they can't connect onto Daze. And Daze doing a great job just kind of hiding back and forth. They're going to go after Aang instead just to hit something here. Palomar just trying to get some work done. And so far, he's actually putting up a lot of pressure onto Aang. Dopamine has his ice block back, and actually Daze blinded on low HP. This is how they usually set up their rogue swaps. Here we go, and they take him down. No, instant reaction coming in from Tuna here with the leap of faith, and of course Aang as well peeling back, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Big damage coming in onto Daze here, and he gets something onto Tuna, and looks like they will force out the Cloak of Shadows, at least from Daze there. A massive hit of damage coming in there. And Novos, they have the mana lead. Tuna's got nothing left. They're going after Palomar right now. His kidney shot, he gouges up Daze. He's going after Daze. There's a full kidney. Daze uses his trinket, uses his Cloak of Shadows, and now Daze has absolutely nothing. He goes with a defensive blind onto Palomar as well. They're not able to find a setup out of it either. And this is looking like Novos' game to lose, Super Tees.
I can't believe it. Is the Cinderella story going to come true for Novus, for Palomar? He drenched himself in water when his team lost earlier. He dressed to impress throughout the circuit. Is he actually going to pull off the miracle for his team? They're pushing on to Aang. Can they get the caught block here? Tuna is still feared up. They're so close to it. Another polymorph. Palomar is all over him, pushing for the cauterizer. Sap for follow-up. They're so close, but the Blazing Barrier blocks it. Aang blinks for another Blazing Barrier to block the kill once again. Now throwing combustion back at Dopamine. He alters it, but it might not be enough. Guardian Spirit out from Whaler. Now they just need damage. Dopamine has combustion. It's time to send it. It's time to end it. Full blind on Tuna. DB for the setup. Kidney connects. They grip Dazed away, but here comes combustion. Massive pyroblast incoming onto Dazed. He vanishes at 1%. Crimson Vial heals him up. Tuna gets interrupted. They're going to swap back to Aang, I think, in midfield here. Palomar's just cleaving Tuna, trying to keep damage on the board, trying to overwhelm him here. In match point, can they do it? Pull off the miracle. Palomar stunned up, breaks out of it to get aggressive. He's all over Tuna. I think they want to kill Tuna at this point. Palomar is a Terminator at Tuna right now. And it looks like he's going to swap back to Daze. Gets another kidney shot. Dopamine gets a ring of fire, just trying to max out their damage, trying to close out the game. 26% damage. Tuna's trying to drink. Whaler's all over him, stopping the drink. Daze can't recover. Aang is down to half. The pressure is in favor of Novus. Can Daze set up with his spear? They get a Dragon's Breath on Palomar into a kidney. They're making a rogue swap. Can they finish it? Whaler breaks free from the blind, grips Palomar back to the pillar, and Palomar should recover. Tuna has been healing with absolutely nothing for like 3 minutes at this point. on the Holy Priest. His Apotheosis making his Serenities free. Death's the ring. He puts himself on DR, but they're actually going after him. Double fear from Whaler. Can they do it? Can they take out Tuna here? Can they manage to find the kill? He's so close to going down. He's got nothing, and they will take him out. I cannot believe it. Novus are keeping their dreams alive.
Yeah, what a beautiful matchup. That is back-to-back series coming in from Novus, taking down Cloud9, taking down Powerman, and they have definitely leveled up here on this Rogue Mage Priest. And I mean, this team is really making a case for themselves in kind of this RMP meta. And they're saying, hey, you know what? We're here to play. Had a bit of a slow start to the circuit, but they're looking absolutely phenomenal. And now, depending on what happens later today, we could actually see Novus in the top 4.
Absolutely fantastic work here. And I mean, Novus, you know, regardless of what happens in that next series, I think they can be proud of what they've done. You know, they signed up as a group of friends. They signed up as a you know, just a few friends having fun to see how they could do. And all of a sudden, I mean, these guys, they really come here and they just make a beautiful show out of it. Look at Tuna here. That kidney shot, that was so close right there. If they just had one more Pyroblast in that kidney shot, they would have taken down Tuna right then and there. Dazed here, trying to stay alive. His auto stun for the Kyrian also procs there. Dazed really making himself as you know, defensive as possible with his build, but still in the end of it, just being basically a liability to his team. And it's a big reason to why, like, Dazed can't be on the map. He can't get any work done, which just allows them to run down Tuna. And that's because, well, if Dazed comes, then he's going to die. He's got no coolness, he's got no trinket, he's got no sheet def, he's got nothing. So it really is just Novus dictating the pace of the game and doing these swaps back and forth. And yeah, what a story, man. What a story. These guys came out of nowhere, and they've been able to take down some of the best teams in North America. And I mean, depending on what happens later, they might even be going to the Grand Finals for a shot at that 150K.
Yeah, just an incredible story here from Novus. Started from very humble beginnings, and here they are, like you said, Zico, taking down some of the top dogs in the region. So Novus going to be taking that victory very willingly, of course, and that's another point for them. And like we've covered, they still have a chance to make it into that top 4. And I feel like every time we see them, they're just getting better and better. So I can only imagine what that 3 weeks between, or however many, you know, however long they get between the finals is going to be really good for that team. So can't wait for that. But Novus victory 3-1, and next up series we have is 3.5 Men versus Team Liquid. We saw 3.5 Men play yesterday. We didn't get to see Team Liquid all weekend, but they've been kind of picking it up a little bit. We've seen a little bit of some variance in comps that Team Liquid has been trying, and they've been able to kind of just find a little bit of consistency against those RMP teams. So we'll have to see how they do against 3.5 Men, because we know that they are very strong with that composition. So let's see what they can do. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, Team Liquid facing off against 3.5 Men up next. back, everyone. It is 3.5 men. Game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
All right, let's see here. What do we have? We got a double outlaw rogue. Once again, the patented comp here coming in from Team Liquid. And of course, 3.5 men. They are going to be running their outlaw RMP with Fire Mage. And this is the top RMP dog in North America. That game looks like it will be remade since Team Liquid left before the gates opened up. So that game will be replayed in just a second here. But we saw the comps, and it's kind of what we expected here. I would say most of us on the desk, double outlaw versus RMP. Seen Team Liquid ride this comp basically every RMP and have success.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's really interesting because this is like, we're getting down to crunch time. Pardon me. We're getting down to crunch time where a lot of these teams are kind of revealing their final answers into RMP, right? So for Team Liquid, this is going to be one of those matchups. I need some water, so I'm going to take a sip.
All right. What you're getting at is Team Liquid, their main, like their best answer into Rogue Mage is the double Rogue. What do you think this is a convincing answer into RMP, like into some of the best ones? I'm guessing that's where you were going.
Yeah, where I was going with this is kind of crunch time. Like, are these answers going to be good enough for the finals, right? So this could be telling of what happens in the finals. Do they have an answer into RMP? Because if 3.5 men is able to beat them here, then Team Liquid all of a sudden has to go back to the drawing board for Rogue Mage Priest, and they need to go back into playing mirrors, and maybe they've kind of fallen off in terms of mirrors, because they haven't actually been practicing it as much as some of these other teams. So for Team Liquid, if they can win with the double outlaw rogue, things are going to be looking extremely good for them. They're a team that has kind of really risen up in this meta. They're basically playing every single strong comp you can. And in some of those matchups, we've even seen them bring back the Windwalker Death Knight, which they're kind of known for. So I'm curious to see if Team Liquid can get it done, or if 3.5 men has kind of figured out this trickster composition.
All right, let's see here. How many pirates can we fit into one arena right now? Sam and Trill, and of course, Sea-Doo going to be leading with that double rogue. Got KAWHI here in stealth. Look, ooh, he's almost running into Sam right there. He has no idea that one step he took there backwards potentially changes the entire opener here. KAWHI doesn't want to open up and immediately get disarmed. And we'll see what strategy they will implement here. We've seen, some RMPs try to outlast the double rogues, and some RMPs go after the rogues. Some of them go after the priest as well. We are going to see a start here onto Trill, blind onto Sea-Doo. Sam is actually going to be the rogue that they're going after. They're CCing Trill. Chastise, interfere, into gouge onto Sea-Doo. They don't get the vanish there, sadly. KAWHI already had to use it. KAWHI gets blinded here, and this is something we've seen a lot from Team Liquid. They blind sap the rogue, they just go after the mage, and they can even go after the priest, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're all collapsing onto Kearney. Big hit of damage here potentially, and they follow up with another kidney. They do, and they get anything else out of that. It looks like Kearney will be completely fine here, using that Guardian Spirit and blinking away. Most importantly, didn't have to use any breaker, which is what they were going for on the side of Team Liquid. Didn't have to use his IQD or his trinket. Speaking of that, he's in a blind right now, potentially followed up by a sap. No sap for Kearney, and Kearney will finally be allowed to play the game a bit and get some heals out on his team.
So interesting, out in North America now, the Holy Priests are almost all playing Night Fae, whereas in EU, they're all playing Kyrian. So I'm really excited to see what that looks like in the head-to-head between EU and NA in that cross-region tournament, to see if that evolves. There's still 3 weeks to go. Both these teams are locked into the top 4, so this could be setting a precedent as well. Moving into the finals for North America, like, is this comp going to work? We talked about it in the pregame. Is the double outlaw going to be the incorrect investment, and they're going to have to switch gears in the next 3 weeks? And this game could be very telling. We see another setup on Trill. Resonators are down. He manages to survive throughout that assault, but now they're setting up on Kearney. Chastise on Nuked, consistently going after the priest. And I really like that swap between KAWHI and Kearney. I feel like those are the most likely targets to go down, rather than just trying to race the mage. So even Team Liquid have evolved their strategies. Prior to this, they were really committed to mages in this matchup against RMP. Now they're just doing Rogue Priest, Rogue Priest, Rogue Priest over and over. Now they're going to the mage for a moment as KAWHI evasions and Kearney's not in a good position. Team Liquid just trying to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue that pressure. I love just blinding a target, taking them out of the game, going after someone else. Now full blind here on Kearney. This is what I love. These Outlaw Rogues, they have so many tools for control. There's so many stuns available that I feel like your best option a lot of the time is just mixing it up and going after multiple targets. Beautiful double Dragon's Breath. The nuke shuts down that attempt. We're going to have to see those consistent double Dragon's Breath. Kearney's burning through a reasonable amount of mana, but at the same time, actually it's Sea-Doo who is taxed a little bit more. So I would have expected Kearney to actually be behind in terms of mana, but his health is just not going up. Trill is all over him. Kearney could fall. This is the Guardian Spirit. Big heals incoming. He does have the fade, so there are some cooldowns left to work with, but definitely a great push there by Team Liquid, but they may have overstayed their welcome. Sam could be in some trouble. Nuke potentially going for a polymorph here onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo fades it, gets back to the pillar, avoiding that crowd control. Good positioning there by Sea-Doo, keeping his team alive and also avoiding that critical CC.
Yep, and now Trill actually getting blasted here. They will use the Guardian Spirit, Sea-Doo, in a crowd control for a moment there, but not able to find the follow-up. Nuke looking for some more damage here with the leftovers of his combustion. Now both of these rogues are going to have their way with Nuke. KAWHI going over to Sea-Doo. Gets the gouge onto Sea-Doo here. Nuke, though, falling super far behind. Forced ice block there. Maybe KAWHI, a bit of a mistake there. Actually, maybe he realized that the block was going to be forced no matter what. And he just wanted to slow down the Master Spell. But Nuke, still, they might proc the Cauterize, and they will. He's in alter time. Might need to cancel it. Kearney is out of crowd control. He gets kidney shot. And Nuke still just all over him. Sam I Am doing so much work right now. And they continue and finish him off. Oh, that is a question. Full blind onto Sea-Doo. Ring of Frost gets gouged. Cheap shot onto Trill. Kidney shot onto KAWHI. Double fear onto Sea-Doo and Trill. Sea-Doo is on DR though. He's going to come out. Nuke in a blind there as well. They're going after Sam I Am now on the side of 3.5 men. Big counterspell onto Sea-Doo. Sam I Am might just go down here. Doesn't have a Cloak of Shadows. Doesn't have anything. And he get a little bit of damage. Lockout onto Sea-Doo finally fading now. Can he keep him alive? He can't. He gets lined there at the end, and 3.5 men will take game number 1 here against Team Liquid's double rogue. And this is the thing. We're going to potentially see more double rogue coming out of Team Liquid, but we're starting to see some of these RMPs find answers, swap up their strategy, find win conditions.
Yeah, this might not be a bulletproof, ironically, with pistol shots. I don't know. Bulletproof strat for the double outlaw rogues. Here against RMP. We're gonna have to wait and see how the rest of this series plays out. But if 3.5 men can 3-0 this series, then I almost think that Liquid are probably going to go to the back to the drawing books for comps. They do have Mez on Ret. Like, they have Ret Outlaw as an option, and we've seen KAWHI using this a lot. So I wonder if that would ever be a consideration in the future. This was a close game, though. We saw this multiple times, like right here, getting blocked, getting cauterized, getting Kearney down to 10%. Like, they were so close to winning. So I wouldn't count this composition out just yet based on this specific game, especially with smaller maps in the pool, which will just pay favors to the double outlaw, getting their damage onto multiple targets way easier. I loved their offense, their unpredictability, like just going after everybody against 3.5 men, really just trying to throw them off their game. But ultimately, 3.5 men stayed composed and found their opportunity onto Sam by cheating crowd control and ultimately getting him into a bad position here. So kidney shot connects and Sea-Doo gets locked out. They grip him. He gets polyed. Sam tries to line of sight, but while he's line of sighting, Sea-Doo can't get to him right here. And he gets Frost Nova. It's such a tragic way to end the game with him being so close to being in line of sight. So definitely not out of it yet based on this one result, but I am very curious to see how this evolves, because right now the biggest question is there a comp to beat RMP? We saw Turbo yesterday do really well, but then today just get destroyed. Now we see the double outlaw as a potential option, the outlaw ret as a potential option. What's it going to be? Or is it just going to be you have to beat RMP at its own game?
I mean, it's definitely a difficult question to actually answer right now. I would say that game was so close that I almost guarantee Team Liquid tries the matchup again, right? If this is their kind of like solid answer, even if it's close games, let's say it's like a 60-40 matchup in favor of Team Liquid, or at least they feel that way. I still feel like it's probably worth investing into the matchup and continuing to go. But 3.5 men, they look solid. But even looking back at the replay, it was dicey, right? No cauterize, no ice block. Like, definitely a really scary moment there for Nuked. You're barely holding on, running away with, the cauterized speed at 10% health. So things could have definitely gone another way. And also, I mean, at the end of the game, Sea-Doo had 2 seconds left on his Guardian Spirit. And if he was able to get in line of sight of Sam I Am, he could have just, kept him alive. And their pressure would have been great. So Could have been a miscommunication, a little bit of an error there by Team Liquid, and I think they're just going to continue with this double outlaw rogue, going to a smaller map, Hook Point. It's going to allow them to have uptime and also kind of bounce around between any targets that they want as much as possible, and I think that's one thing that outlaw rogue definitely excels at.
Yeah, leaving and bouncing around, swapping. They got a lot of mobility, a lot of range, and a lot of cleave damage, so makes sense. Team Liquid picking this map. They're gonna have an easy time as well, hunting down the mage. And let's see what Nuke decides to do here, and what 3.5 Men decides to do. We've seen a lot of priests be taken down here on the Hook Point, and we saw it earlier today with MYWAY when they were playing against Bugs, and we've seen some other teams as well attempt it. And even in our last series, we did see NOVUS take down a priest, so could be a map to do it on, but certain requirements needs to be met. Right now, they're gonna go after Sam I Am, and he will get gripped on that combustion. They're swapping to Trill with a second kidney shot, and Trill will be fine as well. So Sea-Doo responds by giving one rogue Guardian Spirit and the other one the Fey Guardians. Now that that combustion has been dealt with, and now they can go after Nuke here on the side of 3.5 Men, or sorry, on the side of Team Liquid. And Nuke's actually taking a lot of damage here, dropping considerably low. Trill caught up in a kidney. Doesn't have a leap of faith for this one. Resonator is down, and potential for some damage there, but doesn't look like they're going to get too much work done. Always it gets put into a blind. They could also potentially sap that as well. They will. MIM goes for the sap. They get a kidney shot onto Nuke. And this is a pure mage race coming in from Team Liquid so far. Now actually going to be swapping over to Calvish here. He's going to take some damage, but look at that beautiful double Ring of Frost from Nuke. Sea-Doo actually depths and runs into the Ring of Frost there as well to PR himself. So he's going to put himself in CC though. He gets feared into a sheep, but CC chain is not going to be long enough. And with that intelligent decision from Sea-Doo, Trill and Sam I Am should be able to recover. He gets counterspelled. Sea-Doo's been CC'd quite a bit now actually with that counterspell added to the mix. But they will get the Cloak of Shadows and the evasion here from Trill. So an opening already here for 3.5 Men.
See if they can capitalize on it though before the CDR comes into effect for these outlaw rogues and they get their evasions back. Sea-Doo counterspelled again into a chastise. Sam going to cloak, but Trill's in trouble here in game number 2. But Calvish is now falling behind if Trill can manage to stabilize. 3.5 Men getting way more aggressive with their crowd control. Getting very close to kills here if Team Liquid aren't ready at any moment. If they can keep up this momentum, they dismantle Trill as they try to swap to Kearney. Kearney's anticipating this, has the Fey Guardians up. They're waiting for Fey Guardians. They get a fear to set up for the kidney shot, but Trill gets intercepted by Calvish. Sam is still building up combo points, goes for the kidney shot into Fey Guardians. I don't think they're going to get anything off of that. Sam not going to get any pressure. Trill just trying to survive with a defensive blind here onto Calvish. That setup kind of botched. Now they're going to switch and set up on Sam here. The fear on the Sea-Doo. Can they crush him? He's down to half evasions. And now Sea-Doo is no longer crowd controlled and should be able to stabilize him. They stun up Calvish. They're moving their way towards Kearney. And Team Liquid are really going after Kearney here in game 2.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they're going after the priest. Makes them play very defensive. Big kidney shot on Kearney. Guardian Spirits get a trade. The double kidney shot is absolutely devastating. I can't tell if that was his IQD or no, it was his will to survive. So trades out the will to survive to get out of the stuns. Really kind of dicey moment. I don't think he wanted his Guardian Spirit to proc, and that's the main reason why he traded that out. Doesn't want it to be a 3-minute cooldown. So important for him to survive. Beautiful fear there on Trill. Polymorph on Sam I Am. Both these rogues just getting shut down, but I feel like this next setup on Kearney, Trill actually going for a cheap shot on Kearney. So that stun is not going to last very long, and now it's actually going to be Trill in a little bit of trouble. But no, Sea-Doo trades out the Guardian Spirit. Some good peels from Sam I Am. Now swap on Sam I Am. Both these teams just keeping the others guessing, going after multiple targets, really making it a difficult matchup. And I like that Team Liquid, they get Kearney low before they stun him. Makes it really difficult for him to actually decide what to trade. They can go after him, get out the Fey Guardians right now, get him a little bit lower, just make sure he's not topped off and he goes into a stun at 50% health. It's a lot scarier for Kearney.
Yeah, and as you say that's exactly what they're going to do. But Kearney with 3 Fey Guardians will be quite okay here. It looks like Trill actually going to be forced to trade out his evasion. Sam I Am has no defensives as well, so there are openings. Now, there's 2 blinds here on Team Liquid. Now, if they want to continue training Kearney, I don't mind that, but I would like to see them throw at least one onto Calvish. They're going after Trill. Trill still has his Cloak of Shadows, though. Sam I Am, however, doesn't have anything. Sam I Am looking to get a sap onto Kearney, but Looks like Kearney was in combat right there. Now, kidney shot onto Kearney. Sea-Doo's dogpiling onto him. Dragon's Breath from Nuke. Goes for the sheep. Gets it. Trill in a disarm. Calvish in a kidney shot. And this is a dangerous situation for Calvish here. There is blinds as well. Trill has one available, so he could send it onto Kearney and set up. Or he could set up onto Kearney and blind Calvish. Either way, if you're going for one, you want the other out of the game. Calvish is going to be blinded. They're going to go after Nuked, actually, with that blind. So just slowing down Calvish a little bit on his damage. Get a blind sap onto him. Go after the mage. Really going to be taxing Kearney's mana. But Kearney actually has a mana lead right now. So I'm not sure how much I like that. I feel like Team Liquid, they should be playing a little bit more to win and a little bit less to dampen there. Now, here comes the CC chain. Cedo actually gets blinded on his way over. Beautifully done there. And Calvish actually stuck in a CC chain. Full Ring of Frost as well onto Cedo. Trill in a kidney shot. Sam is getting deleted by Nuked, but Trill is getting deleted by Calvish. Both of these players just cleaving as much as possible. I think the real win condition right now of 3.5 men is the mana bar of Cedo, which is surely and slowly getting lower and lower as this game continues to go on.
Kidney into blind, onto Kearney, but Calvish pre-cloak, pre-feints. Is it going to be enough? Sap on Kearney might not be enough. Calvish breaks out, but into another kidney shot. Kearney connects a big heal onto Calvish, has the Fey Guardians, going to activate them. Now Cedo in a polymorph, Trill and Sam getting cleaved. They're going to both evasion and try and avoid Calvish at all costs here while Cedo is polymorphed. He's finally out of crowd control. They're getting aggressive onto Calvish again here, but Calvish is actually going for a kidney shot. Resonator onto Trill. Cedo ducking into the Resonator, soaking the hit here for his teammates, but now they're swapping to Sam. DB, triple DB, Sam's in trouble! Are they going to match point? He's on 10%. Cedar's trying to clutch him out right here with some big heals. He manages to get the flash off and not get interrupted at that point in time. Sam is still at half, now into a full sheep. This is devastating for Sam. He's dismantled. Pyro's incoming. I don't think he survives. There's no way, right? He's going to get taken down, and now 3.5 men are on match point unless Calvish goes out to Trill. I don't think it's going to be happening here. 3.5 men lead 2-0. Now it's up to Team Liquid. What are they going to do? Are they going to comp swap? Are they going to what are they going to do for the rest of the series? Because this is their map pick. Losing on their map pick means that questions are going to start to be drawn.
I mean, I got a few questions of my own. 3.5 men dressed for success in their transmogs today. Business as usual coming in. They're up 2-0. And yeah, I'm curious to see what Team Liquid is going to do. What is their headspace? Because there's a couple different ways you can think about this right now. On the one hand, you could say, you know what? Maybe these matchups are just slightly not going our way, but this is a matchup that we should win, so let's just keep going with it and try to get the reverse sweep. Or do they lose faith in the composition and they're thinking, you know what? RMP has it figured out. Now we have to go to RMP, and it's going to be Sam going in on the mage because they could always go back to that option. But it's like I said, for the side of Team Liquid, I feel like it. I mean, we could take a look at the final moments of the match. I mean, Sam barely holding on, but it was this final polymorph where Nuke was able to sneak it in after this interrupt, where unfortunately there's just nothing left that Sam can do. They've already exchanged all their cooldowns, and Sam will eventually get dropped. But my big fear for Team Liquid is they've invested so heavily in this double outlaw rogue that maybe they've fallen behind in the RMP mirrors. All these other teams are just spamming RMP mirrors over and over and over and over and kind of elevating their game, getting practice. But for the side of Team Liquid, maybe they have not been doing that, and that could be a disaster if that's true.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm afraid of. I mean, Team Liquid, if they have to go up against a main RMP with their own RMP, I would say the Team Liquid's RMP is really strong. But how strong is it in the mirror? And it's kind of like you said, either you use it or you lose it. So I'm not sure how much practice they've been putting in, because they are looking solid on Windwalker DK. They're looking solid on a number of different comps, double rogue as well, of course. And there's only so many comps you can practice, right? So we'll see. I think Team Liquid will probably just stick to their guns here. Again, no pun intended with these, but yeah, I think that's what they will do.
It's a shot in the dark, though.
Nice.
Let's see if they flip the coin here on double outlaw again, or if they're gonna go for an RMP mirror. My guess is they're not changing anything because of Dalaran Sewers. They're just gonna try and play this out better. And oh, they are. They're bringing in Mez. They're gonna play outlaw.
I'm excited. I love Mez. I'm really excited to see the Unholy Death Knight. This is interesting. Now, this is a bit of a curveball, but I don't know how this one plays out. to be honest. Like, I'm trying to think of what advantage the Unholy Death Knight has over the Outlaw Rogue. Like, what is the big advantage in terms of defense? I feel like I have to put in favor of the Outlaw Rogue. Disruption in favor of the Outlaw Rogue. What is it that the Death Knight brings? That,
You have a go. You have lethal damage.
yeah, you have lethal. That's the big thing. Having the A-bombs limb is really, really important. And I guess you have disruption with your pet also. So even if you're being attacked or you're in crowd control, your pet can go over and nos stun and stuff like that. So there might be some options here. The death grip could be useful also. But I'm really excited to see Mez tagged in for this final game.
Strangulate?
To see if he can make it work. Yeah, Strangulate too. I'll be curious to see what talents he picks.
He ran
if
it
he's
last
going to be
time we
playing.
saw him.
Mm.
Okay.
One
one
Where
thing,
do we stand
there's one.
after this?
Another thing that's good is, another big thing. Usually, why you bring DK into Fire Mage is because the anti-magic zone. A lot of the time, play with a healer, and that healer can get swapped to a lot by the RMP. And having an extra kind of layer of protection for that can be nice. You also have 2 breakers out of stuns, but at the same time, I think I see a very, very glaring weakness, which is one of the first things you pointed out. Survivability, definitely in favor of the Outlaw. And also DKs, I mean, they're relying heavily on their death strikes as one of their primary, ways to kind of keep themselves alive and stay out in the open. While Calvish has a dismantle, so they could kidney Mez into a full dismantle. If they have a combustion in a situation like that, they have a blind on Sea-Doo. I think Mez gets absolutely destroyed in a situation like that. And you just try to set that up over and over and over again if you're the RMP, and eventually you will have that situation where nobody has anything and you have combustion and you can close out the match. So for 3.5 men, I see a win condition there for Team Liquid. I mean, it is a cleave, so they could take down Calvish, they could take down Kearney, I feel like, in a stun lock. Win conditions on both sides, but I don't know. My gut tells me this is RMP. RMP would love this.
It's weird because they play RMP though, so it's like they could have played RMP and just go into like a mirror match, but maybe they're not confident in that particular matchup. But I think it's interesting to bring in the Unholy Death Knight, kind of see where it goes. Dalaran Sewers. But I mean, obviously, some initial questions I have is, was this kind of their, like, maybe this was the, okay, if teams figure out double outlaw, this is our, like, okay, we're going to win with this. This is our secret comp that they're having to bring in. Or is this kind of just like, ooh, we don't like the outlaw and we don't think we're going to win the mirror, so let's just try this, like, third option. Is it option 3, or is this a surprise composition that is trying to, catch some of these RMPs off guard? That's what I'm really curious about. Team Liquid locking in Mez in game number 3, 3.5 men, just 1 away from closing it out. Now let's see if Team Liquid can get it done. It's Father's Day. I think it's actually Sea-Doo's birthday as well, so he would love to get the W. He tweeted out on this day.
That's awesome. Sea-Doo. Let's see if he can get the birthday dub or if he gets served with a birthday 3-0. And there it is. Mez, Trinket, Anti-Magic Zone to protect a swap on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo gets feared out of it. Trill as well, though. Calvish looking to set up onto Trill. Big damage here with the leftover of that combustion, but Sea-Doo quick to respond. Strangulate here onto Nuked. Nuked gonna use that Soul Shape and a pre-alter time, so nice defense from Nuked. Also using that Eternal Aegis Trinket. Nuked really using all of his defense in that scenario, and he will survive as a result. Again, it's gonna be Kearney sitting in a Asphyxiate. Nuked still taking a lot of damage. Calvish pushes his Trinket. He kicks Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo fakes it. And he's making his way back onto Mez, who has no trinket right now. So the next kidney shot could be Icebound Fortitude if they have the damage to back it up. Preemptive Anti-Magic Shell. Here comes the Resonator. Does it go through the shell, actually? It does. Definitely did right there, as it is Cosmic Damage. You get a Ring of Frost into a Sap. Dismantle onto Mez to shut down his self-healing. And Mez still just a powerhouse here on the DK. Able to stay alive. Able to get some work done here onto Nuked. And so far, the DK Rogue is kind of working, but we'll see for how long they can stay alive as well. Their pressure is good, but right now, Mez in big trouble. So he just forced to trade out immediately that Guardian Spirit and those big heals with the Apotheosis.
Yeah, but IBF is down now. They need to kill Calvish here. Can they just dunk him? They're so close. They do! Mez comes in clutch with the dunk on match point. Now they just need 2 more games. Is Big Daddy Mez going to be the savior, the Lord and Savior for Team Liquid here? in the reverse sweep.
Wow. I mean, I didn't expect the game to end that way. I thought it was going to end in like an A-bomb limb where, you know, things are totally chaotic. Everyone's getting gripped in and they just have overwhelming damage. But no, just good, consistent pressure coming in from the side of Team Liquid on that Unholy Death Knight with the Outlaw Rogue. You know, nice, I think it was just a blind on the Priest. Just a blind on the Priest. KAWHI really couldn't get away. And Team Liquid ultimately claims victory. Now the question is, like I said, is this like, was that like kind of a one-off win, or is this a composition that they have a lot of faith in that they think can actually easily beat RMP in a series? So I'm really curious to see, because if they end up winning this series, if they reverse sweep 3.5 men, I think that's going to be pretty solid sign here for Team Liquid in this composition.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it was back and forth, you know, there was a lot of kind of scary moments there, but in the end, they did pull out with the dub here, and they swap to Calvish here, so they get a kidney shot onto Calvish. They connect a bunch of damage in that kidney shot. That is just an insane amount of damage. They got a fear onto Kearney, into a blind. He IQDs the blind, but they get the kill before it happens. So Team Liquid, I mean, that's the thing. That was one of the big things that Mez is going to be bringing to the table over a secondary Outlaw Rogue, is that closing power, you know, that finishing power, enough damage to actually take somebody down early on in a clean setup. And we've seen Mez time and time again. This is what he does. We see him most of the time on the Frost DK, but on the Unholy DK, he can also shine. This is a player who can play every spec. But with all of this said now, I think there's a high chance that we see the same matchup. And I mean, if you're looking at defensives, Mez really doesn't have anything when this game is ending. Like, if they don't get the kill here, I feel like Mez is not going to be in the best situation. So maybe we need more data points before we can definitely say like who has the edge in the matchup. But still, a nice game from Team Liquid.
You know,
I wonder if they go sub-rogue.
Yeah, I feel like they could comp change. I also feel like a warrior comp. Like, maybe this is the time to use nuke on their roster. Like, I feel like some type of warrior cleave could do really well here into the Death Knight specifically. They also, KAWHI practice jungle a lot. I think jungle is really tough for Death Knights in particular to survive. So if they could have a jungle with Fuse on Feral, KAWHI on Hunter, they kind of showed that a little bit earlier. There might be something to kind of outright counter the DK Rogue, but my guess is they're going to just...
double outlaw.
There's no way. I feel like their double outlaw... Like, if we had a double outlaw tier list, I think Delirium is in the bottom. And then it's probably 3.5 men, and then Team Liquid. And that's because this is the only teams. But yeah, they're not going to change anything. Just staying to the same strategy. Maybe got caught off guard in that situation. Probably a matchup they don't have a huge amount of experience. There's not a lot of people running Death Knight Rogue, let alone Death Knight Outlaw. Like, this is the only team in the game, let alone in tournament and ladder. I feel like this is literally the only team in the game playing this comp. So they've got that going for them on the side of Team Liquid. They're one of a kind. Will 3.5 men be able to figure it out in 2 games?
That is the question. Let's see what they can do. The big map's going to make it a little bit easier for Kearney and Nuked to potentially avoid crowd control, because it wasn't actually a blind at the end of the game. It was Sea-Doo with a Chastise Fear, where they were able to basically just push in. So maybe 3.5 men getting a little bit overconfident in terms of defense, because offensively, you're totally right, Zico. I mean, they were one set up from potentially closing out the game. There's no defense left for Team Liquid, so really, really cutting it close. And it's really, really interesting to see, you know, bringing in the Unholy Death Knight makes this matchup appear to be a lot faster paced. Death Knight bringing in a lot of damage, but also vulnerable as a target. So, and let's see if Team Liquid get it done. They have this composition. Mez on the Unholy Death Knight, Trill on the Outlaw Rogue, Sea on the Holy Priest, going into Defiance, trying to get the reverse sweep here on 3.5 men. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, let's see if they could do it. 3.5 men leading 2-1 here against Team Liquid. Team Liquid getting a game back on the board here with the DK Outlaw. Let's see if they can do it again here on the brightest map in the pool. We got the Imperial Domain, a lot of space to work with here if you're a mage, of course. And we're going to see Lord Mez here on his Unholy DK channeling out the Fleshcraft. Let's see what they can get done here. Mez gets sapped. Sea-Doo gets sheep shot. They're going after Sea-Doo here. Nuke already popping his combustion. Mez already trinketing, dropping down to Magic Zone. So very similar start to previous game. And we're going to see Mez now looking to get aggressive. There's the Strangulate, Asphyxiate combo. So Asphyxiate on Kearney and then Strangulate on Nuke. Prevent him from blinking, prevent the other guy from healing. And a lot of pressure here onto Nuke. They are going to get the Guardian Spirit. Can they get more? Kearney depths the blind right there. I mean, I feel like every time we watch Kearney, he's deafening blinds. He is absolutely insane when it comes to those reads. And we're going to see a kidney shot here onto Mez. Mind games coming in here for Kearney. Big damage coming in. Cedar tries to def the sheep. He actually gets it. It looked like he got it on the recast there. Maybe Nuke actually recasted it too early. Mez with the mind games here can't really activate any of his self heals right now. Edu comes out, dispels it, and Mez will survive. Now Kalvish in the disarm. Nuke could be in trouble here. And this game so far is not looking too bad for Team Liquid. So far, they've been able to survive the onslaught and been able to get good pressure of their own. Kalvish right now in a kidney shot, asphyxiate onto Kearney. They might have a strangulate here as well. And we're going to just have to wait and see. It doesn't look like Mez is going to be able to access Sidu, pushing in Chastise into Fear. And Kalvish kind of dropping low here as well, just to the kind of cleave damage coming out here from the Outlaw Rogue. Strangulate onto Nuke as well. He's taking decent damage. Mana definitely in favor of Team Liquid, and so far this comp is showing promise. But the one thing that worries me is that Mez has long cooldowns that eventually will run out. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Swap onto Sidu. They shackle Mez, and Sidu is getting absolutely blasted. He faints on 1 HP, gets the Desperate Prayer, gets the Guardian Spirit, and he had to use basically everything there, but he does survive. And that's the thing about Team Liquid. I feel like eventually, if they do enough cooldown trades, they will fall behind and potentially lose. Trill, very, very low again here, using the Coco Shadows and the evasion here. They're just getting cooldowns left, right, and center here, Super T's.
Yeah, very interesting matchup here. Swap on the Kalvish. Are they going to be able to dunk him a second time? So close, but no cigars. Kearney saves them with the Apotheosis. Actually killing him again. Can they take him down twice? 2 health bars on Kalvish, getting cut down right now. He's going to vanish from the fight, reset his cooldowns, and avoid death here. But they're definitely showing potential. Nuke is getting gripped in by the Abomination's Limb of Mez, trying to push for Cauterizer. A block. Can they get it? They get a block off the Abomination Limb. They're keeping their dreams alive of getting to a Game 5 here and showing that they are a top team in North America. Another swap onto Kalvish, forcing evasion from him. Mana advantage to the side of Team Liquid. But now that that Abomination's Limb is down, I want to see 3.5 men start getting aggressive. It seems like they're still on defense, though, with a blind on Kearney. Mez is trying to chase down Kalvish. And will he be able to reconnect and get any damage out? Sidu in a kidney shot. Swap on a Sidu again. Getting the Guardian Spirit. Mind Games! Oh, Sidu got the fade, immuning the Mind Games. Minus siding now and will recover. Kalvish into another kidney shot. Pre-faints it. Is he going to survive? This is Dark Transformation for Mez. Ramping up his damage once again. Stun on Kearney. Dismantle on Kalvish. Gripping Kalvish back. Trying to cleave him down. Trying to pop those wounds, get pressure for his team, and just win on mana. Nuke getting interrupted by the pet of Mez. Really good awareness there on his part. Trill, though, in trouble. Cloak and Feint at below half, gouging Kalvish to stop the sap. Nuke gets interrupted by Mez on the poly. They have to go for Chastise. It's just lob a Pyro at Sidu there. It seemed a bit random. Strangulate onto Kearney. Kidney shot onto Kalvish. Another setup, but Mez gets peeled away. And with the poly, do they have enough damage to take down Kalvish? Or Guardian Spirit from Kearney. Kalvish should stay alive, but Team Liquid, they have the mana advantage. They have the pressure advantage. It's looking good for them to get to a Game 5.
I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable. Mez right now and Trill just getting out so much pressure on Nuke, as well as Kalvish. Nuke with no Ice Block still does have his Cauterize, but the Abomination Limb coming up here soon for Mez. A full Polymorph, though, on Sidu. Trill, in desperation, will trade out his Trinket, and in line of sight is trying to survive. Throws out the blind defensively on Kalvish into a sap. Looking to get aggressive here now onto Nuke to dispel on Mez, as both Mez and Trill make a swap here, potentially onto Kalvish. Dismantle comes out onto Trill. Trill counter dismantles Kalvish, just pressure all over the place. A-Bomb's Limb coming in with the kidney shot on Kalvish, but there's just no damage to be found. A beautiful grip there by Kearney, freeing Kalvish from all that crowd control. Mez and an Abomination Limb really not getting anything done. That was really well handled by the 3.5 men.
Yeah, that was really, really beautiful stuff there by 3.5 men, and they forced Sidu's IQD earlier. So for the next blind, Sidu actually doesn't have a way out, but I don't know if they're going to survive that long. Nukes right now is super low HP. Can they take him down? He's so low. He still has the Cauterize, though, to work with, but still, here comes the swap onto Sidu. There's the Mind Games. There's the Resonator. The Mind Games get strangulated. That would have been the game there, potentially. Nicely done. Lord Mez, once again, you get anti-magic zone. You get a Strangulate. You get a grip. Everybody right now is trying to just get a kill, but Mez is blocking them all, and right now pushing forward for victory with his teammate Trill here. Can they do it? Can they get enough damage on the board? Kearney in a full blind, Nuked in a lot of trouble here. Kalvish looking for a re-stealth here amongst things. and they do get a sap onto Kearney there by Trill. They still have good pressure onto Nuke. They use the Guardian Spirit, and Kearney will come out of crowd control. Nuke still dangerously low. Flash heal coming out with the Power Infusion, spamming out the heals. Here's the Mind Games. Here's the setup.
9
Big
seconds.
kidney shot coming in. They get a full blind onto Trill. There's a kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Nuke, though, dropping low as well, going for the Ring of Frost and the Sheep. He doesn't get the ring in time, though, onto Trill, and that setup is not going to lead to anything. Now, Nuke has his Ice Block, but the question is, how long is he going to be able to keep it? And I think I think I saw Kearney just def a Chastise there from Sea-Doo and then fear him on his Chastise Fear attempt. So Kearney playing absolutely out of his mind, but he's got no mana left. He's sitting down for a drink right now, and they're trying to slow down Team Liquid, but Team Liquid unrelenting in their assault. I think Team Liquid are in a very commanding position right now, Super.
Oh, blind, double fear, but Mez and Trill are gouged in kidney. Sea-Doo's mind controlling Kearney, trying to finish Nuked. Looks like the mind control is interrupted by KAWHI, but here comes Abomination's Limb for the win! Massive damage onto Nuke, proccing the Cauterize, cutting him down. Can they proc the Wild Seed? They were so close to a Trill. In hot pursuit, gouges the Polymer, but Nuke has suddenly recovered from the apotheosis of Kearney. He's still got a lot of damage to heal through. Abomination's Limb is still ticking. They're ripping in. Here comes the Apocalypse. Is Nuke going to survive? He's solo, blinking for another Blazing Berry, Frost Nova, and all of the ghouls. But Kearney into the Fear by Sea-Doo, and the Wild Seed will be procced, and Team Liquid are going to a Game 5. Mez, man. Oh my God. You can't count him out when you got Mez on the back here. You can get him in and get some wins, and now 3.5 men. You've only got one game to figure this out.
I mean, I still am so curious if this is a composition that Team Liquid is like, all right, this is kind of like our ace in the hole. Like, this is what we're going to save in case anyone can beat our double outlaw. Or if this is just like, okay, well, we need to try something different. And now this is all of a sudden working out so beautifully for them. And when I think of teams like LF4, like maybe this is something that they could run in Europe. For RMPs, if Team Liquid could reverse sweep this, I mean, this composition is looking very promising. A lot of pressure throughout the match. Of course, there are moments of the game where it looks unstable, but Maz putting out a really impressive amount of damage.
I mean, that swap right there on Sea-Doo, he definitely calculated his defensives perfectly right there to survive that one. Full kidney onto Calvish. I mean, the pressure was just absolutely fantastic here throughout the game. So many close calls on both sides, and I completely agree with you. I actually don't think that this is something that Team Liquid just whipped out now. I think this is something that they have been practicing, maybe at least for the last couple of days there, because, on the topic of what beats RMP, like, I feel like that's been the theme, right? We've been talking a lot about, okay, but what about if, if one team has to blind lock Outlaw, the other one locks Sub, like who has the edge? We've come to the conclusion that Outlaw has the edge, and that's why we've been seeing so many Outlaw RMP mirrors. Most people think that the answer to a good RMP is just another good RMP, but we've been seeing, some answers come out. Saw the turbo from LF4 yesterday. It looked good. Today it didn't look good. But I would actually say the thing that's looked super convincing, actually, I would say, is these outlaw-based cleave comps, like Outlaw Red looked quite good, as well as this Outlaw DK now is looking like a pretty solid answer. You're gonna have one melee that can, be the closer. And then you're going to have an Outlaw Rogue that can kind of, get a lot of damage done. I mean, even Mez here actually doing more damage than both the Outlaw Rogues. But you're just going to have that disruption. You're going to have those interrupts, the blinds, etc., everything that the Outlaw Rogue brings. And then you can just have another melee that just can do more damage, basically.
Looking good, honestly. I wonder what other Outlaw cleaves could be good, like Outlaw Feral.
Yeah.
Maybe, like Outlaw Feral, Outlaw Windwalker, like take your pick, you got a lot of things that you could pull out. You kind of need, I think for the second melee, you need someone else who's very durable. So like the Rep Paladin brings in a lot of that durability, as well as the Death Knight. So I don't know. Team Liquid, once again, they're going to be going for it. Mez on the Unholy Death Knight. This is just so interesting to see. I can't believe that they've had just like another composition that they could run, and it's working out. I think for 3.5 men, this is where we might have to see their flexibility tested a little bit. Are we going to see Fuse brought in? Nope. They're actually going to be going Subtlety. So that is a big adjustment. And I fear Sea-Doo Sea-Doo could be deleted in this match. So I think Trill and Mez is going to have to do a phenomenal job. Mez with the anti-magic zone is going to have to be very fast. I think Calvish is going to lose a little bit of durability here, but in terms of lockdown during your one shot, Subtlety definitely packs a punch.
It's gonna be really tough for Sea-Doo. I feel like with the Kearney playing mind games and having triple crowd control now, so Mez won't be able to save Sea-Doo in those moments. Like, Sea-Doo had a couple close calls, and it was Outlaw. Like, you don't get a close call against Sub, you're dead. So this is going to be a lot different, I think, for Team Liquid. But at the same time, Sub Rogue is a way better target. So maybe Calvish just falls over. Is what we're going to have to wait and see play out. Regardless, this is going to be about all protecting Sea-Doo on the side of Team Liquid. Just keep Sea-Doo alive and win on pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. Sub Rogue, they have insanely high DPS, they have insanely high burst, but they also take insane amounts of burst. And that's a big reason why a lot of people have been playing the Outlaw Rogue. However, Calvish, this is kind of his bread and butter. This is what he started out with at the start of the year. We'll see if it can bring them this win here against Team Liquid. 3.5 men versus Team Liquid 2-2. This is the game number 5. This is the game that decides it all. Who will take it, the RMP or the DK Outlaw right now? Looking to reverse sweep from the side of Team Liquid. See if Calvish can not only get a kill, but also stay alive. Look at Trill already playing with cheat dev. He knows what can happen. They're going to open up onto Mez here. Big damage coming in here from that first Shadow Dance. They also commit the Shadow Blades here, but it doesn't look like they actually want Mez. They're going after Trill immediately here, and Trill already, I think he's in a shadowy duel here with Calvish. I'm not sure it actually was his Cloak of Shadows, but he definitely used his human racial there. And I mean, that was the hit. Now it's time to run here on the side of 3.5 men because Mez is hungry. He's popping his Abomination's Limb. Big damage coming in with Apocalypse as well. Big hits coming in. Mez gripping Nuke back to his clutches. If Trill can connect here, this could be big trouble for Nuke. There it is, Asphyxiate, but no Strangulate here for Nuke. Full blind onto Sea-Doo. Full sheep attempt here onto Mez. They're going after Trill. They've isolated him. Ring of Frost gets gripped. They do get a sheep onto Sea-Doo, though. And Trill trying to stay alive without Sea-Doo actually using his IQD here. Very, very coordinated. Very strange, honestly, that they don't trade there. But Trill will survive. Great defensive communication here between Trill and Sea-Doo. And they will stay alive. But the Sub Rogue so far has been looking very, very deadly.
Yeah, they're so close to a kill time and time again here. And they don't have to just commit to Trill. They could swap as well if they get IQD from Sea-Doo. I think that's their goal. Or if he's running, he might just be playing Human Relentless with no IQD into Subtlety, I feel like, maybe for more throughput.
Ooh, grip the bomb.
See, nice grip here from Sea-Doo. That could have been the kill. That may have just been the end of the game if Sea-Doo didn't have that clutch play. So, what nicely done here. Close call after close call, but as long as they make it through and get the dub, that's all that counts. Calvish is stunned up behind the pillar. Kearney's trying to reposition, walks into a gouge. Calvish is getting blasted and smoked. Team Liquid with the reverse sweep. You can never count out Lord Mez.
Mez, an absolute hero. I mean, coming in clutch. You know, it is Father's Day, so Mez obviously celebrating, Sea-Doo celebrating, Sea-Doo's birthday as well. So getting that reverse sweep going to be super exciting for them, but really impressive. I mean, Team Liquid bringing in, you know, RMP has basically been the scariest comp in the circuit for both regions. And the fact that Team Liquid, not only they played RMP, but then kind of figured out a composition that's good into it with the double Outlaw, and now bringing in the Unholy Outlaw. And I mean, this is just, they've done such a phenomenal job, I would say, this season, bringing in all these different compositions, practicing all these different classes, and really making it work. It's been impressive to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look at Trill here at the start of the game. Mez Trinkets, Anti-Magic Zone, Trill Cloaks. They barely survive. And then here, Sea-Doo full blind into Sheep. Resonator down. Ring of Frost gets gripped. And no resheep here onto Sea-Doo to get the sap, though. Trill survives. And then immediately they're able to just turn it around here. And that's the thing. I mean, Calvish is able to do a lot of work. They grip the bomb there as well from Calvish. And actually, Trill preemptively used his trinket right there as well, the Eternal Aegis. So just really, really good stuff from Team Liquid. Good reads. And then they connect. You get the kidney shot. And they connect here with the gouge onto Kearney into the damage here. And with that blind onto Kearney, he does go down right there. He trinkets out. Exactly what happened in that last game as well. Trill just coming in there like after the CC chain, and he just throws a blind just to waste a little bit, just a split second of extra time. And it's been able to get them the kill in the previous match and in this one. Fantastic stuff here coming out from all three members from Team Liquid, and especially Daddy Mez coming in here on Father's Day and just setting the record straight with a quick, well, for him 3-0, and then he's back to celebrating.
Yeah, he's gonna go stare at his lawn and wear some white socks with some New Balance sneakers and I don't know.
With socks and sandals and like
Yeah.
What are those shorts called that are like
Cargo shorts.
cargo shorts with socks and sandals? CD's like well equipped.
Yeah. I think that's an order for Mez right now. So well done to Team Liquid for getting in that reverse sweep with a new exciting comp. So good to see them be able to take that victory, especially against a team like 3.5 Men who have been super consistent on that RMP. So Dad buff OP. I think indeed it is the combination of Father's Day for Team Liquid definitely came in clutch for these guys.
Yeah, well, they were down, right? They brought in 2 dads. So they were able to pull off the reverse sweep. They needed another one to abuse the buff. They're getting the hidden buff.
Yeah, that's the secret. Just double the amount of dads that you have in your, in the arena, and then you'll win. But next up game here, we've got KAWHI versus UNITAS. And then, every time we talk about UNITAS, it seems like we're kind of just wondering when they're going to sort of pick it up, when they're going to reach that potential that we know that they have as a team. And we know that KAWHI also is going to be no easy task for this team. So let's see what they can do against KAWHI. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, this is UNITAS versus KAWHI coming up next. Hey guys, and welcome back. We're about to see KAWHI face off against UNITAS. UNITAS, they have an RMP, but they are kind of, I think, like 8th place right now in terms of standing. So we know that they haven't really had a good season at all. Zico, in your mind, like, where's that synergy? Is it synergy? Is it their comp just not working together? I mean, it's just kind of, I feel like, interesting that they're not really doing that well so far in the circuit.
Well, in the cups they didn't look too bad, but I think it's been the outlaw meta kind of that's they fell off a little bit once more and more outlaws started showing up, and it's good that you mentioned that, Aya, because I do think it's important to highlight here that UNITAS, they were actually ahead in the RMP power rankings, but they've definitely dropped under NOVUS after their monster performances here. So just as a side note, and we are going to see both teams leading with their stronger sub-rogue on Aiden. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. When UNITAS shines, it's with the sub-rogue. It's with the fast, explosive, isolated target, one-shot it, resonators, you know, all hands on deck type of gameplay. And we'll see if that works, though, into KAWHI, which is basically an unbeatable tank. So.
I think they picked sub because they thought they were going to play Ret Outlaw, but instead they played Shadow, and I feel like Shadow's way better into sub. So I kind of feel like KAWHI actually won the blind pick here. They've been playing Ret Outlaw into every RMP, so UNITAS were like, okay, we'll play sub instead for Ret. And they just threw them the Shadow Priest instead. So let's see if Aiden can get things done here on the Subtlety Rogue. Triple crowd control. Oh, they dropped the chain on Prev, though. He activates the Fey Guardians, gives a little bit of damage reduction to Drake. And with that added damage reduction, Drake survives. Actually still trades Cloak, but it's 1-for-1 with the Combustion. I think matching that up more than fair in this position here. For his side, they survived the initial crowd control, holding on to major cooldowns like the trinkets, which is the most important cooldown against the Subtlety Rogue here. They stun up Aiden, trying to go after him. And I do wonder why are ready for the Subtlety version of this combo. They got so much practice into Outlaw, but Subtlety is definitely a different animal.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that, but I think KAWHI pretty prepared into this. Cheap shot onto Brain. Let's see what they can get done. They're actually going to go for a full polymorph. Prep going for a massive spell. A dismantle coming in from Drake as well. Kitty shot now onto Abrua. He's going to be trading out his will to survive in order to get done. I'm actually curious to see. I want to see exactly what build that Abrua is playing in. So he's actually playing Shimmer. So that is really interesting. You really don't see mages play Shimmer very often. Aiden's going to be a big target here, though. He's forced to trade out his trinket as well. He's playing a Night Elf, so with no trinket, these kidney shots are going to be absolutely devastating. Kidney shot now on Abrua, and keep in mind, he can't blink out of them. He doesn't have that extra defense. I feel like Abrua may have made a mistake here. We wanted to get more aggressive with the Shimmer, but I feel like now he's going to be a huge kind of vulnerability for their team.
Yeah, Abrua now looking to blink in, get aggressive onto Brain. Big power play, but Brain predicts it. He's playing with the tank legendary. However, they still proc his, they proc his legendary and they force his divine shield. So pretty good swap there from UNITAS, but let's see what they can get back now. Full kidney shot, silence. That's going to be an ice block, and that really is the thing. And look at Aiden here. He's going to be stuck in that kidney shot and really giving him some time to kind of debate, to think about anything he wants to here, because those kidney shots are about 8 seconds long on Aiden, so he's gonna have plenty of time to think about that. Brain stuck in a kidney shot here as well. Some damage coming in. Brain is actually playing Trinket, so he's not playing the IQD. He's gonna have that set bonus for some extra stats, some extra tankiness. So Brain still with some cooldowns left to trade, with Blessing of Protection gonna be big as well to trade for some of those rogue goes. And now that they know he has the tank legendary, maybe they can play around it on the side of UNITAS, but still, Abrua, the fact that he is running with that Shimmer means he can't blink out of the stuns. And right now, if you are on KAWHI, you just don't even know, like, should we kill Aiden? Because he has no trinket, he's got no shadows, and we can get full stuns on him because he's not a human, or do we go after Abrua, who has no ice block as well? So much opportunity here on the side of KAWHI. Nice death there by Prev on the sheep, and that is going to allow him to access his Greater Fate, and that's going to allow him to support Brain here during that setup. And instead of Brain being in trouble, it's going to be Aiden who gets a couple of defensive cooldowns there from Korlik. So again, it's going to be KAWHI in the lead here with a very commanding position.
Let's see if they can maintain it now. 3.5 minutes in. Brain only burning that Divine Shield. They're in a really good position. Here come the Shadow Blades from Aiden, trying to make a play here, but getting no real connection. It's actually Abrua that's just melting to dots right now from Prev. Corlick is trying to drink. Is he going to regret it? There's no ice block. Brew down at half. Big heals coming in from Corlick. I do wonder how they're going to navigate this, because right now, Rain seems to be the best target, but if he's running that prop Paladin Legendary, when he dips low, he's going to take 40% less damage, so he might be a really tough target as well. KAWHI just always know the exact comp they need to beat a team specifically, just plan it out for the entire series. Prev has been multi-classing. Previously, it was just kind of a balanced druid one trick, and it seemed really challenging to try and get him on the team during metas where balance wasn't a meta pick. But now picking up Shadow Priest, picking up Rep Paladin, like jumping between big swings in terms of roles has been very impressive on their team. Drake as well, adapting from Windwalker to Warrior when Warrior was the meta, now to Rogue, now to Outlaw Rogue. Like, KAWHI have been dominant throughout multiple different metas. Nice push here from UNITAS. Does at least get them dispersion on this assault, although still medallions and sacrifice are the main objectives they're trying to get. Combustion, Bruin now on the back foot, no block for 30, trying to escape with Soul Shape. Aiden is getting rotted down and cleaved by Prev. Drake is sneaking around the map, trying to find his target. Maybe looking for some crowd control, but now he's polymorphed. Kidney shot on Prev, another setup, but oh, they dropped the chain. Rain gets some heals out here, and now Aiden caught in a cheap shot. Is he just gonna die? Another kidney shot, he's at 30%. Drake is doing everything that he can to finish, and it will be enough. KAWHI score the kill in game 1 and are looking as good as ever. Who can beat this team? Very similar to Europe right now, with such a dominance at the top end.
I mean, it's really interesting to see. KAWHI, just beautiful. I mean, the thing that makes this team so special is their ability to balance defense, offense. They know exactly when they need to push in, never really overlap any defensive cooldowns or offensive cooldowns. It's just so rare to see. Phenomenal team, and we're going to see at the end of this game, Zico, all that amazing crowd control that Drake, Prev, as well as Brain were able to string together in order to take down Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic work from them. And this is kind of what we expect from KAWHI. That's the thing, man. It's not just how good they played it. It's also how intelligent they are, how many different answers they have. They always keep the enemy teams guessing. And this was the swap onto Brain that forced out Divine Shield. They grip him, they get the mind games, and there's no question about it. Brain has to bubble there. It's way too much offense being committed, but at the back end of that, they got Aiden's Trinket, they got Abrua's Ice Block, then they forced Aiden's Trinket again. So this is later on in the match to get the sheep onto Drake, and then they decide to do a setup here onto Prev, and then they just do a counter go after Aiden, get a beautiful CC chain, cheap shot, kidney shot into Hodge, into a gouge there as well, and then they proc the Guardian, have enough damage to take him down. They got the silence to back it up as well, and that's the thing about KAWHI. They're very precise. They're like a bunch of surgeons. You know, they're very. Every single time they push in, you know exactly what the objective is, and Brain is always ready. Okay, I'm gonna bop here immediately. If this happens to you, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna keep pushing until we get what we want. And they always seem to get it. And KAWHI gonna be up 1-0 here, picking that Rogue Shadow Priest Pally. Not exactly what we maybe would have expected, and necessarily not what Unitas also expected there. Playing that sub-rogue into Shadow Priest.
It's the mind game with this team. You never know what to expect in the blind.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I don't know if we've talked about it too much, but I think one of the main reasons why we're not seeing the Retribution Paladin, it's interesting to me that we're not seeing Unitas play Outlaw, but I think KAWHI just realizes the way Outlaw kind of wins is with crowd control and just like consistent damage. So if you take out the Shadow Priest, you bring in the Retribution Paladin. I mean, sure, the Shadow Priest has like things like Mass Dispel, but the fact that you can like sank a stun, you have extra busting and protections, you just have so many different outs, and also your consistent damage is through the roof, and it's hard to actually just like train down a Ret Paladin. I think that's one of the reasons why KAWHI opts for the Ret into the Outlaw, but yeah, into that Subtlety Rogue, the burst can be so overwhelming. They can force out multiple defensive cooldowns at once. I think going with the Shadow Priest is smart, and I mean, KAWHI, they've been one of the few teams that have just been able to handle RMP. They haven't lost yet. They're one of the only teams not playing RMP whatsoever, and yeah, they're still doing phenomenally, which is really impressive to see.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Brain at all on a Holy Priest, for example.
No.
It's crazy to see that even when Paladin, like it's not considered top tier. Brain is just always there. He's always able to perform with these guys, and I mean, it's amazing, honestly, to see just how good Brain is. I mean, I remember when Brain got onto the scene, and you guys were saying that he's as good as Rob Cub, and I was just kind of laughing. I was like, yeah, right. But he really is in a class of his own when it comes to that paladin. He's the only one who can make it work. And I mean, sure, Rob Cub, you know, he was the best at his time. He was the best, but Brain was definitely like his kind of successor, I would say.
I remember when I said that about Drake too on Windwalker Monk. I was like, yeah, Drake on Windwalker Monk, I swear he can go toe to toe with even like Chun-Li. And you guys like, what? No way. I don't believe that. And now here he is just farming. I mean, KAWHI is just one of those teams. They kind of came out of nowhere and just started owning. They just haven't lost. Let's see if UNITAS can actually pull off a win here. Let's see if they can take some games here off KAWHI. Probably going to be taking a little bit of damage here in the opener, but looks like he's going to be okay. And he actually switched over to Horde. Could be Horde or Alliance. He switched over to Pandaren, though, for a little bit of additional instant crowd control. So let's see if he's able to utilize that. It actually gives Shadow Priest 4 separate crowd control DRs if you string them together. With the Quaking Palm, the Disarm, the Silence, as well as the Fear. Prep taking a little damage. Could be the Dispersion, but nope. Quaking Palm on Aiden shuts that down, and it looks like he will be able to hold on to that precious Dispersion.
Really, really intelligent. And like you guys said, I'm surprised to see that they didn't pick an Outlaw Rogue on the side of UNITAS, because the Shadow Priest, he's going to have a Dispersion, Greater Fade, Mass Dispel. He has so many different answers. He's not playing the Void Shift. But still, Prev going to be super disruptive. He's going to always, you see, he grips a Ring of Frost there. He gets a Fear there. It's just really annoying to get a lockdown on Prev and Brain at the same time. With that said, though, they got a Dragon's Breath onto Brain into a Sheep. Here it is, a beautiful setup, and they will be rewarded with their Dispersion there of Prev. And they have Combustion coming up. They have Blind. They have Shadow Blade. So not a bad situation to be in for UNITAS here. But now what can they get back all the time for Abrua? Abrua also going to have to double check if he's playing normal Blink or Shimmer, and you're gonna see Abrua here with that Combustion ready to be a key member right now. He's going offensive. Brain actually trinkets the Blind into a cheap shot. What a beautiful Silence there, or Disarm rather, onto Abrua. He was gonna sheep Brain's trinket there, but Prev shuts it down, and they immediately get aggressive onto Aiden. Just so back and forth, but between both of these teams so far playing really well.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep up the setups on Prev. The problem with the Shadow Priest is that the cooldowns are so low that the Shadow Priest will always have an answer for a setup. So they're doing another clean setup. They might get the Trinket Void Shift here. They're down to half. They proc. Will they cut through the shield? Trinket Fade. Excellent setup. Once again, kicked on Mass Dispel. Trying to push for the Void Shift, but Brain's out of crowd control. He's going to stabilize. Prev's turning it around. Void time. Is Aiden ready for it? He faints out of the stun. Corlic is silenced. Aiden is still low. He vanishes. Trying to avoid the fight as they polymorph Prev, trying to give up the push. Prev's Dispersion coming up in 15 seconds, so he needs to avoid this setup for 13 more seconds. He's pre-Vampiric Embracing. His dots are going to heal him for a lot here. Corlic and a Kidney Shot. Trying to keep up pressure. Drake's dismantled. They want to set up. 5 seconds away from Disperse. Prev is avoiding them. Aiden's getting pressured. He's forced back away from the setup. Now into a Kidney Shot. Pushing for his Medallion. Double Dragon's Breath. But Prev has options here, and if he can get a Massive Spell on the Sheep... Oh no, Aiden, is he going to go down? Trinket, Cloak on the Hammer. Shadow stepping away. Is he going to survive? Trying to set up amidst all of the chaos with the Polymorph onto Prev. They're trying to send it, but Brain isn't crowd controlled. Oh, he sneaks in the Polymorph. Is Prev going to survive here? Powered Shield trying to be greedy. Uses the Greater Fade, but he's still Mind Games for a second. Battle Master boosting his health. They need to stop these Polymorphs. Quaking Palm onto the Rogue. Purge on Mind Control here. Looks like they're going to silence the Mind Control, actually, just to make sure. And Prev will survive without using Disperse. Very important to be greedy during some of these setups. Try and pre-read and hold on so that you can save your vital cooldowns for later that you can use while stunned. Aiden evasioning, expected to be the target here as he's pushing forward. I would say the offense of UNITAS is way cleaner, but there's just so much defense to get there. Once again, triple crowd control by UNITAS. Can they get Dispersion? They do for the Combustion. More than fair for Prev. He's actually, I think, very happy to trade Dispersion for Combust in this instance. Crowd control's over now. Aiden's in trouble. Is he going down? Game 2. Corlic denies the kill for now with Ray of Hope. Drake is chasing him, trying to make it negative. I don't think he's going to be able to. Aiden goes back to full health as a result. They swap back to Abrua. Trying to keep their pressure on 2 points here between both Abrua and Aiden, and tax Corlic's mana. I feel like this is a playstyle thing for UNITAS. They were one of the best sub RMPs, and I would feel like they're the team that just doesn't want to adapt to the Outlaw meta. They want to play their game on their terms. But if they want to, It means that KAWHI know exactly how to deal with it. Triple crowd control, kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him out? Into a Shadow Priest stun, trying to finish Aiden. No cloak, no evasion. Shadow steps behind Drake for a dismantle on his evasion. Nicely done by Aiden. It's going to buy him enough time to stay alive for another setup.
Aiden stays alive. Prev, though, with beautiful positioning. He's just pulling away, constantly running. But now gets caught into the open. Beautiful shadow step, kidney shot. Aiden drops the smoke bomb. Big damage here on the Prev. Can he get out of the stun? He does. He has the greater fate available. A brain is there as well, easily topping him off with his Venging Wrath. Aiden just going to vanish out. Wants to get another opener here. Gets the polymorph on Prev into a sap. They probably want to get a stun on Prev. Get a pre-cheap shot onto Brain if possible, and then get a stun on Prev is going to be the setup I think that they want to be going after. Kitty shot right now. Brain actually just goes for the Fleshcraft, gets counterspelled nicely done there by a Brua. Double Fear coming in, but it's actually going to be Aiden on the back foot. Good stuns coming in from Drake. A nice little defensive setup, and that's going to deny this push here from UNITAS and put KAWHI in a pretty reasonable spot. Brain, though, getting low. Can they actually get the Divine Shield? Greeds it out. And Brain manages to hold on. Keep in mind, Prev still has his Trinket as well as Void Shift. Brain still has the Bubble as well as Sacrifice. And Abrua just used his Ice Block. Things are spiraling out of control for UNITAS. Not many answers left. And on the side of KAWHI, it seems like they have infinite answers.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're going to see, actually, Abrua is playing Shimmer again, so he really has limited defense. It's going to be a great target, but right now set up onto Prev. Prev will use his Dispersion, but still taking a lot of damage here. But that's going to proc. He's going to get the Greater Fade as well. That will allow Brain some time to catch him back up to full HP. Now looking to get aggressive onto Aiden. And similarly to in that game number one, KAWHI with two different targets that they can go after right now. Two super juicy targets that they can go after, and it makes it so difficult for Korlik to actually guess who he should allocate his resources to. Right now it looks like it's going to be Abrua. Abrua, there it is. He gets a nice big pause on his HP there from that Ray of Hope, and he has the Guardian Spirit. Big heals coming in there from Korlik, but he doesn't actually top him even with all that extra bonus healing. Siphon is active to get a Hammer of Justice onto Korlik. Dragon's Breath attempt, but look at Aiden. He's getting absolutely blasted, and I mean, that's literally what I was just talking about. It's so hard for Korlik because he has two targets he needs to worry about. They go after Abrua. He puts his cooldowns there. Well, guess what? The Rogue is also dead, and you need something for him as well. And that's the problem. KAWHI just having them basically in checkmate situation and perfectly execute there on that kill. And they're looking bulletproof, honestly. I think we're going to need an Outlaw swap here coming in from Aiden because, I mean, KAWHI is just looking unbeatable.
I mean, I feel with a good reason, just always making the correct exchange, just knowing exactly what cooldowns to trade, both offensively and defensively, playing a perfect game, really, on their part. And if you do that against the Subtlety RMP, they're just not going to find any openings. So really well done to KAWHI for formulating this composition in this given scenario, knowing that UNITAS have not been having a good run with the Outlaw, so not anticipating it, leading with the Shadow Priest, as opposed to the Ret Paladin, which could have actually been a very bad matchup for them. Just once again, doing their homework. Very studious team, very astute team. Excellent plays all around. This is another example of clean offense. Aiden feared, silence on Korlik, pressure on Abrua, just always crossing multiple targets and rotating defensively to perfection. Like, this could be the only team right now to stand up to KUNGARNA from EU in the Cross-Region Tournament. And with every win, they're proving that more and more. UNITAS are the last team in North America to play them in the circuit. They're the last team to try and take a series from them. And right now, it's looking unlikely unless they make some big adaptations here in Game 3.
Yeah, I really wonder what they're going to do. I think RMP is probably an automatic lock-in from them. The only question I have is if they're going to switch it up and go over to the Outlaw Rogue, which I'm kind of anticipating. Like I said, I mean, during that game, there's never really a moment where Brain, Prev, and Drake don't have like 20 answers that they could trade out, right? So it's not like it doesn't really, I don't get the feeling that they're getting really close. I mean, maybe if there's like massive cooldown overlap on the side of KAWHI, but that doesn't normally happen. That's not something you can rely on against this team. So for UNITAS, I would like to see them go on the Outlaw Road, kind of bolster the defense of Aiden, who seems to be kind of the primary target in this match. and maybe force KAWHI to go over to the Ret Rogue. But at this point, being down 0-2, your options are kind of limited. I guess you just got to take it one game at a time. But nope, same exact matchup we're going to be seeing. Then the blind pick, UNITAS going to be going to a large map this time. So they actually locked in Hook Point. So trying on the small map didn't work out, so now they're going to be going to the large map and try. And this is something you see often with subtlety rogue teams. They want to be able to re-stealth, get their setup, and then run behind the pillar, create distance, get the re-stealth, get a reopen. And I think that's kind of what UNITAS wants to go for. And I'm actually surprised that they did go for Hook Point to begin with.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I wonder for UNITAS, honestly, where are the openings? Because they had some really clean CCs. They got, like Abrua, he's playing Shimmer. He goes for the Shimmer Sheep. They get it. They get the kidney on Prev. They got a clean setup. They force the dispersion, but there's no panic moment. You know what I mean? There's no, oh, here's the Divine Shield. Here's the Trinket Swap. Here's, they're really lucky that he survived. There's really none of that. It's just, it feels like they're kind of bashing their head into a wall, and that wall is just KAWHI's perfect CD rotation and how they're stopping a lot of their setups as well. And then eventually Abrua gets caught in a kidney, he gets sent, or Aiden does, and then eventually it's just too much pressure that Corlick can't keep up, and somebody goes down to the constant switching. So I liked it most when they went for Brain, and the fact that Brain is playing the tank legendary kind of signals to me that Brain is the most worried about himself going down. I feel like if you're going after Prev, that's when KAWHI is comfortable. I think more brain swaps, more targeting on Brain. Either way, it's going to be a tough job, but I think UNITAS, they are a solid team. They could get it done. Let's see what they decide to do here. Brain is playing a Necrolord Proth legendary Paladin, and it looks like actually they will go after him. They get a clean 3v1 here. Yeah, let's see the damage. You got to oh, they left the gap. Oh, you hate that. Brain is going to survive without having to use anything because he was spamming his Eternal Ages in the stun lock, and Aiden left the gap between the stuns, which means that all they force for that big opener is Brain's trinket, and not the PvP trinket that you want to force. Now Corlick in a stun into a blind here. Who are they going to allocate the pressure on? It's going to be Drake. Actually getting smoke bombed on. Brain in a fear. Drake in another stun. Double Ring of Frost coming out onto Brain as well as Drake. Really, really good setup so far. He's got the Fey Guardians protecting him though from Prev. And it looks like Drake is just going to be able to survive, sit through that. I don't think he uses Human Racial. And I don't think anybody else used any trinkets, which really is the big objective when you RMP. Now Abrua on the run. He gets the Guardian Spirit and is trying to reconvene here with his team for the next attack.
KAWHI just continuing their domination. Their pressure is relentless. Look at them continuing after Abrua. Corlick trading Ray and Guardian Spirit to recover, managing to bring Abrua back to full health. They do a setup onto Prev here, but they're not even getting dispersion. They interrupt him on Shadow. A decent opportunity to maybe take him out here. He's going to pop the Battle Master, pop the Greater Fate, and go for another Shadow Mend and heal himself up while Brain sits through crowd control. And they are able to reconnect. They're just so far behind on setups here. 2 minutes in, they haven't gotten any vital cooldowns. At Subtlety RMP, that is devastating to be in this position right now. They got to hold it together, but here comes a silence. Hammers down onto Aiden, and they finish him here in just a silence. They grip him away on the kidney shot. But now Abrua got left behind, and they could immediately turn onto him as he's down to half. Now Corlick has to reposition forward. Blazing Barrier from Abrua, but he's caught in another kidney shot. Prev is pushing forward. Look, he wants to go for crowd control on Corlick, but decides not to. Void Eruption. They use Aura Mastery to avoid interrupts here, so Prev can ramp up his damage safely without the Subtlety RMP maybe getting like a kick go where he can't use Dispersion. So nice coordination from Brain there with Aura Mastery. Triple Fear. Nice setup here from UNITAS. That is banking them Trinket and Dispersion. Prev cancels the Dispersion to go for the kill. Gets a double Fear with a reverse, but he might regret it. KAWHI potentially getting cocky here with that aggressive play by Prev. Are they going to regret it now? Divine Shield and Sacrifice. They're still going for the kill on Abrua and Aiden, but KAWHI now are leaving openings. Unless they can end the game here in the next couple of seconds, there's big opportunities for UNITAS.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful push there, and that's exactly what you want to see if you are UNITAS. You get a lot of cooldowns. You get Dispersion, you get the Greater Fade, you get the Trinket from Prev, you get Divine Shield, you get Sacrifice. That puts them back in the game in a huge way, but Aiden in trouble. Corlick right now into a full blind. Is there any follow-up? Doesn't look like it, and Aiden will, hopefully, for UNITAS, survive in this situation, but he is line of sighting Corlick right now. Line of sighting quite a bit. I mean, Corlick just can't not heal him. going after Prev, getting aggressive. Smoke bomb drops down. It's a blessing of protection from Brain, so another cooldown out of the way. Aiden now going after Drake. Mind games coming in. That gets silenced up by Prev as Prev's getting really aggressive here onto Aiden. He gets gripped away. This is the Psy Fiend. Massive damage. Drake moves in. Can he get a kidney shot in? He kind of crowd control. There it is. Onto Corlick. Prev and Brain need to get there as well, but it's not going to be any follow-up. Drake's going to go into a full blind. Bit of a reset here by Unitas, but definitely kind of a panic moment.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, they're continuing the chain. They force out Brain's trinket. They sheep him on his trinket. This is disaster. Finally, these are the panic moments that we're talking about. And we're going to see Aiden. He doesn't have his blind right now, but there will be an opening when he has it. And Brain, he has a blessing of protection, so he has an answer in 2 minutes. But if they can force something before that, this is really looking like Unitas' best game. Absolutely perfect play so far, swapping back and forth. But Aiden's taking a lot of damage right now. They will respond with the Guardian Spirit. But look at that Siphon at the end of the Ray of Hope, trying to make it a little bit less healing. And Prev here getting kidney shot, taking a lot of damage. There's a combustion. There's the sheep shot. There's the fear onto Drake, but he gets a blind off the 4 onto Abrua, and they won't get that sheep. That was the game-winning sheep, and that was Drake spamming the blind. If he got feared just 0.1 second earlier there, that surely would have been the Trinket Void Shift coming out from Prev right there, which really is the only, like, the last, like, hard immunity that they have on the set of KAWHI. So, hey, Unitas really making a great effort here and showing us, you know, on the potential final stand that these guys, they've been in the circuit. They're here to play. They are one of the great teams here. And right now, big swap onto Brain. They got the mind games, they got the kidney, they got the cheap shot. Aiden trinkets, they're going for the kill. Do they have enough damage? They have Void Shift still on the side of Prev. He's being greedy with it. And this time around, it's going to pay off. It's going to be Drake going for Aiden with the kidney shot. Aiden responding with the disarm. Prev getting sheep. And, you know, for KAWHI, anytime they survive these setups for an extended period of time, it's always going to be good for them because they're the team that needs their cooldowns to rotate back. Prev right now has his dispersion. Brain has his trinket in 15, has divine shield in 30. So the last 2 setups really were the KO attempts for Unitas, and the fact that they got stopped by Drake is disastrous because now divine shield, all that hard work that they did, it's gonna basically be for nothing, and they need to do it once again. So Aiden right now in a dangerous situation. Defensive smoke bomb might just go down here, and he will. I think he actually. He got executed there by an IQD, it looked like. I don't know, that maybe it was a hammer actually from Brain. Just a little judgment, but still, KAWHI, excellent performance. And Unitas as well. I mean, this is the last showing of Unitas, and I gotta say, it's been a fun team to watch. They've had their kind of own unique, like, aggressive RMP style. Didn't work out too well in this meta, but they're always a fun team to watch, representing, you know, LATAM. And you know, usually the top team in that region, so big respect to them.
Really well played. Insane defense, insane offense all around. They took risks, but even those risks seem to be calculated right here, where Prev trinkets and has to disperse, and they get trinket sack because they wanted to get aggressive with the cancellation. I think he canceled disperse, so mind games didn't do damage to him as well, but they got everything here. I was thinking, like, maybe Unitas have a chance. You get fade, disperse, bubble sack in one go, like maybe you got a shot. But even having no cooldowns, KAWHI just keep extending the game, and actually getting offensive even still with limited defensive options. And also maybe it baits the RMP to play aggressive, right? Like, you're thinking like, well, we just got everything, we need to play aggressive, and then that means that Drake and Prev can do more damage. These quaking palms from Prev and the Panda Priest, really love that. Anytime he's in danger with Brain and crowd control, just using quaking palm to stop the rogue, get a couple casts off, and he'll be fine to survive. And then setting up triple crowd control, stun one target, silence one target, stun the kill target, run it over, killing Aiden through cloak at the end of this. And KAWHI just remain dominant in North America. And I cannot wait for the head-to-head between NA and EU. KAWHI versus KUNGARNA. Like, we haven't seen EU versus NA in years. And I feel like that head-to-head in particular is one that we're all waiting for.
Yeah, I know I am. It's definitely going to be a clash of the Titans when we finally get to see that. But KAWHI walking away with yet another victory here. Unfortunate. I mean, you guys kind of already covered it. Unfortunate for Unitas. It was fun to see them kind of come together. Sort of, they had to rework quite a bit when they lost like pretty much most of their roster with Unitas, and sort of try and figure things out in there with their new teammates. But
weren't quite able to make it happen for them this season. So maybe we'll see them come back even stronger next time. So that's going to wrap up that series. And now we've got the very last one of the day coming up soon here. It's Golden Guardians and it's Cloud9. So two teams that are absolute staples in the AWC are going to be facing off against each other here. And if Cloud9 wins, that's going to determine a couple of things within the standings. And yeah, here's a banger tweet from GG. Wow. Happy Father's Day. What better way to spend it than taking the kids to a best of 5 against Cloud9 later? So very, very sweet. Absurge, the loving father figure. But
WizK looks terrifying there.
Yeah.
he kind of does. He looks like that meme with Kermit the Frog with the hood. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It just seemed like the baby with the goblin head.
Let's be real, they kind of all look terrifying. But yeah, happy Father's Day from Golden Guardians. But so we're gonna see that team face off against Cloud9 very soon here. So make sure you are tuning in because we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, last series of the entire circuit is about to kick off. It's Golden Guardians versus Cloud9 up next. We'll see you soon. everybody. Welcome back to the very last series of the entire circuit here. We're about to see Golden Guardians face off against Cloud9. Just as a bit of a refresher, here is the standings for North America. We can see Golden Guardians, a bit of a rough go at it. They're currently 1-5. And then in contrast, we've got Cloud9 sitting not so comfy in that 4th place position at 3-3. Right now for these standings. So, you know, they've kind of picked things up just a little bit towards the end here, but they definitely had an early rough go at it, which would be accountable to a lot of those losses. Zico.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at those standings, it said Novus 3-4, Cloud9 3-3. Novus 5th place and Cloud9 4th place. And in the head-to-head, which would be the deciding tiebreaker between the two, if Cloud9 loses here, Novus is 1. So this game, this decides everything. This is the game that will decide Cloud9's fate and Novus's fate. If the Golden Guardians wins here, Novus, the newcomers, are actually going to be the team to qualify over Cloud9, one of the titans here in North America. Everything is on the line for this game, and this is the Golden Guardians' kind of last opportunity to show what they've got as well. They've had a rough season here in the circuit. They're going to lead with their Rogue, Shadow Priest, and they're going to be playing Assassination here with Absterge on the Paladin. All right, let's see what they can do here. Cloud9, they have to win here.
All right, will Cloud9 qualify into the top 4, or will they meet their maker as Golden Guardians play spoiler here in this best of 5 series, the last series of the circuit before the top 4 finals for North America and Europe? Who's going to take it? Golden Guardians want to end with a bang. They don't want to just fizzle out of this year's competition. So let's see what they've got here. Peekaboo going to be playing for aggression on the Assassination Rogue. Will he be able to overwhelm Cloud9? And Absterge switching to the Holy Paladin in this composition, seeing Brain's success on that. So is he ready to step up and fill the shoes of the Holy Paladin? I feel like it's a spec that he's been very reluctant to run, just not his preferred healer at the moment. So, but he's going to need it if he's going to want to beat these RMPs. Double cross CC. Absterge will be... Oh, they overlap. They trinket and they bop. A big overlap here in the initial stages from the Golden Guardians. And that is just an opportunity waiting for Cloud9 in the future.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they're going to be able to fully capitalize on that opportunity as the game goes on. Chun-Li right now just kind of laying into Whiskey, putting a lot of pressure on him. It's interesting that they decided to go with this particular matchup, and this is actually the matchup that we just saw play out. Peekaboo going to be taking a little bit of damage as the Vendetta coming in from Peekaboo, so actually not opting to play the Outlaw Rogue, going to be playing the Assassination Rogue to get super aggressive, and let's see if they can actually take down Chun-Li as he appears to be the main target. I mean, I like the fact that Golden Guardians is kind of mixing it up. They're spicing it up a bit, playing their kind of play style that they're known for with this Vendetta. I'm curious to see if they can actually pull it off here against Cloud9.
Yeah, this really is the Golden Guardians that we know and love. Peekaboo on the aggressive assassination pick here. He's gonna need to be very careful though, because an Assassination Rogue is quite a squishy rogue right now. Flopping a Fear, can they follow it up with a Silence or anything? Doesn't look like Whiskey has it available just right now, and the pressure will kind of fizzle out there a little bit. Whiskey actually taking huge damage right now. It's not even Wealthy Man's Combustion. He has it ready. Doesn't want to just pop it though, and there it is. He's going to pop it onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo gets gripped behind the pillar. Absolutely gets put in a kidney shot. He's going to use his Human Racial, Sacrifice, and Wings to stabilize the Golden Guardians. Now pushing forward, looking for a Hammer of Justice here. He finds it onto Flop. Whiskey though taking some damage here, but he's got the Power Infusion, he's got the Void Erupt, he's got damage. No Silence though just yet. Absterge gets blinded. He's got no way out. Full sheep onto Absterge. This could be Whiskey's dispersion. He gets caught up in the kidney shot. He's trying to hold it, but the Ring of Fire burns too hot. Whiskey will be forced into the dispersion, will be unsynced as well with Wealthy Man's Combustion. The next time they can get a sheep or a kidney shot into a sheep onto Absterge, Whiskey is going to be in a lot of trouble. I'm looking at a Void Shift potentially coming out from Whiskey or a Divine Shield from Absterge here. A big opportunity right now for Cloud9 and the Golden Guardians. Let's see how they can respond. They have a Smoke Bomb and they have a Blind to work with right now.
Okay, where's their opportunity here? When are they going to pull the trigger? There's a Combustion waiting for them as well, though, from Wealthy Man. They're going to kidney shot Wealthy Man. Getting some damage with the Shadow Priest done from Whiskey. Trying to get on top of Flop for crowd control. Psychic Scream, Psy Fiend. Wealthy Man gonna alter time. Chun-Li's gonna chop up the Psy-Fiend. Good plays here by Wealthy Man and Chun-Li defensively. Whiskey now on the back foot. Abster's trying to respond. Big heals coming out. Wealthy Man now falling behind. Peekaboo with big cooldowns available at any moment to pull those out of his pocket. Playing Necrolord makes me think that they want to play for dampening, though, on that Assassination Rogue. And if that's the case, they're going to need to drink. That seems to be the major issue for Golden Guardians when they play Holy Paladin, is their mana is just atrocious. Right now, they're 40% behind flop. So if they don't find an opportunity to drink and regenerate that, playing the Necrolord Assassin, I don't know if they can pull this victory off, because you just need to grind it out against these outlaw RMPs. Finding a kill so early on just feels so difficult as a Shadow Priest. And right now, they're setting up for the win. Dispersion in 2-1. Whiskey survives for a couple more seconds. Peekaboo trying to assist. Blinds Chun-Li. Chun-Li trinkets for the kill. Abster's feared. Whiskey has to disperse. This is trouble here, because that was Divine Shield from Abster's. That was dispersed from Whiskey. Evasion from Peekaboo. No trinket. Right now, I would say that Cloud9 have control, both in terms of burst, crowd control, momentum, and mana. Golden Guardians right now are getting bullied. They're right on top of Abster's. He's not going to get a moment to breathe, a moment to drink, and they've got Golden Guardians in a stranglehold.
I mean, this is not what you want if you're the Assassination Rogue, although a little bit of pressure starting to mount. Chun-Li could be in trouble. You get the silence on the flop. Wealthy Man also taking a little bit of residual damage here, as Peekaboo and WizK focusing 2 members of Cloud9, but so far, Flop has been able to easily heal through it. Here it is, WizK forced to trade out his trinket. A beautiful setup here. Now kitty shot on Peekaboo. Cloud9 all over the place, swarming on Golden Guardians. Abster's, unfortunately, his mana is not looking good. Dampening has just kicked in, but a big setup here from Peekaboo. Looks like Chun-Li's going to be completely fine, though. He managed to get the evasion up. Cloak of Shadows is going to trade, so at least they get those cooldowns out of the way. But still, I mean, this isn't the greatest position for the Golden Guardians to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And Peekaboo also down a trinket, smoke bomb. He had to use it in that big exchange earlier when Abster uses bubble. So really, everyone right now on the Golden Guardians is a target. Wealthy Man, though, is put in the kidney shot. Psy-Fiend is down. Chun-Li kills it off. Chun-Li hooks in, looking to try to close out the match here. He has a blind. Just needs to set it up. There's a Blessing of Protection on Abster. Really the last kind of answer here. What can he get done? Kidney shot onto Whiskey. He's taking a lot of damage in that kidney shot, but Abster is there, not in crowd control, able to easily heal through it. And Peekaboo here getting crowd control in the backline, trying to get some work done onto Wealthy Man, but just being put in Chastised, Cheap, Dragon's Breath, things like that. And now finally coming out of CC, looking to swap to Chun-Li. This is a big opportunity here. Let's see what they decide to do. Can they get anything, a silence or a smoke bomb? They don't have the smoke bomb, actually. Oh, no opportunity there. They get a full blind sap here onto Abster. Kidney shot onto Whiskey. He's got dispersion, and he will be forced to use it. But that was the blind, as well as a sap, as well as the combustion. So a lot of offense being expended here on the side of Cloud9. Whiskey definitely respecting it and just trading out. He still has his Void Shift to work with, but Abster, like we mentioned, his mana is not looking good right now. Chun-Li, though, taking some damage. He doesn't have Cloak of Shadows for 10 seconds. They got CC on flop. Can they follow it up? Doesn't look like it. Flop will connect to Guardian Spirit. And once again, it looks like Chun will survive. He's going to have his trinket. He's going to have his cloak. So he's good for the next setup as well. And now Cloud9, with those offensives available, look to push in and get aggressive. Blink CS onto Abster. You get a sheep onto Whiskey, and Abster's line of sighting that crowd control that Wealthy Man was pushing in for. Wealthy Man now in a full kidney shot, gets gripped back to flop, and once again it's going to be Chun-Li leading the charge right now, getting a kidney shot onto Whiskey, doing a lot of damage here. Abster's really struggling to try to keep Whiskey alive here. Divine Favor coming out, big heals again for Whiskey to stabilize, but that was just Chun-Li running in basically and doing a little bit of work there. He's going to have a blind again now, and it just looks like it's just a matter of time before the Golden Guardians eventually fall to the pressure here. They need to get aggressive. They need to get a big cooldown of their own. They're pushing for it. They got a silence on the flop. You got damage on the Wealthy Man, but it's not going to be enough. And again, it's just going to be Cloud9 feeling confident to go in and look to try to close out this match, Sid.
Getting into dampening. WizK playing a training dummy simulator right now for Cloud9. It's getting attacked the entire game. This is now the moment they've been working for, is dampening. Can their dot damage start to stick? Master Spell around the corner, gets Abster's out of the poly. Big wings proc. But WizK gets interrupted and they follow up with another sheep into a kidney. WizK alone here. Gonna pop the Battle Master, Desperate Prayer. Get some added bonus healing on that good combination. Now going for Void Eruption. Trying to mount an assault here. Just trying to even going to tickle the surface of Cloud9 because they've been struggling to even dent them so far in game number 1. Flop pre-fades instant crowd control, trying to hit the silence. I don't know if Whiskey, looks like he didn't commit the silence, but now he's into a kidney shot. Big swing of damage from Flop in the backline on that Holy Fire, trying to force dispersion from Whiskey. He's getting cut up at the moment. He's going to pop the Fey Guardians. Is that enough? Absterge into a kidney shot. Whiskey getting overwhelmed here, trying to fake cast the kick of Chun-Li and get a Shadow Man. They're going to kidney shot Chun-Li. Whiskey repositioning, trying to get a heal in the corner, but Chun-Li still all over him, kicks him, and no Master Spell to be found. Absterge blind. He pops the blind and disperses. Bit of an overlap in this position, putting them further behind, and now Absterge is basically no mana. He's going to only be healing with those Word of Glories. He's going to have to line up his Vank Hammers perfectly. He's going to pre-Fleshcraft here, anticipating damage with that combustion of being available, but right now, Cloud9, they hold all of the cards here in game number 1. They hold their own fate to qualify into the top 4, and Golden Guardians, they're going to get overwhelmed here in a moment. The damage is mounting, and at any moment, Wealthy Man can pull the trigger. There's the Polymorph. Are they going to go? Here comes Combust. Absterge immediately Divine Shield sacrifices. He is not messing around with that exchange. He realizes how dire the situation is. Peekaboo is going to Cloak of Shadows, Trinket Evasion on the kidney shot, just trying to stay alive at this point for the Golden Guards, but they've got nothing. Dragon's Breath, they Void Shift over to Absterge, but they could even kill Absterge at this point. Peekaboo is rotted down. Absterge with wings, he goes for the Vank Hammer, needs a big Word of Glory. Big Word of Glory comes out from Absterge. He's topped his team. They've got to get aggressive. They got to get something happening for their side offensively at this point. They've got a Side Fiend rolling on Wealthy Man. Peekaboo is trying to chase down Wealthy Man at the moment, but not really able to connect even with his Vendetta in this position. Finally, some damage here onto Wealthy Man. Finally, some damage onto Chun. Flop forced to make a trade on Ray of Hope as well as Guardian Spirit, and Peekaboo trying to carry the game. Wealthy Man blinks in offensively to finish it. WizK Fey Guardians again, trying to reduce damage as much as possible. Gouge on Absterge, 6 seconds away from dispersion, 5 seconds away from dispersion. His team is crowd controlled. WizK Greater Fades, tries to Shadow Man, gets DB'd on it, fears defensively, just trying to stall, just trying to stay alive, just praying for a miracle right now. They stun up Flop, they stun up Peekaboo at the same time, though, to deny any sort of offense. Double dismantle, mirroring each other at this moment in time. And can the Golden Guardians pull off a miracle at this point? We're getting into deep dampening, and the heals are not going to get any better from this point.
No, definitely not. And WizK is forced to trade out the dispersion. Absterge has nothing left whatsoever. They're making a swap onto Absterge. There is nothing. Divine Protection comes out, but it's WizK that gets sniped. Wealthy Man with his combustion pods WizK. There's going to be no saving that pod. And Cloud9 with dominance in game number 1. Golden Guardians, I just am not convinced that this is going to be their answer. I do like the fact that they brought in the Vendetta Rogue, but the Assassination Rogue. But I kind of wonder. I wonder what they need to do. I feel like they have a few different options. They either need to kind of just believe in the Outlaw Shadow Priest with the Paladin. And if they want to play Assassination, I feel like they need a more offensive healer. And I know this is going to sound ridiculous, I almost would rather Absterge play Shaman in this matchup.
Take it back.
Yeah, take that back. I like Absterge on the Pally. I mean, I like that they tried Assassination, but it just feels like they don't have the pressure. I really don't. I can't put my finger on why, but we just saw this same matchup, and it was going heavily in favor of the Rogue Shadow Priest when KAWHI was playing it. So it's it's interesting to see. Obviously, that was with Sub Rogue, but we've seen it with the Outlaw Rogue as well. And when the Golden Guardians are playing it, it just feels like they just don't get those big goes. They don't get those big pushes, and it feels like they fall behind. At this point, I mean, they've stayed alive for such a long period of time. They've really rotated their defense super well, and they've lived. But eventually, Absterge goes out of mana, and when you look at the other side, I mean, Wealthy Man, he still had Cauterize, Combustion. They never forced Cauterize, Ice Block. They never forced any of those, and they didn't really get those big cooldowns that will actually put you up in a situation where you can kill somebody and win the game. It was just more like, okay, they got this, now we need to get this, now we need to who's going to save us next, basically. How are we going to live the next setup? It was never, how are we going to get aggressive? What are we going to do on the next setup? I feel like Golden Guardians offense, it really is where the problem lies. I feel like they I don't know, they're just not getting those big pushes. They're not pushing these mages over.
It's like the opposite of what you normally expect from them as well, right? Like normally Golden Guardians are the team that throws caution to the wind. They're the team that pushes in, that wants the enemy team on the back foot. They want to have the positional advantage. They want to keep you, on your toes on who they're going to be going after. But just haven't been able to find it from the Golden Guardians. I mean, it's really difficult. You go against a Fire Mage, an Outlaw Rogue, a Holy Priest. All 3 targets are really, really durable. But I kind of like the fact, like I said, that Golden Guardians is bringing the Assassination Rogue, but it just seems like it doesn't. I don't know. I like you said, you can't quite put your finger on it. Like, why?
Maybe they need
is the
Night
offense
Fae.
lacking so much?
Maybe they need Night Fae because he was playing Necro Assassination.
Yeah, Necro doesn't seem. I don't think spread pressure is gonna work.
Just go all out. I'd rather see them go all out. Like,
Yeah.
what do you have to lose? This is the Golden Guardians playstyle. They just snowball the pressure, but right now they don't have any pressure to snowball.
Yeah, they don't have a poison dispel, so Sepsis could be really strong with the Night Fae, especially with the Night Fae Shadow Priest resetting it. I mean, that's normally what you would expect to see from the RPS. So I'm curious to see if they do mix it up. Golden Guardians, yeah, I mean, they've had a long time to think about this matchup. They know that they're going to be fighting against the RMP. Cloud9, it's an automatic lock-in for them. They know Golden Guardians have kind of been struggling with this composition, and it's probably what they have practiced the most at this point. Golden Guardians, they got to make a choice. Are we going to see Upsurge on the Shaman? Are we going to see Peekaboo go to Outlaw? Is he going to go over to the Night Fae Assassination Rogue? Like, which one of these options is he going to pick? Are we going to see Jellybeans tagged in for Thug? Like, I really don't know. Yesterday, Jellybeans played a game, but it wasn't a real game, right? Like, they zoned in, the gates opened, and he had no conduits. He had no soulbinds, no conduits. It's basically, and you're not going to win in a situation like that as a hunter. So they ended up losing that one. So they didn't even get to try it. So I wonder if maybe that's something that they want to try here. I mean, how much would we like it if Jellybeans actually was tagged in, Sid? That face.
I feel like you got to play Outlaw. Like, if you're gonna play Necro Assa, you may as well be Outlaw. You're an Outlaw Rogue that can die if you play Necro Assa.
Yeah, that's
like,
how I feel.
why are you
Outlaw Rogue without Gouge.
It just doesn't seem good. I don't think you can
2
play
minute
Necro.
blind.
If you're gonna play Assa, you play Night Fae. You try and do the big bang attack with the Vendetta Sepsis and reset it with the Shadow Priest. Like that would have been all right, I think. But trying to like out dampen Outlaw as Assa is just not gonna, it's not gonna work. So I do want to see a Rogue spec change, if anything. But they're taking a long time to lock in here. I wonder if they have some wild card comp they're gonna throw out, like last ditch effort here from the Golden Guardians, or if they're gonna keep it standard. I don't know how much I want to see Jellybeans either. I mean, I love seeing Jellybeans play, but we've just seen Hunter struggling to stay alive at the moment against this comp. So I think their best bet is Outlaw, Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin, just like KAWHI have been playing. Getting into dampening and getting a drink, I think. And not making overlaps earlier on in the game. Like, limiting your overlaps so you can use a cooldown to drink, I think is the optimal way to do this. Like, if WizKids got dispersed and you want to drink, but nope, they're going to bring in the beans. Breaking out the beans on Dalaran Sewers, really small map where the Outlaw Rogue is going to get to dismantle Kidney and gouge you on your aim shot every time. I don't know if I like the map. They're going to do this. Unless they got some weird strat.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because in the match yesterday where Jellybeans didn't have any conduits and trades, that was on Asha mains. That was a big map. So at least it made sense to have him there. On Dalaran Sewers, I mean, we saw what happened to Kasu over in Europe, and we've seen a lot of hunters, like you guys said, have a problem with this. So this is, out of all the answers that I feel like we could kind of expect, I don't think this is necessarily a bad one, but I do agree with Sid. I feel like it's not a great one on this map. I would have much rather see them try this on a large map, and then on this map, maybe do one of those adaptations that we were talking about with either go Night Fae Assa or just play the Outlaw Shadow Priest. But Upsurge on the Holy Priest, I mean, maybe it could work. Yeah. I'd have to see it to believe it. It could work.
What covenant is
hoping it
Jellybeans,
works.
though? Is he going to be Kyrian?
So you could shoot through the wall.
I just
What
feel like
else
it's so predictable, though. Like, you just save dismantle every time.
Yeah, it is. You could blind it too if you really like pull in the dad strat and just blind it too. Throw a blind on it, gouge it, kidney it, dismantle it, and then if you're Jellybeans, the rest of the game you're just making unfavorable trades, right? So it's like you have your moment where you get to kind of like one shot them, but if you get controlled during that entire one shot, then it's definitely a difficult spot to be in, to say the least. But we're going to be going to a smaller map. I don't know if we necessarily like it, just because I think Chun-Li's going to have a lot of uptime and disruption on Jellybeans, but Golden Guardians, they are going to be trying something else. The Shadow Priest Rogue just hasn't been clicking for them against these RMPs, so basically have no other option but to bring in the Beans. Let's see if Jellybeans can redeem himself a little bit from that game yesterday. Let's see if Golden Guardians can come back in the series and kind of renew the dreams of Novus, because Novus, I can bet you right now, is watching these games in anticipation. Golden Guardians is their last hope.
Yeah, the Golden Guardians really the last chance we're gonna see them as well. They didn't qualify, to the top 4, and Cloud9. This is their chance right now. They know that their fate is in their destiny. So they have themselves in a pretty solid position here to get that last spot here for the finals. Wealthy Man gets sapped, and they're gonna go after Flop here. Jellybeans in stealth. Let's see how he decides to open up. They might actually open up onto Wealthy Man, and they will poke him with that big aim shot, silencing shot. They're gonna go after him now. And Jellybeans immediately has to start kiting, because as soon as nice trap there onto Chun-Li. Jellybeans on the Hunter and making some magic here in the starting round. But let's see how he's going to deal with this setup. Jellybeans in a kidney shot. He's going to shrink. He's going to feign death, and he's going to use his acceleration heal. So that's already one major objective out of the way for Cloud9. Only 40 seconds into the game. Now the Golden Guardians better get a good cooldown here on their next push. Otherwise, Cloud9 are going to be able to just run away with this lead.
Yeah, they've got the resonating arrow in their back pocket. They need to connect Jellybeans to his target. I feel like he has yet to, in all of these tournaments, connect with his marksmanship hunter on a resonating arrow. He's got the double tap loaded up. Chun-Li gouges it, dismantles him. He held the resonating arrow. Jellybeans baited Chun-Li here with double tap. He still has resonating arrow. Can Jellybeans connect the arrow here? He's in a kidney shot. Finally, the last crowd control. He's going to want to toss this resonating arrow as soon as possible. Who's he going to go with it? Oh, but his double... They CC'd him so long, his double tap fell off. This is so sad. It's tragic. They're sending it on to Chun-Li in a swap, but he's just going to trinket evasion. And Jellybeans cannot connect any damage with that. He's going to rapid fire Wealthy Man, try and swap some damage over. Big aim shots. Gets kidneyed on the next one, though, during his true shot here. He's going to feign death, trank shot, try and purge off combust, try and run away with the Aegis, retreat and reposition, and find an opportunity in the future. Aim shots now into Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man just blink. When the mage is blinking on you as the hunter, you're not in a good position.
Well, every time he blinks, he gets a shield. So, it's a defensive blink as well as offensive blink, which is nice. Jellybeans right now into a full kidney shot. Absurge with good defense. He's going to throw a Chastise out on Chun-Li. Try to protect Jellybeans at all costs. Now a trap. So we can kind of see the strategy of Golden Guardians unfolding here. They're just running. Run, Jelly, run, Absurge, run. Let Peekaboo get in there on that Outlaw Rogue. He's the one that can kind of deal with the priest, deal with the mage, just create space, force Wealthy Man to chase you. Here's the thing. If you can force Wealthy Man to blink in, then you can stun him, and he's actually going to sit those stuns. He will no longer have blink to remove it, and that's an opportunity for the Golden Guardians to actually get some damage rolling.
Yeah, and I gotta say, so far they've been playing the strategy perfect. They got their Trinket and Exil back here onto Jellybeans. Full blind on the Abster, sheep on Jellybeans, swap on the Peekaboo. Peekaboo will trade. And looks like people will be fine as well. He actually counterblinds Chun-Li in that setup. And now back to Jellybeans here. Let's see. It's going to be a lot of running involved here. He's just trying to drag Chun-Li away from his healer. We've seen him trap Chun-Li like that. But this time around, he does get a Dispel Resonating Arrow coming out. Jellybeans gets disarmed on it immediately here. Alter Time active as well. Gets gouged after disarm. Potentially a kidney shot as well. There it is. And Jellybeans has managed to do absolutely nothing with this resonating arrow. He's going to get the sacrifice there in trade for the combustion, and they're just going to tab target over to Peekaboo and do some damage there as well. Flop actually needs to drink right now, and he's not going to be able to. There's some counter push coming out from the Golden Guardians, and here we go. Big damage coming out here for Jellybeans. Looking for some aim shots. He gets sheep on his true shot there. He gets sheep again. He gets one aim shot off, but it's not going to do too much. Shun put in a kidney shot. And a Dragon's Breath. Every single time Jellybeans wants to get aggressive, he just gets shut down. And Wealthy Man here with a solo setup right now, going for a sheep into a resheep. Peekaboo is there though, with the gouge, with the counter dismantle. And I mean, so far the strategy of the Golden Guardians is somewhat working. Actually, a lot more effective than I thought it would be. If they can keep this up, they might be able to win on mana later on.
Just get as many aim shots as you can. Honestly, at this point, like, who cares about coordinating for a stun lock? Just do damage, run the mage over, and run Flop out of mana. I feel like it's their only shot here. Dismantle on the double tap. Jellybean's waiting to connect Resonating Arrow. Big damage onto Chun. He's going to Cloak of Shadows out of the binding shot. Rapid fire now over onto Wealthy Man, breaking through the shields onto him, but not enough damage to really force anything of significance. Jellybeans is just trying to poke as much damage as possible, maintain his distance. They've gotten off him for a moment. He's finding some aim shots on Chun here, down to half, but Peekaboo in trouble. Has to feint and cloak. Almost going down to the combustion of Wealthy Man there as he swaps damage over to Jellybeans. Peekaboo still just gunning after Chun-Li here. He's extended. He's downstairs. Chun-Li going to grapple up to Jellybeans. Absurge repositioning to help Peekaboo get aggressive here, but he might regret it. He could walk into crowd control being out in the open. Jellybean stunned. Peekaboo polymorphed. Cloud9 trying to find their footing here. Probably they're thinking about making a decision whether or not they want to drink and play defensive or continue to kind of trade cooldowns like this, because that's going to be a big choice as dampening has begun.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking not too bad for the Golden Guardians. The strategy has been nice so far. Jellybean still has his aspect of the turtle. He's a kidney shot onto Absurge. Jellybean's going to be running away. And Jellybean's defense on a Hunter is some of the best in the entire game. And I think if he can play that game where he's just focusing on defense, doing as much damage as possible, might actually be the ticket for Golden Guardians to come back in this series. Peekaboo also really, really good goalkeeper for his team, getting the stuns when he needs to, playing defense, and Golden Guardians showing excellent defense so far. The offense is kind of taking care of itself in a way, but struggling to find pressure at this particular moment. But if they can burn through Flop's mana and he's unable to drink, that's going to be a possible win condition here for the Golden Guardians. Big aim shots coming in right now. Chun-Li's just going to get out of line of sight and completely avoid that damage. Golden Guardians on the run once again. Jellybean's Absurge playing at max range. Chun-Li moves forward, trying to just chase them down. We get a kitty shot now on Chun-Li. Big aim shot's going to be landing. Flop in line of sight to get some heals out, but I think at some point, if Absurge can create space and actually go down for a drink, that's really going to put Golden Guardians in a good position in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Absurge is a lot more likely to be able to get those drinks. As you can see, he's often very free in this situation, but Jellybean is taking some damage right now. It gets topped off by Absurge. Beautiful trap into a kidney, and it's like you said, Jellybean's always activating his double tap here. Resonating Arrow, big hit coming in right now. He connects it onto Wealthy Man, and Wealthy Man actually gets quite low there for a second, but Chun-Li coming in with the disarm on that rapid fire before it really starts firing. Kidney shot onto Absurge. Let's see what they can get here. Any follow-up? They do get a sheep, and they connect, and Chun-Li make his way. He banishes kidney shots Jellybean. This has got to be a trinket or something. Aspect of the turtle, at least. They blind Absurge. Jellybeans will use the aspect of the turtle, but he holds on to his trinket at least, so pretty solid so far, and it looks like Jellybeans will recover here. So actually they do force a big cooldown there from Jellybeans, but still he still has his trinket, he still has his sacrifice, so he still has some tools to survive. And it's like you mentioned, his defense is absolutely perfect here for a Hunter. If you want to learn how to play Hunter and how to survive rogues as a Hunter, this is the guy to watch. The way he's kiting, the way he's constantly tapping between the mage and the rogue. It's just, basically using his damage and his pressure while he's kiting to get Chun-Li out of, immediate zone. And then after that, he can tap to Wealthy Man. But right now, Jellybeans taking a lot of hits there, but will activate his trinket. And he also gets the Guardian Spirit from Absurge, so he should be okay. Flop taking some damage, falling a little bit further behind there, and healing, just trying to be effective. Peekaboo with a little bit of cleave there in the backline. They're going after Absurge. Nice trap behind the pillar there onto Chun. And allow Absurge to do whatever he wants. They're actually swapping to Chun with the Resonating Arrow. He trinkets out, so Chun could actually die in a swap later on here in the game. Golden Guardians, they get a big cooldown there. That's what they needed to get back in the game.
They're blasting Wealthy Man too. Flop is using a lot of mana to heal through all this damage, but no, Apotheosis is up. He's going to get really efficient heals during that burst damage. Well timed. Absurge interrupted. Jellybean's in trouble. Feign deaths. Traps Chun-Li. Disengages back behind the box. Tries to get back in line here of Absurge as well as Wealthy Man to do damage, but he's fully blinded. They chastise Jellybeans, holding him in place for Chun-Li to get back to him, but he's an aspect of the cheetah and hightail it out of there. As we can see, Absurge trying to reset that exhilaration with the Symbols of Hope. Jellybeans will have a trinket heal. He's got double tap. Who's he going to go with this damage? Aim shots. Looks like they're going Flop, actually. It's surprising to see them go after him. They're going to knock Chun-Li down with the bursting shot. Chun-Li reconnects with grappling hook. Jellybeans disengages away, keeping up that conch shot, trying to keep his distance, trying to get into dampening, and living on a prayer, living on a crit. If they can get a crit with double tap, That is going to be the miracle kill moment for the Golden Guardians. Peekaboo getting swapped to, gets gripped back to the pillar. Jellybeans setting up for Resonating Arrow, trying to avoid Chun-Li. Here it comes. Resonating Arrow down. Jellybeans needs an aim shot. He gets DB'd on his rapid fire. Wealthy Man knew exactly what he wanted to do and shut that down right away. And now look at the pressure. All three members of the Golden Guardians just getting whittled down. Peekaboo evasions. Flop is drinking very bad for the Golden Guardians here. Flop gets a ton of mana. It looks like they're going to trap Chun-Li, try and get aggressive. Knocking Chun-Li away with the binding shot. He can get out of that route so easily with maneuverability, though. Decent damage on Wealthy Man. Maybe a miracle here, but big heals come out. Wealthy Man will restabilize as both teams continue battling it out at almost 10 minutes in.
I mean, this is just insane the way this match is playing out right now. Jellybeans with another big aim shot connects it onto Chun-Li. Chun-Li and Wealthy Man, they want to push in, but if they get too far, they're going to be met with a kidney shot from Peekaboo. Jellybeans playing max range in terms of mana. It's relatively even for both of these healers at this point of the game, but Flop looks like he wants to sit down for a drink, and that really is the positional advantage that Flop has. Oh no, Golden Guardians, they are just letting Flop drink. Look at him, he's 60% mana, 70% mana, 80% mana. Is he just going to keep going up and up and up? Is he going to full mana? Jellybeans, though, going for the hero play. Big aim shot on Chun-Li. One gouge out of the kidney shot. One big amount of damage there onto Chun-Li. Now Wealthy Man's going to get blasted away. Jellybeans just really doing a lot of work there on that Hunter. A really scary moment for Cloud9, but Flop recovers so much mana. That scary moment absolutely is worth it. And now it's going to be Absturge battling it on the back foot, just like we saw in the last game. And I think Golden Guardians, they need to figure out a way to get Absturge mana.
Yeah, Jellybeans has no pet right now, so this is not ideal for the Beans because if he doesn't have a pet, the next combustion might just KO him. He's going to go for the res. Can he get it? Flop is there. He does get it. Peekaboo with a blind there onto Flop as well. Actually, offensively, a nice blind here. Can he sap it as well? Peekaboo, he can't get it there in cheap shot. A nice counter kidney there onto Jellybeans, denying the trap out of that cheap shot by Chun-Li. And then Peekaboo, wow, what a nice knock there on Chun-Li. Both of these teams just making play after play here. Against each other. Neither team wants to go down here. A lot on stakes here, especially for Cloud9. And Wealthy Man is going to be taking some damage here from Jellybeans. He gets caught up in the Dragon's Breath, interrupting Wealthy Man. Ring of Fire comes out, and Jellybeans manages to duck away. Double tap gets loaded up. Resonating Arrow. Where is the damage going to go? It looks like Chun-Li is going to be on the receiving end, but he gets gouged on his aim shot at 99%. That is absolutely devastating for Jellybeans now. It's time for him to just run, try to get away, try to survive another aim shot, getting line of sighted here. Jellybeans just trying to get that damage off, but it's really, really hard for him the way Cloud9 are playing. And with that mana bar of Flop, he's managed to keep his team in the fight for such a long period of time that I'm feeling that it's only a matter of time before Jellybeans or Peekaboo will go down here. And anything can happen, of course, but right now this RMP is slowly edging in and getting these cooldowns. A big swap to Flop. This is a miracle swap, and they do it. They force out every man for himself right there. Line on the Peekaboo as well. That was a great swap, and that's exactly what the Golden Guardians needed. And now potentially can swap between Chun-Li and Flop like that, and maybe even just race down Wealthy Man because of dampening. There is some win conditions here for the Golden Guardians. It's not over yet, but Absturge does get kicked. Chun-Li line of sight in the mind control. Chun-Li might have a kidney shot here for Absturge. This could just be the end of the game. He has the turtle. He can't greed it, but he needs to be a bit greedy. Jellybean's trying to survive here. I can't believe it. He's not going to trade his aspect of the turtle and get away, but Chun-Li reconnects. There's the disarm. I don't know how long he can hold it for. The Guardians
swap
coming in. The big swap onto Flop. He gets sheeped on it. He gets kidneyed on it. He trinkets out. He's trying, and Flop with the greater fate fears him. Sheep again. Jellybeans just wants to press aim shot, man, and he can't, because C9 are just shutting it down time and time again, Sid.
They know exactly what to do here, similar to Blizzo in Europe. Just they know the kill moments and they keep denying it until they get into deep dampening and they can just overwhelm the Golden Guardians. Chun-Li down at half with no evasion for a few more seconds, but stun onto Jellybeans. He roar of sacks. Will it be enough at 50% dampening? Hunter and Fire Mage, some of the most aggressive specs in World of Warcraft's history, going to 50% dampening in a head-to-head. They're trying to swap, but Jellybeans gets dismantled on his true shot. Can Peekaboo solo Flop? Can they take Flop out? Flop has no mana. He goes to the Fey Guardians. Jellybeans has to aspect of the turtle. It's a Hail Mary to take out Flop, and if Flop knows he's the target, he needs to reposition. He needs to get out of there. His team is so close. Jellybeans is being overwhelmed and swarmed right now. He feigned death on 1%. Will he survive? Absturge has no mana, tossing out Prayer of Mendings, just trying to pull off a miracle. Peekaboo is going for the kill onto Chun-Li, but it is denied as he pops faint out of the stun. Flop's going to desperate prayer, reposition, leave Wealthy Man up front, but Peekaboo's still going for it, trying to keep his team's dreams alive. They don't want to finish the circuit without a win here against Cloud9. Can Peekaboo pull it off? He's stunned up, unable to continue his attacks. Now he's disarmed. Absurge goes for res. Wealthy Man's not letting that happen, though. He's going to get feared up. Peekaboo, can he 2v3 Cloud9? He's gouged up. Flop is stunned. Absurge needs a holy fire here. He needs some damage on Flop. He can't get it. Peekaboo's stunned away. Flop is apotheosis. His healing is free here with Serenity. He's going to get massive heals. He's going to be able to top off as a result, fearing Peekaboo away, but they're still battling out valiantly. But I think it's at this point you got to tap out. Flop has recovered. Everyone's recovered here. Combustion's coming off cooldown. Peekaboo is dismantled. They played it out to the bitter end, but it was not enough, and Cloud9 moved to match point.
How do we feel? I mean, would we like if Jellybeans actually went to Beast Mastery, just played this exact same strategy where all you just run and attack? Just try to survive, run, attack as much as you can in the match? Because that didn't seem too bad. I'm not going to lie. Jellybeans got dismantled, literally and figuratively, in terms of like when he wanted to do burst damage. There was a few moments where it seemed so scary for Flop. The kidney shot landed. Jellybeans has every cooldown up, dismantle. Then he's gouged. Then he's blinded. And then Jellybeans tries to make a play. He feigned camos, trying to get some damage off. Then he's kidney shot. And it's such a nightmare for them. I mean, if they want to play this like opportunistic strategy where they just kind of attack anything that comes in line of sight and just force Wealthy Man and Chun-Li to run away, then I think it could work out. But whenever they try to like get proactive in the match, that's when the match becomes really, really unstable for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I mean, they had some nice moments. They had a really close call there on Flop as well towards the end, and they really tried their best. But I mean, I look at this dismantle. I just look at the replay. I mean, you see what's going on here. Jellybeans is mid aim shot getting dismantled when he's actually like mid cast, it's 90% off. And here he had the aspect of the turtle because he has no trinket. Chun-Li's running at him, and if he gets kidney shot there, he's just dead. So he has to trade it out preemptively like that. And then here, Wealthy Man gets gouged. Beautiful peels by Peekaboo. But as soon as Wealthy Man comes out of the gouge, he just does a little pyroblast and takes him out. And yeah, I will say, as soon as I saw this comp from the Golden Guardians, I was very skeptical. I thought, okay, Jellybeans is just going to go in and die very, very early on in the game. There's no way he can survive. I will say I'm impressed the fact that they lasted as long as they did. And the fact that, you know, Jellybeans, he was actually putting out pressure and they were doing a good job. You know, that's something to consider. But I don't know. I think they need a reliable way of dealing damage. Like these strategies where you have, I feel like these strategies where you have a target that has the capability of one-shotting, like the comps built around that are never good unless there's two like high threat targets that are squishy. Like basically, you don't really like. It's so easy, you know. We saw it with Blizzo as well. You just blind him on the banner, kidney him on the banner, disarm him on the banner. Do the same to Jellybeans when he's popping Resonating Arrow. Do the same when he's popping his cooldowns. And if you just shut down that one moment, for the rest of the game, like you said, man, they're just taking a losing trade. You know, you just have a rogue hitting a hunter basically. So you're just falling behind and behind. And usually what I like to see is, for example, the Mage Hunter that we saw Chun-Li play with Wealthy Man, because then you have a Frost Mage. If you leave him free, he can one-shot you. You have a Hunter, he can one-shot you. Obviously, the Golden Guardians can't play that, but I'm just saying, I feel like you need to stack, you know, threats if you want to play, you know, like a MM-based comp. So yeah, I kind of want to see maybe a BM Hunter from Jellybeans if they want to play him. I don't mind actually how that went. BM Outlaw would be good. Or maybe BM Survivability, but I think BM Outlaw. Oh, sorry, I was going to say Outlaw Survivability, but I meant probably BM Outlaw if they're going to stick with this line of play. Or they could go back to Rogue Shadow Priest with Outlaw as well.
Yeah, I don't know. A couple different options here for the Golden Guardians. They just got a feel for them. They go for these different comfort picks. They go for the Rogue Shadow Priest. It doesn't work out. They go for the Hunter Rogue. Doesn't work out. That was one of the games that has lasted the longest, I think, for the Golden Guardians. There were a few moments where it actually did get really scary for Flop, and they were able to force Chun-Li and Wealthy Man defensive. So maybe building up a little bit of confidence. But yeah, I don't know. Like, what would be the downside of going Beast Mastery is just a lot less survivable, so it's harder to get to that point in the game. Like, why wouldn't you want a Beast Mastery Hunter here, Sid?
I feel like it's more like you're losing a threat. Like maybe Cloud9 can just run on top of them as BM, whereas
So
with,
yeah, the less,
with MM, they might have to be like afraid, like, oh, if we leave an opening, like we could die. They're always a little bit more on edge with
yeah,
MM.
that's true.
I don't know how I feel about the Resonating Arrow. I feel like he'd be better off with Death Chakram, though. Just getting instant damage guaranteed on his burst. I also would like to see Peekaboo with a Resonator. Then they can make swaps to Chun-Li when he's just chasing Jellybeans, like trap Chun-Li behind a pillar, and then swap to him the same way RMP would like sheep a rogue and then swap, and drop a Resonator on him behind a pillar. It's something I'd like to see the Golden Guardians do more. I feel like Chun-Li should be the main kill target whenever he's just constantly running at Jellybeans. And then if Flop or Wealthy Man come in the middle of the map, swap to one of them. Like, they came very close to killing Flop. I actually think if they had a Resonator, they would have killed Flop. So I really think Peekaboo should put a Resonator on. Take that strategy from NOVUS and from 3.5 Men, because it's been successful into the Outlaw Rogue teams. And just maybe just bait Flop in the middle of the map by attacking Chun-Li and dragging him into corners, and then swap to Flop and drop all of your stuff on him. I feel like that's going to be their best move, and they're sticking with Jellybeans here on match point. NOVUS could qualify if Golden Guardians reverse sweep Cloud9. They just played to 60% dampening with a Hunter on their team. I can't believe they lived that long, let alone that game went that long. And they have to do that basically 3 times in a row. Like, and Cloud9 could switch their comp too. Like, what if there's a different comp? I mean, RMP is a really good comp right now. Maybe they don't need another comp, but there might be something even worse for a Hunter to deal with on their side. So definitely going to be a tough show for Golden Guardians if they want to pull up here. But last game, I feel like was a good performance. Like, they survived a really long time. That was impressive. Now it's about finding offense, and they somewhat started feeling like they got their toes in the water when they were going after Flop last game. Like, oh, hey, we're kind of getting close to killing this guy. Oh, the game is over. Oh, well, now we can't do that. Yep. So maybe now in this game, having seen that, they'll go after Flop more.
I think the only problem with that is like it's like counterintuitive to their strategy, right? Where it's like they're trying to just run away and hit whatever's close, but now Flop's a good target. So going after Flop, I think, is going to force them to take a lot more risks in the match. I mean, maybe they could find the swaps where maybe he overextends, but if Flop doesn't overextend, I don't really see him as a viable target unless the Golden Guardians want to get really, really aggressive. But one thing I do agree with 100% is I would like to see the Resonator from Peekaboo. The only problem is you have to bait a grip before you use it, right? Like, grip is going to be such a short cooldown compared to Resonator. And yeah, unless they have high threats in those kidney shot where Flop is actually going to have to grip Chun-Li away, I feel like they probably won't get that much value out of it, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see. Golden Guardians, they also, one thing to note is they went to a large map this time. So they tried the Hunter on the smallest map, which I don't think made a lot of sense to us. The only thing I can think of is maybe they just want to take advantage of the boxes, like shoot through the boxes and play around the bottom of the map. But on this large map, it could be even more difficult for Cloud9 to actually take down Jellybeans. And we might see the game get extended even longer than the 50% dampening mark.
59.
It was
59.
60. It was 60. By the 60.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Golden Guardians could end this game earlier. I want to just see more cross CC. Like, when Jellybeans wants to press cooldowns, I want to see, like, Chastise Mind Control Chun-Li. Like, get him out of the game so Jellybeans can do something. And that could be a way to enable Resonating Arrow. You just send a go like that. Blind Flop, Kidney Wealthy Man, send Chastise Mind Control on Chun-Li, and then send Resonating Arrow and actually connect your damage. If anything, it might bait Chun-Li to Trinket. And if he trinkets, you can swap to him later. I just feel like Golden Guardians aren't utilizing their crowd control as effectively as they could. Like, how many times did Abster's Chastise last game? I feel like it was almost never.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, actually, it was exactly 17 times I was counting.
Like, I'm saying, it felt like it wasn't at all. I felt like you didn't get any. So it's like
we didn't see it that much.
I really, like, why not Peekaboo? Peekaboo can go after Wealthy Man, you know, keep him at bay, and Jellybeans and Absterge just 2v1 Chun-Li, Chastise stun him, and Jellybeans just pumps him in a Chastise stun. Like, I feel like there could be more coordination between them as a team to enable Jellybeans than what is going on currently, because they just need to connect his damage. They just need damage. That's it. It doesn't matter if it even kills the target. He just has to hit the target with his cooldown, so Flop spends mana So do whatever you have to do so the aim shot actually finishes casting. is all I want to see from the Golden Guardians.
Well, speaking of Flop's mana, Flop got a absolutely gigantic drink last game as well. So I'm thinking maybe they picked that map for that reason, so that nobody can drink, and maybe they win later on. But maybe on this map, if both healers drink, it goes in Golden Guardians' favors in late dampening. I'm not sure. It's not really a matchup that we've seen too much, so. I think to Sid's point, though, yeah, I agree. Just get Flop, get Chun out of the game. And if you're playing to dampen, like this is what won't make sense to me. Blinding Flop and then just using most of your traps on Chun, it feels like it doesn't make that much sense to me. If you're gonna be using your traps on Chun, just use everything on Chun. Blind him as well, kidney him, blind him, trap him out of the position, and just get rid of him as much as possible out of the game. And then you can consistently swap to him in between, but also it's going to enable Jellybeans a lot more in the match to actually do something. Because right now, I mean, without looking at his breakdown, I can almost guarantee you it's rapid fire at the top, doing probably like half his damage last game because he really wasn't able to do too much, of his aim shots. He kept getting dismantled, kept getting, shut down on his cooldowns. But this is match point. This is Cloud9's final opportunity right now, ladies and gentlemen. If they win here, they are going to be the fourth team in the North American Finals, battling it out for the grand prize pool. And if they get reverse swept, well, it's going to be Novus going. So Novus right now is watching, and their eyes are glued to the screen. Jellybeans right now tagged in the final hour to try to reverse sweep Cloud9. Can he do it?
This could be the last game for the Golden Guardians in circuit play. Are they going to be able to pull off the reverse sweep here? Jellybean's already in a kidney shot, already getting shut down on his damage. How are the Golden Guardians going to enable Jellybeans? I like this. A fear onto Chun-Li. Just throw a little bit of crowd control. If he dispels it, then trap him. Get Chun-Li out of the game. Get Jellybeans out there into the fight with some aim shots. We need to see the Hunter pump if they're going to be able to get any pressure on the board. Chun-Li has been crowd controlled a lot at the moment. He's trying to re-stealth here. He flares Chun-Li out. Nicely done by Jellybeans as Abster sits through Polymorphs. Jellybeans repositioning with that Master's Call as well as Aspect of the Cheetah to get away from Chun-Li. And I really hope Abster is running Chastise Stun this time. I want to see Chastise Stun on Chun-Li, and I want to see some damage thrown his way. Or just Chastise Stun Chun-Li, send the Resonating Arrow on Wealthy Man. Like just some coordination on their part offensively right now. But it looks like he is playing non-Chastise Stun, so they're not going to have that to rely on. Just Chastise into Fear on Chun-Li here. But it's not coordinated. Jellybeans didn't connect any damage during it, so I really just want to see them sync up like the Golden Guardians we know and love.
Yeah, get those crowd control chains out. Big rapid fire here on Wealthy Man. He gets gripped away. Can they get any damage on Chun-Li? Get a Chastise Stun. That's not going to be found. Peekaboo actually still just going for it. Jellybean's in the middle of the map. He gets kidney shot, so shut down on his damage. He's got power infusion. He's got his orc racial up. He's got rapid fire up, and he's kidney shot. And that's kind of been the story of Jellybeans in this matchup. A big aim shot's going to be landing one, maybe two here onto Wealthy Man, but he shrugs it off. Flop is able to top him off. Got a full scatter shot into a trap onto Chun-Li, trying to just take him out of the game a little bit. But the fact that he's playing Relentless, that crowd control is not going to be nearly as effective. Big setup here onto Flop, though. I like the setup from the Golden Guardians, getting aggressive and really testing Flop here. Peekaboo does not want to make this easy for Cloud9. And just keep in mind, Novus also going to be watching this matchup, because if Golden Guardians can come back in this one, they will actually qualify. So just so much on the line in this particular game. Cloud9 would obviously really like to just take this one out right now. Big rapid fire from Jellybeans here and now. Can Wealthy Man survive? It's going to be big aim shots as well, but a beautiful alter time from Wealthy Man kind of negates that situation, and Cloud9 holds on.
Yeah, and Jellybeans is getting a lot more damage off on this big map here. Just kiting Chun-Li. They're doing a swap onto Absterge here. Cloud9. Oh, nice gouge there by Peekaboo onto Wealthy Man, shutting down the fire mage damage in that swap. Absterge is going to come out, and he will survive, not even using a Guardian Spirit. I really like that swap that they did on Flop. The downside is that Jellybeans really has to push in during those moments. So if they do those swaps, I want to see a Chastise Sphere on Chun-Li at the same time, just to allow him to get in, do his damage, and then get back out without too much trouble. John, right now, look at the stop. Abster actually sitting down for early drinks right now. So They're trying to shut down Flop's drinking, and they're making sure that they get their own drink. Nice grip there by Absturge onto Jelly Beans, and Jelly Beans will catch a couple of heals there, should top him off, and Fear onto Chun-Li there. And here comes the double tap. Here comes the damage. Where's he going to allocate it? There's a resonating arrow. Rapid fire gets gouged almost through the pillar there by Chun-Li with those acrobatic reflexes. He's looking for the trap. Here's the aim shot potentially from Jelly Beans. He might get shut down though. He's trying to run away as far as possible here before he launches it. And there it is. He's going to connect one. He gets feared on the second. He ran to the other side of the map to get away from Chun to safely get his damage off, and he just gets feared instead. And big swap here onto Absturge. Actually, a big combustion coming out from Wealthy Man, doing a lot of work here as well. Oh, going for the Blink Siesta. That was a dangerous position for Absturge, but he does get the heal off. Gets blinded. Jelly Beans in a full kidney. He's going to trinket. He's going to turtle. Peekaboo's cross CC. Flops drinking in the back line. Cloud9 with total control right now, and they're looking to potentially try to take out Golden Guardians here 3-0, getting their first major objective out of the way.
See if they can push through. Wealthy Man just always alter times the resonating arrow, and it's just totally negated. So I really don't think the resonating arrow and the mage is going to work here. Let's see if they can find a different target, but Flop pushes in, gets a fear on Absturge. Jellybeans, no aspect of the turtle on match point. Chastise on Absturge. Is he going to go down into a polymer? Peekaboo dismantled. He disengages the grappling hook, throws down a snare trap, blinds Chun-Li, and runs away in desperation. Absturge, fear onto Wealthy Man, trying to set up damage on Flop. Resonating arrow on Flop. That's what I want to see. Damage on Flop. He is the most likely target to die, at least prior to dampening. Having seen Wealthy Man just look like an impenetrable wall on this Fire Mage. Fire Mage just never a good target, it seems, for most teams. It takes so long to take them out. Holy Priest definitely going to be a lot better here for the Golden Guardians. If they can coordinate like that again a few more times into the future, they might be able to pull off a win. But now they're on the back foot because Combustion's rolling for Wealthy Man. They're pushing forward. Jellybean's going to Roar Sacrifice, trying to still stay next to Flop. And I love this. Just play aggressive. CC Chun-Li, remove him from the game, stand on top of Flop, and just pump out damage. And I think this is actually going to work for the Golden Guardians if they can stay alive while doing it. Absturge is fully blinded, though. It's match point. He IQDs, but it's not enough. And Cloud9 secure their position in the top 4 for North America.
Yeah, well fought by Cloud9. I mean, Chun-Li has really stepped up in a big way on that Outlaw Rogue. Wealthy Man holding it down to the Fire Mage, and Flop, of course, a Druid Bane, playing that Holy Priest absolutely beautifully. I mean, this team has definitely earned their spot in that top 4. Excited to see how far they can go, and unfortunately for the Golden Guardians, that's all we're going to see of them this season. But it was definitely fun to watch Jellybeans come in on the Hunter. There was a few close calls in the last couple of games.
Yeah, absolutely. Jellybeans, always a joy to watch him play, and the rest of the Golden Guardians too. And we saw, Absturge representing the Shaman, representing the Paladin, representing the Holy Priest throughout the season, really playing everything to try to get his teams the wins. But fortunately for them, this just didn't go in their favor this season. And Golden Guardians here going to be knocked out by Cloud9. What an insane season it's been for them. Finally, they do secure their spot in the finals, and they started out the year with some major roster changes here. We had our questions about them, but they are still one of the best teams here, and it's going to be exciting to see what they can do here in the finals. They're going to have a couple of weekends off now to get their strategies together and work on what they want to bring there to the table. And it's going to be interesting to see what they got, because they got some unique players on that roster.
Yep, they most certainly do. I mean, depending on how that meta goes as well, before we get to the finals, I feel like we haven't even really seen the full potential of this team. Shout out to Chun-Li for stepping up and learning sort of adapting to a new spec. That's really what was able to give them that edge over the competition. So now they're able to beat teams like Golden Guardians 3-0 in such a dominating fashion. If you're a fan of the move, definitely an unfortunate way to end things. I believe they tied in 6th with the Powermen with a record of 2-5, I think is how they they're in 7th, 1-7, I think. We're gonna get those calculations up pretty soon, but really strong way to end things for Cloud9, and they actually secured their place in 3rd place in the top 4. I think they surpassed 3.5 men in the standings with that victory. So really strong way to end it, and I'm really excited, Ven, for this season's future as we move into the Grand Finals for North America.
Yeah, I mean, we have some phenomenal teams. I mean, obviously, Team Liquid had a great performance today. KAWHI, as usual, just absolutely owning the newcomers, 3.5 men. And then, of course, Cloud9. I mean, these 4 teams have done an absolute phenomenal job. I'm really curious to see who does come out ahead. I would say KAWHI kind of has clear momentum, as they haven't really lost to anyone. And then if you look at Team Liquid as well, the only team that they did lose to is KAWHI. And I know CD was tweeting out after the series that he really thinks that they could have won. So I'm curious to see if someone's going to be able to rise up and beat KAWHI, if that team's going to be Team Liquid, or what's really going to happen, because all 4 of these teams are serious contenders.
Yeah, really, really strong top 4 for North America. Same over on the side of Europe. We've got the top 4 solidified over there. Also, impressed with... I feel like there's a lot of good teams that just didn't make it to top 4. It's kind of unfortunate that we don't get to see them continue to move on, but it's the same story over in Europe. Zico, really a solid at top 4, and I think they're going to give a great performance for the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, Europe had it was packed. All the teams are stacked. All the teams that qualified, just BlizzCon winners all over the place, and it's going to be interesting to see what they come up with there as well. Right now, I would say in North America, like we kind of mentioned, KAWHI, they have a big target on their back heading into the finals. And same thing goes in Europe for KUNGARNA, going in, being undefeated. It will put that big target on your back. Everybody knows they have to prepare something for this team, because otherwise, they're going to lose to them. So if everybody does that, usually some team can come up with a solution. So it's going to be really exciting to see what they can do here during those 2 weeks, and see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and I wonder if, it seems like you guys kind of touched on it just a little bit. There's some teams that have sort of played new compositions that are doing consistently well against, RMP, that we kind of just have seen them just sort of start to touch on Super Ts. In your mind, what are some of the competitions that we saw, kind of brought to the table in the circuit that you'd like to see more of and sort of worked on just a little bit?
Well, Mez was brought out in this series with Team Liquid today, but it was probably not even needed. I feel like CD's team could have maybe won with Double Outlaw if he had conduits in. But it was nice to see, like, knowing that you've got Mez as an answer for any potential Shadow Priest comps as well that could come out from KAWHI. Like, Team Liquid are really close. I feel like they outpicked themselves when they seriesed KAWHI. So, like, if they have a rematch again in the top 4 of North America, that series could play out differently. Cloud9, I'm not sure if their RMP is going to be good enough here for KAWHI's Ret Rogue, or they're going to have like a secret weapon, like maybe some Wizard Cleave. I think getting Cubsy going on Demonology Warlock could be good as like a failsafe for that matchup. And then 3.5 men are looking really good on their Rogue Mage overall. I'm not expecting them to make any changes in terms of comps there, but it would be nice if they could utilize Fuse to some level. We got 3 weeks now. Maybe some meta adaptations happen between now and then with war games between the teams, and we see some changes. So a lot could be said for the next 3 weeks moving into those finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see some developments come back. Also, real quick, KAWHI, we were able to interview KUNGARNA earlier. We don't unfortunately get to talk to KAWHI, but we do have a couple things from them. They said that they're, really obviously really excited that they were able to end the circuit undefeated. They say it's been pretty stressful for them, considering how every team that they're playing is Outlaw, Rogue, Fire Mage, Holy Priest. But also, unfortunately, a word from them as well that we're not going to be able to see Prev, I think, in the Cross-Region Tournament, just because he says that the ping from New Zealand is a little bit too hard to deal with. So they're going to still try their best, have fun with it, and I'm still looking forward to seeing them play against some of these European teams. But really solid end to North America. Same over in Europe. I'm not sure if we saw the standings yet.
Wait.
What's up? Go ahead.
Prev is from New Zealand?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Wow. He has MVP. Playing with hundreds of ping and still just owning.
He says 400
Animal
ping on
2.0
EU servers is what he says he would get. So
yeah, but I wonder how much he gets in North America. He's got to have like
probably pretty bad.
Yeah,
like
like
200, 250. I'm really curious because that's insanely impressive.
Yeah,
I feel like he's been one of the most impressive players in the AWC, and playing with New Zealand ping is crazy.
You've kind of seen it before, right? I mean, Chan, I don't know what the difference between like Australia to, I know that he's been in Europe this year, but Australia to NA versus New Zealand to NA, and then UNITAS was like half Oceanic last year. So yeah, it's crazy when players are able to sort of you guys saw him play all season. You didn't even know he had that much ping.
Yeah.
That's true.
So pretty impressive. But anyways, here is Europe. We saw them obviously play a little bit earlier today, and we've got the top 4. And then here is the bracket as well. KUNGARNA versus Looking for Org. It's going to be that first match. SK Gaming versus Casual Dad. Zika, what do you make of these two games?
I mean, this is going to be interesting because LF Org obviously is Swapsy's team versus KUNGARNA. I mean, they used to be teammates. They won BlizzCon together, so
True.
I would say in the current meta, KUNGARNA clear favorite here. Especially we saw LF Org showing today against the Casual Dads. But at the same time, I would say that with a little bit of time to practice, LF Org really they're such an intelligent team. Like the fact that they got 4th is actually mind blowing. We could see these guys come up with something during that time. They have a lot of talent on that roster. Should be a good one. SK Gaming versus Casual Dads. I mean, honestly, your guess is as good as mine as to what will happen there. But Casual Dads been picking up a lot of steam with their RMP, and Casual Dads is one of those teams that I really believe can tango with the best in the RMP mirrors and in general with the RMP because they have a lot of years experience playing it. So eventually they're just going to be working on that for the tournament. And SK Gaming. Super T's mentioned he wanted to see maybe some Ellie based comp coming out of them. They've been an absolute beast playing that Fire Mage Ellie. Maybe we'll see a return of something like that, or maybe they will just continue working on their kind of like outlaw RMD, which they had a lot of success with.
I feel like Casual Dads needs a name change as we head into the finals. I wonder if we would allow that. Just change it to like Competitive Dads or Tryhard Dads or something like that. I don't feel like they're too casual anymore. But anyways, here is the North American bracket for the NA Grand Finals. KAWHI gonna be facing off against 3.5 Men, and then Team Liquid versus Cloud9. That's kind of a classic matchup, Super D's.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I feel like North America is going to have a lot more variety here between KAWHI and Team Liquid. Like, they're not fully adapting. Like, Rogue Mage is their main comps leading into this, unlike 3.5 Men and Cloud9. So they could be the wild cards of this region to try and break through the meta and commit to their own play styles. Love when Mez is able to get some kills on that Death Knight. Really great to see him. Like, easily best DK in the game. I'd give him the title of for such a long time too. Like, such a long-standing player. Cloud9 looked really good in their series today against Golden Guardians. They got 3 weeks now to prepare their Rogue Mage. It seems like they're committed to it. KAWHI, on the other hand, again, it's like, what are we going to expect? Like, they came out with the Ret Outlaw out of nowhere. That got them some big wins. Are they going to come up with something new in the future as well? So there's a lot to unfold here in North America.
Absolutely. I feel like we haven't even seen the whole story yet. So with that being said, we also have the Cross-Region Tournament coming up here. So both top 8 teams from AWC Grand Finals invited from both sides, and they're going to be able to play with each other. And the sort of the way the draft is going to work, it's going to kind of go back and forth between sort of the home and away servers, so that it can be kind of in the best interest of tournament integrity. So obviously, I feel like the big one here, Ven, is KAWHI versus KUNGARNA, but are there any matchups that you've been anticipating with the Cross-Region Tournament?
Oh, that's the biggest one. I mean, those teams have been dominant in the region. I just feel like it's also, what's really interesting is we've never seen KAWHI play in a Cross-Region Tournament whatsoever, right?
That's
like
so true.
They basically... Yeah, so they've never even had the opportunity to play in some of these European, against some of these European teams, as they basically started their dominance in North America, when everything was shutting down. So it's going to be really curious to see how they can kind of rise up and what they can get done, because I feel like, at least in North America, they've definitely been the team to beat, and I'm curious if the European teams are going to be able to take them down.
No, that's really true. I mean, it's been so long that they've been dominating, but it's still been in this, pandemic world where we haven't get to see them playing outside of their region. So that's a really good point. I'm excited for that. And then with that note as well, MDI is coming up July 8th. Make sure you're tuning in here. It's also at youtube.com/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST, excuse me. So that's just a couple of weeks. So there's just going to be a little bit of a break in content, and then you can tune into MDI and catch up with your PvE friends over there. So excited for that one. If you want more updates for the upcoming teams and everything that's going on over on that side of things, make sure you're following us at WoW Esports, because it's going to be a good time. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for being here over the course of this last 4 weeks. It's been such a pleasure to watch these teams develop. And congratulations to the top 4 from both teams, and also huge shout out to everyone working behind the scenes, observers, admins, production, the mods. There's a lot of amazing people working behind the scenes that you don't get to see their faces. So thank you to everyone, and we will see you next time. Have a great night.